And something. Tonight's topic, tonight's lesson, going to be a very strong lesson. Did Russia just offer to help the U.S. take Greenland? Huh? Scooby Doo? Anybody? Huh? Oh, yeah. Tonight, y'all should learn something very important about what's going on in this world. And, oh, crap. Oh, boy. All right. I'll think of I'll think of something to fill that. I have to find that. All right. I just realized something. All right. I could find it. How am I gonna find it? Oh boy. That was a very good important thing that I forgot to grab. It's because I put so much information in our lessons. I'll be having like 30, 20, 30 pieces of information. Sometimes you could forget one. And I'm like, oh boy, I just forgot one. And I'm trying to think, how could I find it now? What would it be called? All right, but I'm live. Well, maybe I'll have to figure out a way to to I got enough information, but that's very key. That hurts. I'm like, all right, let me put my invite to let my brothers and sisters in the building invite guests. I'll figure out something. That's crazy. I can't believe I forgot a key component, like the key component. I'm like, oh boy, and it just hit me. I'm like, I forgot that video. And if I find it, then I gotta grab it and do. But maybe I can just, even if I find it, I could just take it straight from the source. But I need to find it, and I'm not sure if it's titled clearly. But I'll see if I can find it in a second. All right, let me come to the comment section. Hold on, let me look at my audio. All right, yeah, the audio is not too bad. Okay, all right. Shout out to Malakaya. Shout out to Sister Phyllis Richards. Shout out to everybody coming in the building. All right. We live and everybody be coming in a little, they coming on in, right? All right. So let me put the link to my brothers and sisters. Tonight's gonna be a very dope lesson, and y'all should learn something that y'all didn't know. As I always try to teach something that we didn't know, that's unknown. So we got a set we got some info to come out, and it should be very, very important. We're in a very important time on the earth right now. There is a change going on the earth right now, and it's a very important key time, right? And shout out to the elder in the building, right? And so we are the things that we're learning now that the Most High got us bringing out lately is actual real time events that are happening that affect and can affect your life. You understand? That can affect the things that's going on in your life, in your everyday life. You know, and is very important, right? So we're gonna get back. We'll also still be teaching the other stuff like like the other channels, but real life events are very paramount because we can teach you things, all day about, these people did this and, the Romans did this and, these people did that and the wish people did this and all this other stuff. But stuff going on in your everyday life that you have no idea what's happening. And you need to have understanding because my people are destroyed for a lack of knowledge. And the Safaria that they call the Bible says, in all things get what? Understanding, right? So these things apply to our everyday life, right? Like tonight's topic. Did Russia just offer to help the US take Greenland? Like, what? That's crazy, right? So now, as we do that, I need to grab because the people are still coming in the building. So uh, maybe I'll do this. That might work. Maybe I'll do this while I grab that. I gotta see if I can find it, right? I should be able to find it. All right. So, and a good thing I started kind of not really early. I'm supposed to be at 9 o'clock, right? All right. So let me do this, right? And that should give me, and then I can find that because that's paramount. I can't believe I forgot one of the most paramount clips of them all, right? So let's do this. Let's grab that, right? And then I'm gonna come to y'all. Bang. Share screen. Share screen. Window. Uh, bang. Right. Also share. Oh, not window. Chrome tab. That's what was wrong. Chrome tab. There we go. Share. There we go. And then I'm find this clip.
Real love that can only come from up above. And now prayers to the Most High. Yeah. This is real love. I'm talking a higher. It's the real love. You can't get no higher. Yeah, it's real love. He won't make me a liar. Real love. A higher, a higher. This love give your eyes for your see. The full work of the Almighty. And all when you lost in a sin. This love have grace and mercy. All when you feel lower than the dirt. This love can find you worthy. When every step where you take hurt, your love is the pain. Cause this is real love. I'm talking a higher. It's the real love. You can't get no higher. Yeah, it's real love. He won't make me a liar. Real love. A higher, a higher. As some say I love and no like you. Some of them I do things to spite you. Some say I love in a them at same time them I fight you. And some of them we smiling at your face. And we draw a knife behind you. That's why me nah left you, yeah. Cause no love like you. This is real love. I'm talking a higher. It's the real love. You can't get no higher. Yeah, it's real love. He won't make me a liar. Real love. A higher, a higher. Real love. I'm talking a higher. It's the real love. You can't get no higher. Yeah, it's real love. He won't make me a liar. Real love. A higher, a higher. I'm talking a higher. You can't get no higher. Yeah, it's he won't make me a liar. A higher, a higher.
Okay, give me a second. All right, let me stop share. All right, real love. Let's go. We add Hakiyama, Shaliyam Hakiyama. All right, I try to find it in my watch history. I don't see it. I probably have to scroll back a lot. It's if I can't see it, it is what it is, right? It's somewhere. And then watch me find it after the live. But it's okay. I could just I could teach the show. I just wanted to show that tonight it was key, right? And I don't see it. It's somewhere, but I don't see it, right? Let me scroll a little bit more. Maybe it'll pop up in 1 second. It gotta be in my watch history, unless they took it down or they changed the title. If no, come on, find it, find it, find it. Give me a second. Find it, find it, find it. All right. Well, we're gonna get started. Nope, that's not it. Uh, is that it? Nope. Uh, we're getting closer, I think. We're getting closer. Here we go. All right, let me just get started. All right. So tonight's lesson is a very key lesson. What's going on across the world is truly affecting all of our future. And most people think it's just, it's just all about, money, oil, bullying, right? Most people think the orange dude, the president, they're just bullying, people, right? And people like leave China, leave Greenland alone, those people, you know, the president, you're a bully, how dare you? But most people don't understand that the world is shifting, the world is changing, the politics of the world are changing. Um, it doesn't matter if you believe in no Bible or no, it doesn't matter what you believe in. The empires or the countries or the kingdoms, right? Whatever you want to call this, right? You could call this empires, you could call this kingdoms. It's nothing new under the sun, right? They called them something different throughout history. But each of these empires, and what I mean by that, I mean like the United Kingdom, United States of America, Russia, China, you know, um, um, Africa, it does Japan, right? North Korea, South Korea, right? These India, these kingdoms are all vying for position because we're at an age that the world is changing and they're vying to see who's going to have what positions in this new world's position. I don't want to say this other word because they put under my video last time in the new world orders. Oh, I just said it. Like they got these computers that troll, right? And they put it under my thing. My video wasn't about that, and they probably gonna do it again now because I just said the word. I was trying not to say it, right? But these kingdoms or empires or what you call countries, they're all vying for a position right now. And who's going to be at the top of this new system? And you know that they have these like the 2030 agenda and stuff like that. They got these, I guess you can call them conspiracies until they become fat, until they come to pass. And, so, and they're saying that all of these countries, kingdoms on the earth are going to be one power later, right? And they're going to have one currency. And that's what's happening. So the thing that's happening is not normal. And most people in the world are looking at it like this is like a normal occurrence. The orange dude need to leave people country alone and need to do this and that. And you don't understand that this ain't a time of leaving nothing alone because no country and no kingdom is leaving nobody alone. They're all vying and doing things that will affect everyone on this earth, no matter what country you live in. And depending on what your president or your prime minister or your, I don't know what you call these people, what they call their leaders, your leader of your country, depending on what he does right now, that depends, that's what your what's going to affect you and your people in your country in the future. So your leaders or your government or your should not right now be at a place where they're just, can we all just get along? This ain't the Rodney King space of the world today. Because these other kingdoms are not standing down. It's about take money. They taking stuff right now because they're vying for a position in this new world structure that they're creating. That's gonna come to pass. All right. This is prophetic and it's gonna happen. So a lot of the people in America, I can only speak for America, they are foolishly uh, not understanding the geopolitics of the day and totally disrespecting everything that the orange dude and the government, because it's our president, whether you like it or not, it's still our president, right? You can't, it doesn't matter, right? I didn't like Sleepy Joe. He was still our president. I didn't like the little Bush, the little foolish Bush, the little baby Bush, the one that said, I can't think of what he said before. Remember he said that? I can't, I forgot what he said. It was something funny that he used to say, right? And so I'm not a politician. I didn't vote for none of these. I don't want to disrespect. I didn't vote for none of them, right? So, but I do understand reality, and I'm not foolish enough to speak out of emotions when I really don't have an understanding of really what's going on and why they're enacting things. Because I can be speaking against something that's actually to my protection or benefit, right? And that's happening a lot through America. Foolish people are speaking out of their emotions and they have no idea of geopolitics or what's actually happening on the world stage. And if they did and had some common sense, then they would realize, okay, I need to fall back right now because all these governments are doing something and they're fighting for the king of the yard, right? They're fighting to see who's going to be the king of the yard, right? And so people are just speaking out of emotions, all right? And it's crazy because in America, they have a freedom to actually disrespect their leaders, their government, right? Which the countries who actually come in for your freedom actually don't give their citizens that freedom and right. Their citizens in their country can speak out and make memes and disrespect their leaders, their president, whatever, right? They will be unalived. But America's really spoiled. They can just make all type of TikToks and be just disrespectful and everything, and it ain't seen as treason. It ain't seen as right, and it's like, and with an ignorance that they don't know what's going on, right? The manuscript, the Safari out there they call the Bible says, "Study to show yourself approved." Sorry, I can't see the chat right now. I was trying to look for the video. I can't find it. So it is what it is. I'm about to let it go now. I was trying to look for it. I'm like, it gotta be here somewhere. And I don't see it. And it was titled what I needed it to say too. So maybe I didn't save it and they took it down or something. I don't know. But that's my fault. I should have had it. But so we're gonna continue with the lesson anyway. All right. Now, let's go. All right, let me get into it now. Right? Because we the people should know we live, and let's get it started. I don't want to slow down my video too much. All right, so now let me come back to y'all so I can see y'all, right? I can make this smaller, and then I can click that. Now I can see the chat. All right. Somebody said, "Watch your tongue here." Oh, somebody came in and said something disrespectful. Oh, yeah,
It
just
was
don't
about
curse.
Trump.
Yeah, just we don't I know he like I ain't I ain't he's gonna if you keep cursing, if you can't have enough maturity to speak without having to have cuss words, right? Then we're just gonna delete you from this stream and it's fine. You can go somewhere else, right? All right. So all right. And and all right, so let's get started. All right, because we so y'all monitor the chat. Let me get started. All right, so here we go. Let's get started. All right, and let's do this. Bang. I'm gonna share screen, right? And let's get started. All right. So I'm gonna share screen. Come to y'all. They're making my thing small. Why did they make that small? Because they fully off. Let me make it full screen and then make it back small again. There we go. Now I can, and then go to my share screen, bang, and then go here, share, right? And then let me see what y'all see. Make that full screen, bang, and play. All right, let's go. Let's get into the lesson. All right, y'all gonna learn some things tonight about geopolitics, what's really going on, and to get out your feelings about I never, the orange dude this or what president this when you have no idea what's really going on the world stage. The world is a prison planet. Everybody listen. And it's rearing its head strong again. Now, prison planet is what this earth is. If you don't know prison politics, you will become a victim to it. So most of us haven't been to jail or prison. there's a thing called prison politics, right? And if you don't know the politics of a prison or a jail or a bad neighborhood that you go into, you will become a victim to it. Geopolitics, everybody, is prison politics. There's a terminology called geopolitics. That means geographical world politics that involve all the countries in the world, right? So you can disrespect your government and your president and everything, but if you don't understand geopolitics, then you're ignorant. That means you're speaking on something you know not of. You haven't studied to show yourself approved. So hopefully after tonight's lesson, you can have more understanding of what's actually going on in the world so that you won't just be speaking out of emotions like, I don't like this and I didn't like this and I didn't see this, and you don't even know what's happening. The thing that's happening that you don't like and don't understand could be protecting your freedom, but you don't know it, right? So let's continue. Now, geopolitics is now what I'm gonna show y'all is prison politics. If you don't know the rules of a prison, if let's say you was driving and it was wet on the ground and you was driving and it was wet, it was raining, and all of a sudden you slid and you got into a car accident and someone got unalived in the other car, right? And you didn't mean to do it. You was late for work. You was just driving. You're a citizen. You don't do crimes and everything. And then you wake up in the hospital because you was injured really bad. And there's handcuffs. You're handcuffed to a bed. And you're trying to find out what happened. And they say, well, that you had a car accident and someone was unalived. But inside of your little ashtray or cup holder, there was a little clip of a joint, because your little 18-year-old son, you be telling him stop smoking those little funny cigarettes, marijuanas, and he got the keys to your car and was in there getting his smoke on, and he put it out in the bottom of your ashtray, and you didn't even know it was there. So you're innocent. But now you got to go to trial because they charge you with manslaughter. You end up getting 5 to 15 years. This is a reality that can happen to anybody. That's why I'm giving that scenario. I'm not trying to give a scenario to those who did crime. People are like, well, you're a criminal, so you deserve. No, there's a lot of innocent people. I've seen it. I've been there. I wasn't innocent, but I did my time for all the crimes I committed. So I'm speaking from firsthand knowledge. But I wasn't innocent of my crime. I was guilty, but I did my time. But there's plenty innocent people in the scenario that I just gave. I know someone that was in there for that scenario. And he used to be crying and everything. And he took it to trial and they gave him 25 years, right? But anyway, let me stay with the hypothetical situation. So now you find yourself as a regular person who went to school. You know, we ain't none of us perfect. And you find yourself now going to a prison. If you don't know prison politics or learn it really quickly, how to move and adjust yourself to what's going on in that environment, you'll become a victim to it. Now, if you don't understand that there is a yard in prison where you come out of your cell, your housing, and you're able to walk freely, but that's where everybody is. It's called a prison yard, and there's politics in that yard. All right, it's not a playground, but it is a playground for the prison. It's the prison's playground, but it's different rules from your playground at your house in the park. You know how you went to the playground with your kids, or we were kids in the playground playing on the seesaw and playing on the swing and stuff like that, right? Sand and stuff. The prison yard is a playground, right? Now, it is a playground that you have to know the rules to, or you're going to become victim to it. Now, a playground that for your house and a prison playground, they're both a playground, but there's two different rules, two different experiences, two different functionalities that govern it. Now, Greenland right now, and some of these other countries that don't realize that the world is now a prison yard. Now, let me explain this. The world is a prison planet. It's not a peace planet. I would have loved for it to be a peace planet. What that means is it starts way back. It starts when for those who believe in a higher power, when the people on earth transgress his laws, the Most High didn't want it to be a prison planet. He wanted it to be a peace planet. But we chose to not do what he said, and we call sin and iniquity and lying and cheating. This world is a prison planet, and it's dark. What does it say? It says this world is the devil's world. They call him Hasatan, the Satan's world, the Shatan's world. This is his world, right? We are to be in this world, but not of the world. So we got to be in this prison planet, but we are not to be of the prison planet, right? Now, but we got to survive where we at. Just like if you went to that prison, let's say you did something, you wasn't even illegal, you innocent, but guess what? You got to deal with the things in that prison to survive so you can get out, right? This is the same thing in this world. Now, countries like Greenland, all right? Some of these countries that don't realize that the world is a prison yard, y'all gonna see. I'm gonna show you that. We got video clips coming in a second. This is my intro. They don't realize it's a prison yard, right? And if they don't learn it fast, they're going to become victims of it. Let me explain. And why I'm saying Greenland, because there are certain countries that are more peaceful. Understand, they are peaceful people for the most part, people negative everywhere, but I'm saying geographically as a country, they take care of their citizens, they take care of their country, their land, and they really just want to be left alone, right? They want to just exist and have their freedoms and we don't want to do what America's doing, what China's doing, what Russia's doing. We are fine. Please, everybody just leave us alone. Can we all just get along? That would work for them if this was a peace planet. Now, there's times throughout history that it could appear to be a peace planet because we could be at a certain point of time that there's like not a lot of control grabbing going on. So it could seem on the surface to be peaceful. But if you really know what's going on, it's never really peaceful. All right? That's why all of these countries continue to have defense budgets. Why do you think they have defense spending, defense budgets? Because they're defending their country from invaders. Everybody listen, right? As much as we hate this government, we hate the orange dude, we don't even realize if your butt was in China, if your butt was in certain parts of Africa, you wouldn't have electricity, internet, you wouldn't have the freedom to curse him, talk about you hate him and all this stupid stuff. You'd be in jail or unalived. Now, this is whole facts. But sometimes we take our freedom to the point of ignorance and don't understand that there are certain things. I don't agree with these stuff they're doing, but once you understand geopolitics, you can understand there's never a time of peace. All kingdoms fall. Greece, Rome, Spain, United Kingdom, Russia, all kingdoms fell through different times. All right? And you always got to defend. What are you defending against? Some invaders coming to take your country. To take it. They're coming to unalive. And if they take your country, then guess what's going to happen to the citizens? We become slaves or colonialized, right, by these other countries, like the French did to the Haitians, right? And they fought like the who owns the Caribbean? I think it's the United Kingdom and them, right? So like China just did to Africa, right? So we're at a time right now. Everybody listen, that the fake peace that's on the surface is shown now because we're at a regime change in the world. They're changing everything. All right. Now, peaceful places like Greenland, right? Maybe even Sweden's kind of peaceful, Iceland, some of these countries, they're peaceful places. You understand? But unfortunately, if they don't wisen up real fast, the prison bullies are coming. They're coming and they're going to take their country whether they like it or not. I'm about to show y'all in a second, right? Now, the problem is it's because it's not a peace planet, it's a prison planet, right? Now, this is also shows throughout all cultures, whether it's the Quran, any what you call scriptural manifest books, right? Whether it's the Safariyah they call the Bible, the Holy Quran, the this, whatever books you follow, It always, and whatever creator you believe in, he always, that creator always had a time for their children to go to war. Remember, all manuscripts, there was always a time that you had to go to war, right? Whether it was in the Bible, the Bible talks about the Israelites, right? And they had to go to war with the Canaanites, right? Whether it's the Quran, Muhammad, you had to go to war with this, right? You had to go, there was always a time for war. That's because it's not a peace planet. It's a prison planet. If it was a peace planet, there will never have to be a time for us to go to war. Ever, because everybody will be peaceful, right? We'll be living in a big Rodney King existence. Can we all just get along? We would all just be getting along. I'm about to show y'all something in a minute. Let me get through my intro, right? I got video back. I'm gonna show y'all some things, right? Now, we would all just be getting along, but it's a prison planet. Someone's always coming to take what you got, all right? Always, and it's every kingdom. Right? So as much as we can hate America, as much as we could talk about whatever these presidents, where I ain't vote for none of them, right? But whatever it is, but the thing you understand that if you got the wrong one in that office at the wrong time, your country can end up becoming victimized by captured, enslaved, colonialized, whatever they want to call it, right? Now, this world that we live in, we are living in a world of chaos, all right? Now, we are called to survive the world, be wise as a serpent. We're called to defend ourselves. We're called to defend the weak, the meek, the women, the children, right? For the men, right? And all of us are called to, right? See, this prison planet has been installing its prison politics since the fall of mankind, right? Now, I'm going to talk about a few history facts real quick. In Australia, and back in the days, their nations had roughly 500 to 600 tribes, the indigenous Australians, right? They spoke more than 250 languages and dialects before what they called the settlers came. Y'all see these terms, these words? The Australians, 500 to 600 tribes, spoke more than 250 dialects, and here come the settlers. And when these so-called, quote-unquote, settlers, see, they got these names, settlers, colonialists, these are enslavers. The world is a prison planet. Listen, once these settlers came to Australia, 90% of the indigenous Australians were unalived by genocide, sickness, and disease warfare that they brought to them, these so-called settlers. Now, the indigenous Australian people weren't prepared for the prison planet politics. They was just doing their own thing. They had no idea that they was living on a prison planet, and the prison bullies, the gangs, was coming to their part of the yard to check on, see if they were strong enough to defend their part of the prison yard. Right? See, this means that these criminals that the world history calls settlers now and colonials, this history, the fact that I just taught y'all, means that these criminals that came reduced the population of that country from 100% down to 3% within the time span of like 10 to 11 years. They caused death and destruction for over 260,000 people for 11 years on average. Everybody, what outside of like a cancer moves that fast to seek, kill, and destroy? Nothing. Nothing outside of what I'm going to call the devil's children, the Hasatan's children. These criminals who are fueled by racism, beastism, slavery, colonialism, imperialism, capitalism. See, they give it these schisms words. These ain't none but the devil's children, the synagogue of evil. You understand? The prison planet, everybody. Now, I said they also unalived those indigenous Australians with disease warfare that they brought to them. Uh-huh. Remember the phrase, right? Disease, warfare. Now, there's a phrase that these criminals said when they came to what we now call America. Oh yeah, criminals. And the phrase that they said when they came to America that they left, this phrase is written in history books. It's a phrase that says, we gave them blankets. Some of y'all might have heard that phrase. Uh-huh. So the criminals who came to what we call America now, they wiped out the indigenous Americans. And they said, we gave them blankets. This is disease warfare. Europe sent its prisoners. Understand? They didn't send their upper class. They sent their criminals and prisoners to America, to this land. All right? They call colonize. Okay? To enact, they sent their prisoners here to enact prison politics and the indigenous Americans. Okay? Now, the most successful criminals in history, I'm going to call them criminals. They call them kingdoms or settlers or colonialists or right? The most successful criminals in history, they form governments. They establish universities, and then they start to enact legislation wherever they enslave and conquer. And then the people that are raised in this country that's got enslaved, they are educated in these universities. And they go on to write books about what happened in the land, but the so-called books that they write cast the criminals in a positive light. They'll call them the settlers, the people who built the country. These are criminals. The so-called books from these educated people say the colonials came, the settlers came. No, the criminal enslavers came and they unalived the people. So on this prison planet, the college educated work hard to keep the enslavement apparatus that they call colonialism in its place and running efficiently. All right? Welcome to the prison planet. Y'all take a seat and strap in. We're going on a bumpy ride tonight. All right, let's start. All right. Now, when nations take their positions, that's what's happening right now. All the nations and empires are taking positions. Y'all listen clearly. When nations start to take their positions, when these empires start to get into formation and the world pretends not to notice it, it ends very bad for the people in the world in this prison yard when they don't notice that the people are starting to take positions. It's like being in a prison yard. You can just use your imagination. And all the gangs in the prison yard, what you would call the nation states, the countries, are starting to go into position, a war position. And you just run around, I don't see nothing now. You need to leave the yard, or you need to pay attention. You need to strap up. You need to prepare because it's going to be a war. See? Headlines are patterns. When nations start to speak loudly, I mean nations, I mean kingdoms like Africa, Russia, China, United States. When they start to speak loudly and make loud news events, right, through the media, they're usually covering and masking more quieter movements beneath the surface. Do y'all remember that statement, real bad boys move in silence? Everybody listen clearly. Whenever we start to see all this stuff over the news right now, right? You got the doggone Greenland and Iran and Venezuela and they, you remember they invaded Nigeria. Whenever all this loudly, they're actually, listen clearly, it's actually a pattern. They're usually, when they do all these loud public events, they're masking more quieter events beneath the surface. The phrase real bad boys move in silence comes to mind. See, it's interesting because that's why the orange dude talks the way he does. If you do the knowledge on the way he talks, he actually speaks very calm and collected, right? He'll say stuff like, let me try to mock him. He says, I haven't learned to mock him yet. He'll probably not to mimic him. He'll say stuff like, oh yeah, well, if if China, if they don't act right, I know he don't sound like that. Uh, it's not really nice. What's going to happen to them won't really nice. They need to act right, get in line, or they won't exist anymore, right? I can't mimic him. I have to hear him to try to mimic him, right? But everything he says, he's not yelling. Do you understand? He's not all emotional. He just be like, oh yeah, India called me tonight. They they don't want no smoke with us. And that's good for them because they don't want us to come back and visit them. Like he'll say stuff and it's like it's very arrogant, right? But you don't understand that yeah, it won't go well for them. He'll say all these statements, right? And it's like at first I was like, this dude is a trip, right? Right? And I'm like, he just talk all this braggadocious, but understand, real bad boys really move in silence. They not really the ones all huffing and puffing and talking, right? They'll literally say it like that. Yo, my dude, you might not want to, you might want to just go ahead about your business because it won't really end well for you. Y'all listen clearly, man. I'm teaching y'all something. Prison politics. The real bad boys in there, they do not come in puffing and huffing their chests and saying all that. Those are the ones that end up being victims. The real ones, they say statements like that. Oh yeah. I'll have a sit down with you. You might want to and you might want to kind of do what I'm asking. You understand? He literally just said, Greenland, you might want to take my deal because if not, we gonna take you either way. Literally, he said it calm, collective. Now, us and our feelings, we don't understand the prison politics, what's going on in the world. I'm gonna show y'all, right? So I felt like, man, this dude is a bully or this dude is tripping until the Most High had me find out what's really happening on the world stage. And I'm about to show y'all right out their mouth what's happening, right? Now, that's why I've realized how he talks with that nonchalant confidence, calm and collective, right? These powers around the world right now on this planet, they have the whole world feeling tense right now. I'm talking about Russia, China, United States, right? And when the world feels tense, everybody around the world is in like a tense posture. That's never a coincidence. Tonight is not about outrage. It's not about disrespect. It's not about choosing sides. Tonight is about something I titled Understanding the Chessboard. I titled this The Chessboard of the Global Powers. All right. We're going to expose everything. All right. Let me get into it. Let's go. That's enough intro. Now we're going to do the first clip of the night. So I put this together for y'all so that I kind of lined it up so that y'all can have a timeline of what's going on, right? Now, I tried to find the clip. I just can't find it now. There was a clip that I had, and that's the title. Did Russia just offer to help the U.S. take Greenland? There's this Russian official, right? He is a bad boy in the Russian, I guess, government or what you call it. They call him the mouthpiece of Putin. It's this dude. I'm gonna find it another time. I'll bring it up. I just couldn't find it right now. Shout out to Nappy Image. And this dude, I had the clip. I was gonna play it. They might have took it down. That's why I can't find it. I should have. Why didn't I just? All right. I'll try to find it another time. Maybe it's somewhere. It's just that title something else. But I had the video clip of him, and they call him. They say he is the one that says the things that Putin can't say out loud. It might be that dude. It might be him, Rohan, right? They say he's the ones that says the things that Putin want to say, but he can't say it out loud politically. So he says it, all right? So this dude, he ain't no joke. So he came out and he literally said, Russia, what do you say? We about to make a pledge to United States to partner up to help us both just take Greenland together. We're gonna make a deal, right? Now it was raw and nasty. Now the clip said that it's not confirmed that Russia was in agreement with it. So we have to take everything he said. He's like the like the anti. He's like like the devil's advocate. He say the things that they might be thinking, and he just says it, right? So now let's do the first clip, first video of the night. All right. Copyright disclaimers are in effect. Let me make this full screen so I can find my video. It's this one, right? Now, I'm going to bring the history and we're going to understand really what's going on. The geopolitics are very important because we have to know what's really happening. And now tonight, you're going to find out what's really happening. Why are Greenland? Why is Iran? What's up with Russia, China? We're going to know the actual truth of what's happening so we can know why we move in the way America's moving the way they move, while China and Russia's moving the way they move. All right, copyright disclaimers are in effect. For educational purposes only, we don't own rights to the video. We are reacting to the video. Let's go. First clip of the night.
High noon in Copenhagen, and the guard changes at the main royal palace as Danes worried that their kingdom is about to be shrunk by a Trumpian heist.
Now, all of these are world news that happen right now. So it's not old news. These all happen within one day. All right. Now, Dane is Denmark, Copenhagen. Denmark owns Greenland. Orange dude, America, is telling Greenland that we are coming for the country. But we have a agreement with Denmark, who actually owns Greenland. And so the orange dude in America is going to Denmark and saying, we want to buy Greenland from you. Denmark is saying, no, we ain't selling it to you. America is saying, well, you're going to get down to later. Prison politics. Everybody listen. It looks bullied. It looked like bullying, but y'all going to have a full understanding tonight. America is saying, oh, you going to either sell it to us or we're going to take it. Understand? Orange dude said it plainly clear. I think it would behoove you, the orange dude said, to take this offer, right? Because we coming to get it no matter what. And then the world don't understand. Most of the population of America is like, what he bullying, he doing? You have no idea. The orange dude is saying we taking it because if we don't take it, China or Russia is going to take it. And we're not going to let them beat us to the punch, because the positioning of Greenland gives them a position to be able to attack us. It's called defense strategy, protecting your perimeter, your home. You understand? It looks like bullying, but we're on a prison planet. It's all about bullying. If you don't protect what you got, you will be bullied. Now let's clear. Now watch this. So Denmark is saying, right? This is Denmark. Now you're going to have full understanding from the people there. So this is Copenhagen, Denmark, the capital and stuff. Now let's go. I have to give y'all the clip understanding and listen to what Denmark say, and then we're gonna continue.
High noon in Copenhagen, and the guard changes at the main royal palace as Danes worried that their kingdom is about to be shrunk by a Trumpian heist. President Trump has been stretching nerves here in Copenhagen this past week by ramping up his rhetoric. But the Danes haven't responded. They're hoping that quiet diplomacy will neutralize the threat to annex Greenland. Denmark is backed by NATO.
Now that's a big mistake right there. Now listen what he said. Now these are more of peaceful countries. I wish in a peace planet that they can just exist and have their countries and live in peace. But unfortunately for Denmark, Greenland, and any other little peaceful country, you got snakes, these empires. We're on a prison planet, not a peace planet. And you can only live peaceful for so long. When the politics of the world change, you need to adapt. Or understand? When it becomes dangerous, you need to strap up. And you need to be wise as a serpent. So what did he says that the Denmark is saying?
Responded. They're hoping that...
Go ahead.
Would you like the chat off the screen?
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much. All right. Thank you. Let's continue.
His rhetoric. But the Danes, by ramping up his rhetoric... been stretching nerves here in Copenhagen this past week by ramping up his rhetoric.
So he said the orange dude is stretching their nerves over there in Denmark and Copenhagen. You know what that means? He's stressing them out, right? They just want to be left alone. I get it. I would too if I had a peaceful nation. But one thing about me, I'm not a fool. I would know if I would be make sure you keep your, it's called to be wise as a serpent while you're being harmless as a dove. You need to know when the serpents around you are ready to strike. Do you understand that? You can't have a house and not understand that you might live in a swampy land and there could be all type of snakes, venomous snakes, and you just run around, wee, nothing to see here at all times, not knowing you could step on the snake's den or step on a viper or something. No. You have to be wise as you live in, right? So he says the orange dude is pressing them, right? Getting pressure to them. And what he say the Denmark is saying?
But the Danes haven't responded. They're hoping that quiet diplomacy will neutralize the
But the Danish, they haven't responded. Now they did. And they hoping that quiet diplomacy, being diplomatic, listen clearly, it might have worked in the past. I need y'all to understand this. They're hoping that just quietly it'll just go away. That ain't the way you deal with serpents and adversaries or devils. You don't just hope that it goes away. You need to pay attention what's going on around the world. That snake of America ain't going away. They coming to get Greenland because they have to. I need y'all to, because if they don't, then Russia or China will, and they lose their position. Unfortunately, Greenland just happened to be located in the wrong position. All right? No, it's not going to work for times like these. All right? All right, get Larry, get Larry the loser out of here. All right, get him out of here. Sorry, Larry, that you was beat up in school, and we humbly wish you can just come in peace and understand. We don't mean to harm you. You were bullied, and we understand. We understand you. You're a weak person, and you have no. We get it. You just so goodbye, Larry. Have a nice life. All right, let's continue now. Now, they, unfortunately for the Danish and Larry, because he got beat up too. And maybe if you watch the channel, you can learn some spiritual warfare and some physical warfare, and you won't get beat up no more. Maybe you can go get yourself together, get your Larry. All right, so let me get off Larry, right? So unfortunately for the Denmark, it ain't gonna go away with quiet diplomacy. It's not. It can't. Because all of the world's countries are vying for a position. It's a future event that they're preparing for, all right? Most people think it's just about their resources. It ain't about their mineral resources. It's about the global positioning. All right, let's continue.
threat to annex Greenland. Denmark is backed by NATO allies who believe in the sanctity of Greenlandic sovereignty. They fear the president has been emboldened by his Venezuelan operation and will...
Now, this is unfortunate for them. They feel, because Greenland is backed by, I think it's a 1951 pact of NATO. I'm sorry if that date ain't correct. I got some of these dates. Now, but there's an agreement between alliance countries that they had forever, right? Back in the days, right? I think it's probably 1951, right? And unfortunately, in 2006, those agreements, everybody listen, are, you know how you can have an agreement with some company and you might have had it for 10 years, 20 years, then all of a sudden they switch up on you. They sell it, AT&T, you had an agreement, they sell it to somebody else, and now they changing your terms of contract. They ain't grandfather you in. On the world stage right now, today, all the contracts are up for renewal, meaning everybody gonna have to renegotiate, because the world stage is preparing for the I don't want to say the new world system, the one world system that they're creating with the currency and everything, right? So this NATO pact that some of these peaceful countries, Iceland and Denmark and Greenland, sorry, I'm sorry, those NATO contracts is you're gonna have to now it's time to renegotiate. Yeah, they're being rewritten, and it doesn't, it's not gonna hold. So you can't think that's why they're saying stuff. Well, NATO is gonna break apart. They don't care. It's already broken apart. By the time all these countries move like this, why do you think BRICS was created? Brazil, China, Russia, India, all they making that's a new pact. That's a new type of NATO thing for today. Okay? And they could gather ganging up because they're trying, everybody needs to gang up because America is a big dog. I didn't know it was that big of a dog, but it is on the world stage, right? So unfortunately, for some of these peaceful countries, if they don't understand the times, this is why people get overtaken and stuff. That's why you got to understand in your government of your that's running your country. They need to be like, stay attuned to current events, what's actually happening, what these serpents are doing.
They fear the president has been emboldened. The sanctity of Greenland. Denmark is backed by NATO allies who believe.
So Denmark is backed by the NATO allies, all that agreement from the 50s, right? Listen.
Even the sanctity of Greenland.
And they believe in the sanctity of Greenland as a separate place that can just exist peacefully. That lasted. There's a time to laugh, a time to cry, a time to live, a time to die, a time for war, a time for peace, a time. Things adapt. Only thing constant is change. If you think that because you was able to live peacefully for the last 50 years, that then ain't gonna come a time that someone ain't gonna try to challenge that. All right? Even if you was in a so-called prison yard, you might have established yourself 10, 15 years ago when you got there and nobody messed with you. But 10 years later, here come a new group of people, these young boys. Somebody gonna test your gangster again. They're gonna test your position. And you're gonna have to be wise to know that, no, you can't live off your old, you gotta reestablish, right? And it might come a time where you have to relinquish a lot of your power that you had just to have peace. Because you still want to have your little peaceful pocket, but you still got to stand and you got to face it as a lion, or because this serpent, they ain't stopping. They're going to take you over, but you might not want to continue to run it. So but you're going to have to continue to carve out a peaceful space, and you only get it with aggression, because we're not on a peaceful planet. We're on a prison planet. Good guys finish last. The weak will perish. They will perish. It just is. You have to stand. You have to strengthen these nation states because they're coming. And everybody want to think America is just the only bully. China's coming after them. Russia's coming after them. And America's coming after them. Do you understand? Now let's continue. So unfortunately, Denmark is foolish with this. So they thinking, okay.
Even the sanctity of Greenlandic sovereignty.
They thinking that now we should, everybody's NATO, we agree in the sanctity of Greenland sovereignty. Greenland is sovereign. Just leave them alone. Let them I would love for the people to leave them alone. But unfortunately, that ain't this world. All right? They don't leave none of your countries alone. Much of our countries where we was overrun by some kingdom, whether it was United Kingdom, Spain, Portugal, the Belgium, the French. At some time, you had Napoleon. Come on, bro. All right, let's continue.
They fear the president has been emboldened by his Venezuelan operation.
So Denmark is foolishly thinking that the orange dude is just puffed up because of what he did to Venezuela. That's a bad mistake for them right there. That Venezuela move was a small thing to a giant. I know I'm not speaking arrogant. I'm just speaking geopolitical facts. You got to understand what's really happening, because the thing that you see on the surface, you understand that is nothing under the surface. So for them to think that the orange dude is just trying to take it because he's feeling like, oh yeah, we took Venezuela, so yeah, I'm about to take. That's the wrong. You really don't understand what's really happening. All right, let's continue.
and will pull the trigger.
I'm not talking about money.
Operation and will pull the trigger. The president has been emboldened by his Venezuelan operation and will pull the trigger.
I'm not talking about money for Greenland.
Well, they're correct. So they said they think he's emboldened by what he did to Venezuela, and he will pull the trigger in what he's saying about taking Greenland. Now, that's correct. He will pull the trigger, and he is, but it's not because of what he did to Venezuela. All right, we about to show it. And this going to sound nasty, but I need y'all to get in a mind frame of prison politics. Russia, China, these countries, it's either get yours or fall. Protect yours, get right. Now listen clearly.
Pull the trigger.
I'm not talking about money for Greenland yet. I might talk about that. But right now, we are going to do something on Greenland, whether they like it or not. Because if we don't do it, Russia or China will take over Greenland, and we're not going to have Russia or China as a neighbor. Okay?
Now, did y'all hear that? Now, the problem with most of us in American stuff is we are in our feelings politically, right? Most don't like the orange dude. I've never liked really no president, right? Thought we liked Obama at one time when he first got in, found out Obama was just all for the rainbow community, right? So they all parts of the same serpent bird, right? Now, but this ain't a time to get in your feelings. This is time to read between the lines. The one thing I do like is he a straight shooter. A lot of them talk forked tongue. One thing I honestly do like and respect is that he says it. I mean, he don't even mask it in beautiful in words. He literally says exactly what he crazy. He says exactly what he's doing and thinking. Now, did y'all hear exactly what he said? There was nothing to be confused about. Listen again.
I'm not talking about money for Greenland yet.
He says, I'm not talking about money for Greenland yet. Giving them money to buy the country stuff, right? Yet, how much money or whatever. But what'd he say?
Might talk about that.
I might talk about that. So let's say if he doesn't talk about it, he said, I might talk about it. Let's continue.
But right now, we are going to do something on Greenland, whether they like it or not.
But right now, we are going to do something on Greenland, whether they like it or not. Now, that is the most honestly, we like to use the word gangster. That's gangster. I'm sorry. I can't make no gangster, that's not gangster, but American euphemisms, the way we use these words. That's when someone tells you exactly what they gonna do, and no scared, no hiding the hand, no double talk, no forked tongue, and none. Exactly what I'm gonna do. I'm coming over there, right? And I'm going to take it no matter what. So you might want to negotiate because I'm coming no matter what. Now that's giving you, honestly, it's giving you time to prepare. It's giving you time to decide how you're going to move, but you're going to have to make a move. It's the world chessboard. I wrote the chessboard of the global powers. Before, the chessboard was hidden for all these years. The chessboard is out and it's on the table, and each country is moving their pawns, their rooks, their knights. They coming for your queen and your king. They're trying to checkmate you. Everybody listen. He is not backing down because none of these kingdoms are backing down because they're vying for who's going to be the big dog later. And if you don't get your position right on the chessboard, some of y'all don't play chess. This ain't checkers. So the orange dude, straight up and down, I don't agree. I'm not for it. I wish it was a peace planet, but this is what's happening. And I hope the Greenland people and the Denmark people, I wish I could reach them. I wish we wasn't shadow banned and they can see some of this real truth and be like, okay, we need to make sure we make our right. We got to make our next move be our right move. Make your next move be your best move. That's that saying. All right. We got to think very clearly about our next move because we're going to have to make a deal with somebody, whether it's America, whether it's Russia, or whether it's China. These three big dogs. Everybody listen. Now, y'all heard what he said. Clear as day. Now, I wish he didn't say that. I wish it was peaceful. I wish he was making a statement that says, Greenland, we love you, and may you just prosper and be in peace. But we ain't on a peace planet. We're on a prison planet. And they're vying for who's going to be the king of the prison yard. The world is the prison yard, Earth. Let's continue.
And yet, I might talk about that. But right now, we are going to do something on Greenland, whether they like it or not, because if we don't do it, Russia or China will take over Greenland, and we're not going to.
So what he did not only tell you what he was thinking of doing, what they might do, and what he is going to do, he also told you why. He said, because if we don't, Russia or China is going to beat us to the move. They're going to take it over, and we're not about to have them this close to our borders with an occupied country. It's defense. So all of the Americans, I'm sorry, you got to get out your feelings, bro. You got to let this go, because you don't understand these moves are protecting your rights and freedoms. Because if China invades us and conquer us, do you know what they're doing to their citizens? Do you not understand what China is doing to their citizens? China has none of the rights that we have. None of it. None of it. They are actually, hold on, I made this for y'all. Let me do this. Let me do it this way. Share, wait, come back to y'all. Stop share screen. Because y'all know me, I'm going to do it the way I'm going to set it up. Here we go, share. I ain't know when this is going to come out. We made this for y'all, right? Now, I had our sister in the ministry help me make this, right? Zayana. Thank you, Zayana, for helping me make this. Things not allowed or heavily restricted in China. This is what's going on for the citizens of China right now. Let me see if y'all see it. Yep, I'm making it even bigger. There we go. I can make it big for the people at home. I want the people with the small phones to be able to see. Y'all see that? Now watch this. This is what you can do and not do in China right now. Protests and public assembly, you cannot do those. No spontaneous protests. No large gatherings, you got to get a permit from the Chinese government. Demonstrations against the state, against China, shut down. Labor strikes are often suppressed. Far as the media and journalism, no independent journalism is allowed. No independent journalism at all right? This is how spoiled America is. And they just talk about our freedoms, and they don't understand, right, what's going on in these other countries who's trying to conquer us, right? No, a journalist cannot freely investigate the government. You cannot, if no independent journalist at all, you got to work for a company, right? A journalist, a newspaper, something big, and they're in bed with the government, and they cannot freely investigate the government. So whatever the PLR, People's Republic of, I forgot what this called, right? People's Liberation, something, and the Chinese Communist Party, right? CCM. I think that's what that's called too, right? You cannot investigate them. Foreign journalists, anybody from outside, are surveilled and restricted. Movies, TV, books, and music are censored. All right? Censored. No movies, books, TVs, everything is monitored. Surveillance and privacy. Extensive facial recognition all through the city. Cameras are everywhere. They are in a surveillance state, the citizens of China, where extensive facial recognition is copying their every move everywhere they go. They monitor everyone's phone. Internet activity is constantly tracked. And then they have a social credit system, meaning if you get a red, green, if you get a yellow flag or something, they cut off you socially, all right? Their travel, jobs, loans, and school access, the social credit system affects it. Social, depending on how the government says you are acting, they restrict your travel, your jobs, any loans, and even schooling, okay? If you don't do what they say. education and history. Certain historical events are altered or erased altogether. The students are taught a state-approved narrative in the schooling. Discussing banned history can lead to punishment. Y'all listen clearly. If you discuss history that they don't want you to discuss, that's not approved, punishment. I don't know if y'all know what punishment means in China. It doesn't mean a slap on the wrist. Their punishment be like life in prison or unalivings and stuff like that. Let's continue. This the other page. Free speech, right? Because we all in America, we be like, I hate the orange dude. He's a, he's a fat open lumper, right? You can make a meme and they making all type of stuff, mocking them and disrespecting them, right? We don't understand the freedoms we got. Now, free speech and expression, criticizing the Chinese Communist Party, that's it, the CCP, or the government is not allowed. Speaking publicly, you cannot speak publicly in public about what happened in Tiananmen Square in 1989 when the China government killed all those students, unalived all of them. You can't speak about that publicly. You can't speak about the Xinjiang Uyghur camps. These concentration camps. You can't speak about Tibet independence. Tibet. Now, the Tibetan people are peaceful people. That's the monks, what China did to them, and as they fought for their independence. You can't speak about Tibet publicly. You can't speak about Taiwan. China is now going to conquer Taiwan. They're threatened. They're trying to take Taiwan. All right. And America has been protected. America has a covenant with Taiwan. Right. So you can't speak about Taiwan independence. You can't protest without governmental approval, and political satire or memes against any of their leaders. So all this freedom you got to make your memes against the orange dude and the president or whoever, you will be unalived in China for it, locked up for life in prison. Do you understand? Political satire or memes against any of their leaders is against the law. Internet and social media. These are the platforms that all Chinese citizens are blocked from. They cannot have Google. No Google search, no Google Maps. They have no YouTube. They have no Facebook. They have no Instagram. They have no WhatsApp. They have no Twitter or X. They have no Wikipedia, most versions, and they have no access to any foreign news sites, not the BBC, New York Times, etc. And any VPNs are restricted and illegal unless the government approves it. So you have any internet, everything is monitored, and you can't have a VPN, virtual private network, to cover your... Now, religion, strictly controlled. Unregistered churches, mosques, temples, illegal. You have to register with the Chinese government and get approval to practice any religion. Any evangelizing or sharing your faith publicly is restricted against the law. You're going to jail. Religious content online is monitored. You're going to go to jail. Children are discouraged or barred from religious education. Barred or discouraged. Religious leaders must be approved by the state. All right? Travel. Citizens can be banned from travel for any political dissent, for having a low social credit score. They score you. If you walk on the street a little too fast, if you do anything that they don't approve, they lower your credit. They put that in those scary movies. That's in the movie, right? Y'all seen a movie with a bing, they lower your credit score. Next thing you know. So this is what their reality that they're living right now. Now, what people don't understand is our country is fighting to make sure that this country doesn't get our countries that we already have an agreement with and have closer access to invade us or bomb us. It's defense strategy. So the orange dude, like, we not letting China take Greenland because we not about to have them have that close access to us. All right. Now, I never put the thumbnail on the screen. All right. All right. That's okay. Now, citizens can be banned for travel for political dissent, a low social credit score, some regions restricted to foreigners, right? So you got Willie D. the Coon, the little rapper up there talking about, I respect China and I trust China more than America. He loved China so much. And his idiot juice would be a igga in China. He would be, you think you a igga here. You ain't igga, please. You ain't seen nothing. Take your little black monkey butt to China if you want to and watch where you be. Some regions are restricted to foreigners. Exit bans can be imposed without warning. Okay? Bans for you to leave. Exit. Impose. You ain't leaving China without warning. Art, music, and entertainment. Lyrics, films, books are censored. All movies, all music, all films, or you ain't freely on your phone. You ain't doing no Uncle Yahshua Truth TV and doing all talking about this live on no. You ain't even got YouTube. And what you do got is a state-sponsored thing, and you ain't doing nothing that ain't censored and it got approval from the government. Celebrities can be erased. Everybody listen. For political or moral reasons. Erased. Y'all type, look this up. It comes up. This is public knowledge. All right? Celebrities can be erased for political or moral reason. Western cultures selectively allowed. They allow you what you're gonna, from any other cultures, what you can receive. I'm not about to talk about them. NGOs and activisms. Independent nonprofits are heavily regulated. So you ain't doing no nonprofit to help nobody unless you got approval from their government. Foreign NGOs monitored or banned. Human rights activism is criminalized. So if you try to do any activist on behalf of human rights, you're going to jail. Owning weapons. Guns are almost entirely banned. No guns. No defense from the people. It's almost only way it's not banned if you got approval from the government. Strict control even on knives in some areas. They don't even, you can't even have a butter knife. So they got them running around with plastic forks and spoons. Right? You know why? So the population can't fight for their freedom. You got no power. Criticizing leaders. Insulting or mocking leaders can result in detention, job loss, or social credit score penalties. Consequences can include surveillance, detention without trial, locking you up with no trial indefinitely. Consequences for breaking any of what everything we broke down, these are the consequences. They can include surveillance, detention without trial, travel bans, job loss, and disappearances is what they call it. Yeah, people disappear. That's China. All right? Now, it makes you really stop complaining. See, context is always key, right? Because we could get so spoiled, right? You get spoiled that you don't realize the rights and freedoms that you have. You understand? And so you take everything that you're given, right? And you don't realize that all of these other countries, these people are basically enslaved in these countries. You understand? They're like, it's crazy. All right. So there we go. Share. Let's get back to the video clip. All right. I just wanted to break that down because the stuff that you're going to hear the orange dude say, it's like, bro, you know, it's like, it's evil stuff, right? But if you don't understand the context of what's going on the world stage right now, then, right, because you can be in the prison and you could be like, man, I want everybody to just get along. Can we just have peace? I've been here for a year, it was peace. And the other brother's like, yeah, but they at war now. the Aryan nation, the skinheads, the GDs, the Bloods, the Black Gorilla family, or these factions, they're vying for power right now. So it ain't a time of peace right now. So you need to be prepared, brother, for because if we let the Aryan nation gang grab control of the prison, then we gonna be victim. They don't like blackity blacks, right? So if we let them take control of the prison yard, then it's gonna end bad for us. That's what the orange dude is doing. That's what America is doing right now. Everybody listen clearly. This is what Africa has to do. When China came in, right? They take in Nigeria, they take South Africa, they take, right? Remember, what's his name? The rapper used to be with T-Pain, the African rapper. What's his name? The one who put T-Pain on. I can't think of his name now. But remember, he made the deal with China, right? For them to come in. So they'll use the celebrities and stuff, and they gave him millions. And he said he's bringing street Akon. He bringing street lights and stuff, right? That was just China buying their way in so they can control Africa. Every nation is who runs? It's either the French, the United Kingdom, today America, Russia, or China. One of your country is being ran by one of these superpowers. Do you want to know why? Because your country needs the protection of one of these superpowers. They need a D-ball. So, everybody listen. Now, this is the reality of the world stage. So in America, we don't know the geopolitics. That's why I'm teaching. I'm going to show you. And I'm going to show you how Denmark, because remember what we just said. Denmark said the orange dude got to go to Denmark in order to acquire Greenland. Do y'all hear that statement? Why don't the orange dude just go to Greenland? Because Greenland don't own Greenland. Hold up. Denmark owns Greenland? Yes, everybody. But you see how you think it's a free state? And you're like, well, Trump, why are you leaving? Greenland ain't for sale. So then why does another country own it? Why don't Greenland own Greenland? I'm going to show you. We're going to show you in a minute. All right, let's continue.
We don't do it. Russia or Greenland, whether they like it now, we are going to do something on Greenland, whether they like it or not, because if we don't do it, Russia or China will take over Greenland, and we're not going to have Russia or China as a neighbor. Okay? I would like to make a deal, the easy way, but if we don't do it the easy way, we're going to do it the hard way.
Rasmus.
Now, did y'all hear what he said? He ain't mumble, he ain't stumble, he ain't fork-tongue his words. Honestly, I do respect a straight-up person more than a fork-tongue person. All right? Oh, man. But honestly, who said that? I think it's the last. Shout out to Youngster 12. I think he the last president. So if you can go to one of our last live streams, it was called something, and it was we went down a rabbit hole, and they had the book. Remember the book called The Last President, in the book of Baron Trump that the dude Lockwood made in the 1800s. So I think that's what they're telling you. He said it when he came in. This the last, because everybody listen clear to the brother too. They're making a new world structure. I don't want to say the word because they're going to put that title under my video. They are buying for who's going to be the head of this new world structure that they're creating. So this is probably the last president for all these nations, because it's going to end up one system, and they're vying for who's going to be ahead of that system. And that's why the finances is going to one currency, digital. All right? Yep. He said it. We said in the last video. All right? So now, let's continue. So you heard what he said, right? He said they coming anyway, because he said if we don't take it, Russia or China is going to take it. All right.
I would like to make a deal, you know, the easy way, but if we don't.
And he said, I would like to make a deal the easy way, meaning I can pay Greenland, I could pay the people, everybody could be straight, and then we could do this deal. He said, but you're going to get down or lay down either way.
Do it the easy way, we're going to do it the hard way.
Rasmus
We're going to do it the easy way or the hard way, but we're going to do it.
Jarlow chairs Denmark's Parliamentary Defence Committee. He says the Danes will be accommodating, but they have some solid red lines.
Trump has said that they need.
Now, he said the Danes, the Dutch, the Denmark, they will be accommodating, but they making some hard red lines. Well, that's cool, negotiations. But the only tricky part about this, guys, as we're in a time of these world powers where the negotiations are really slim. You know why? Because these countries are going to come take it no matter what. They can't defend themselves. This is the part I'm trying to get y'all to understand. Denmark, Greenland, these countries, they can't defend themselves against a Russia or a China or a United States. So if Russia and China decide they're going to come take it, they can't do nothing about it. So that's why America says we about to take it before Russia and China take it, because we're not about to let them have this geopolitical positioning closer to us. Y'all got to understand what's going on. Stop share. Watch this. Share screen. Maybe this will help a little bit. The other video is going to show it, but dang, I never even showed this tonight. All right? This is the thumbnail. This is why I did the thumbnail. Hold on. Let me make it full screen so y'all can see. All right? This is why I did the thumbnail. And no, Putin didn't punk out. I just put that on there for the his crony, his gangster dude just said we're gonna partner with America. We might partner with America to just take Greenland. All right. Now, everybody look, this is the Arctic Circle, right? And this is United States is over here. So now you're gonna see it later on the screen. It's turned a little to the side, right? Because we know Canada. So Canada it's the top, right? And United States is here. Canada's at the top of the United States, right? So Greenland is right here, and Greenland is only like something amount of miles from New York, right? As well as the equal distance to Norway. This right here is like Denmark and Iceland. Now, Greenland looks a little smaller. It's a little smaller than this. It's still big, but this little Denmark owns Greenland. Russia and China are trying to get Greenland so that they can have closer access for their missiles and their launches and everything to America. And the orange dude can't have America. We can't have that. Okay. So we can't have them get the stronghold. So little Denmark owns this, and America has an agreement with Denmark, Sweden, Iceland. That's our border for Russia. Everybody listen. We got naval bases. We got strategic military stuff here so that if Russia, this is our defense for them getting close to America. So we can't have them have Greenland because we have this with Denmark. Everybody listen. We already have a space station here. I'm going to show it in a second. We already have our defenses here. We can't have Russia and China come and take this. This is political positioning. And the only reason now why this, let me show you, and I'm going to show y'all in a second with video. The only reason why this is at the forefront today, because I know you're like, well, why now, Unc? Why now? It's because of the Earth is warming, and the Arctic Circle, these passageways, it's the marine kingdom. These are called seafaring lanes, right? So Russia and China, all of these countries didn't have access to get around so easily. But because the Earth, the glaciers are melting, so in the Arctic Ocean, these circles, the pathways are opening because the icebergs are melting. So places that ships, the warships and the submarines and the tankers couldn't get around because of the warming, now they have access to come around. It's about the seafaring lanes, the shipping lanes. It's about global positioning. It ain't about the resources. They lie. They make you think it's about the resources and the minerals and stuff. That will come in later because that won't be mine for years later if they grab it. It's about maritime laws, the marine kingdom. Listen clearly. Now, because of the warming and the great, all of these ships can cut through now. So everybody's vying to grab this land that wasn't as accessible before. That's why now ain't the time for these negotiations. It's the time to take that, to stand and protect your borders. All right? But most people in these countries, we don't know this because we don't study geopolitics. We don't know what's going on. And I'm going to show you with video in a second. I just wanted to give y'all a visual. That's why this is my thumbnail. Okay? And this is why he says, the orange juice said, we're going to take Greenland no matter what. We can't let them take it. Because if we don't take it, they're going to take it. And now our defense stuff here doesn't matter. It don't matter if we got Iceland, Sweden, a NATO pact, an agreement with them, and our bases to protect us from invading forces, Russia and China. If they own Greenland, they just went bypassed it. So we got no defenses. So y'all see it? We have no choice but to take it. So as much as we hate the orange dude, I'm not for, I didn't vote for none of this stuff. But you have to understand the politics of the world, and it ain't going away. Listen clearly. This ain't a time for you to be like, for him to be like, can we all just get along? Okay, Russia, please just don't invade. Don't take Greenland, and let's just have a peace. They ain't nobody peaceful. They coming no matter what. And I just showed you how the Chinese citizen live. Russia's a little better. They better than the Chinese citizens, but they don't got the freedoms we got. Over there in Russia, let me see you go on YouTube and make a video make a meme about Putin and put a wig on him and be like, Putin is Putin is and watch what happened to you. You're going to be in a stockade, a KGB, you're going to be in Siberia locked in some stockade camp, or they're just going to unalive you altogether. Nobody got the rights and the freedoms of America. And so we're so spoiled that we can sit up here and just disrespect whatever we want and not understanding that these other countries who trying to take us, if they take us and they treat their own citizens that way, what you think they'll do to us if they conquer us? We ain't their citizens. Yeah, you understood? The orange dude. That's what I call them. You understand? Right? We ain't their citizens. So it doesn't matter if I like the orange dude, dislike the orange dude. I know prison politics. I know this ain't a time of peace, and this ain't a peaceful planet. They coming for that. 1, 2, Freddy's coming for you. It's a scary movie. We living in Freddy Krueger, what they call Nightmare on Elm Street. It's a nightmare on the earth. We can thank the second world, thank Adam and Eve. You could thank sin and transgression. All right? Yeah, you can make jokes about Xi Jinping if you want to. You be unalive fast. Putin too. They don't play that. But America, we got the freedom. We could just do what we want, right? But to our own ignorance too, that we speaking out against things that's actually being put in place to protect us. All right, so I just want to show y'all that. Let me get back to the video. And then I got video that's going to show everything I'm talking about. We ain't even get nowhere with our videos yet. It's 10:47, good. Not too bad, not too late yet. All right, let's continue. Share screen. It's going to be good. Y'all going to see y'all going to learn some stuff y'all didn't know. So let me get there. Let me get through the orange dude. All right, clip, share screen. There we go. All right, so the orange dude said we come in to take Greenland no matter what because Russia or China is going to take it, and we ain't having that.
Trump has said that they need to do something on Greenland. And I would take him at his word, because we don't mind doing something on Greenland. But what we do mind, and what we can never agree to, is just handing over Greenland, selling 57,000 Danish citizens to become Americans. They don't want to do that, and it's not a matter of price. They categorically don't want that, and we are not.
Now, I agree what he said. These sound like a really reasonable people, but it's an unreasonable time. What that is like telling, it's like telling the wolf right? Y'all remember the three little wolf, the three pigs, and I don't that story. What's that story with the wolf? I'm sorry, guys.
The three
Thank you,
little
Yashara.
pigs.
That's the three little pigs with the wolf, right? Trying to tell the wolf, like we just go wolf, right? So unfortunately he doesn't understand the geopoliticals, what's going on. Now listen what he said. He said we don't mind having a contract with America about Greenland, but we don't want to sell it. We don't want, right? The Greenland people ain't for sale. Unfortunately for these countries, whether they want to be for sale or not, they're going to either be for sale or it's going to be taken. And it ain't just America. China, Russia, or America is going to take it. And there's nothing you can do about it. So it would be smart for you to think wisely who would be best for you to make the deal with. Everybody, y'all see what I'm saying? You can make the deal with China, but you better think wisely about what China is going to do and how China treats their own citizens. Now, we in America, we complain, right? But are we starving? Can't we? I mean, we might not be able to afford the food, but I don't know. Ain't everybody got y'all over here right now on $1,000 phone, a lot of y'all, right? You on YouTube, right? We might complain about Russia, but you better find out what the citizens are really living. All right? So that's what the Denmark really have to have that decision, right? So listen what he says. Sound like a peaceful people.
They need to do something on Greenland.
He said America said to them they need to make a move on Greenland.
And I would take him at his word.
Smart man, because Trump believed what he's saying. You better, the orange dude, you better believe what he's saying, because he just showed that he a man that do what he say. I honestly respect that. I ain't got to agree with nothing else, but I respect the man that does what he says, honestly, over a forked tongue any day. It don't matter if I agree with you or not. My enemies, I respected my enemies in the street if they stood 10 toes and believed what they said, even if it was against me, right? If an enemy knew of my app in another projects, if my app on Terra Ave projects and I lived in Parkside projects, if I knew that this app was coming against me, I respected his word he said because I know he mean what he say. So that means I'm going to arm up and I'm going to move accordingly, right? It doesn't mean I have to like the dude. Okay. So it's the same thing with the orange dude. I ain't got to like what he's doing, but I do respect that he says what he says and he does what he says. He does. He always did. I like that over Sleepy Joe and them, the ones who lie. These other politicians that say they're going to do this, but do the other. That's a snake in the bush. Give me the snake, cut the grass, and let me show the snake's head. All right? He show his head. All right? I can respect that over the snake in the grass. All right. Now, the orange dude, now he not from Florida. He from New York, actually, right? He just owned properties in Florida. He from New York. He a New Yorker, so New York take that out. I'm from New York too, but I now live in Florida. No, he orange because his skin is orange. He didn't turn orange. All right, let's continue.
On Greenland. And I would take him at his word, because we don't mind doing something on Greenland. But what we do mind and what we can never agree to.
So they don't mind Denmark. Now remember, this is crazy work because Denmark is speaking about another country that they own. Do y'all hear the politics of this? It sounds kind of insane, right? Because you would think this is Greenland talking about Greenland. This is this little country, Denmark, talking about that they own this big country, and a bigger country is saying they want to buy it, and they're saying we don't want to. Oh, bro, that ain't your country anyway, right? All right, let's continue. And you're going to find out why in a second.
But what we do mind and what we can never agree to is just handing over Greenland, selling 57,000 Danish citizens to become American.
So what they can never do, watch that never word, brother. I've been telling them, bro, you playing in the big leagues. Watch that what you would never do, right? You don't want to do it. I get it, right? But watch your mouth, right? Because they saying they're going to take it either way, all right?
They don't want to do that, and it's not a matter of price.
And he says because the Greenland citizens don't want to do that. They got 56,000 people. which true. They don't want us still to do that. And I wish they didn't have to. I wish they could live in a peaceful planet. But unfortunately, so did the Romans, so did the Greeks, so did the Persians, so did the, right? Throughout history, so did the Africans, ones of slavery, so did every other country that got conquered and unalived. And this is the prison planet. Everybody listen, we don't live on a peaceful planet. We messed that up in the Garden of Eden. Adam and Hayava, Adam and Eve, you can blame them too if you believe in manuscript. If you believe in other history books, you can find some people that transgress righteousness. But this world is dark. Prison planet. Let's continue.
Categorically don't want that. And it's not a matter of
the people of Greenland categorically don't want that, right?
Price. They categorically don't want that. And we are not going to agree to it.
Greenland
And they are not going to agree to it.
possesses vast untapped mineral wealth. Its strategic importance grows daily as the Arctic ice melts, creating maritime passageways across the top of the globe.
You see, this is what it's about. The access, it ain't just the minerals. See, they're foolishly thinking it's the minerals. It's marine kingdom access. And it grows yearly as the ice glaciers melt. Look, listen clearly.
Passageways across the
Maritime passageways, seafaring lanes, maritime law, marine kingdom. The maritime passageways, let's get to this is what it's about, positioning.
creating maritime passageways across the top of as the Arctic ice melts, creating maritime passageways across the top of the globe. The United States' sole military presence is its Pitofik space base, used for missile early warning and defense and space surveillance.
Everybody listen, that's against what the orange dude is doing. Did you hear what he just said? Now this is Dutch. I'm on the Denmark channel. This is Denmark talking about it. Listen what he said. We have a space base already on Greenland. Most people didn't know that. We already have possession of Greenland. It's our defense. We're being threatened by Russia and China. Listen.
The United States' sole military presence is its Pitofik space base.
United States' sole military presence on Greenland, this is Greenland, is its Pitofik space base. Everybody listen. It's right there, and it's close to America too. All right? Now listen.
Military presence is its Pitofik space base, used for missile early warning and defense.
And it's used for missile early warning defense. So we have a space base in Greenland that you see right here, right now, to alert us for Russia and China and other oppositions or adversaries. This is our defense system. But people, when they feel is leave the Green, this ain't about the Greenland people. This is about the prison bullies are coming, and they coming to take your cookies, fool. They coming, and if we don't protect ourselves, they will destroy us. Okay? No, Antarctica's in the south, not too close. All right, but it's big. It's all right. The Arctic Ocean. All right. Now, listen clearly.
And space surveillance. Vice President Vance, missile early warning and defense and space surveillance, used for missile early warning and defense and space surveillance. Vice President Vance used his visit there last March to pile pressure on Denmark, which is responsible for Greenland's defense and foreign affairs.
So Trump sent Vance last year to go to Denmark, that's him in Denmark, to talk about how Denmark is not really protecting Greenland. So the orange dude went and told him, bro, I know y'all all peaceful. Y'all want to be all on the peace parade, right? Can we all just go along? Y'all want to sing Kumbaya, but Russia and China is plotting. They got submarines. Everybody, the Arctic Ocean, the glaciers are starting to melt. So Americans' defense systems has signaled and picked up the Russian and China submarines and defense missiles all over the region. So the orange dude is like, bro, they are over the place. Y'all need to tighten up. We need to build more military forts here. We need to get them out of this ocean. We got to send them back to over there by Russia and China. So, but Denmark wants to be peaceful, which I understand. But it ain't a time to peace when the sharks are swimming in your waters, bro. But you don't know it because you don't spend your money on defense budget. The Trump, the orange dude made a joke. He said all they got is like paddles. They defense budget is buy a couple of paddles and put it in the water, right? But he's like, bro, our defense system, we can show you. The sharks are they're gaining position. They're going to strike. So he sent, I don't care about no Vance and none of that. This is not about us having opinions about these leaders. It's about what's actually happened at a time of war. You don't got to like who's defending the country, but we need to defend the country no matter what from the invaders. And if you really hate America that much, then go move to Russia and China and Africa, and then you have to worry about whatever African president and what he's doing to the citizens, right? From your unpaved, well, they got paved streets too, certain places, right? Because these dictators are everywhere. So I mean, you could go and live in Iceland, right? And find you a nice little cubby, set apart place of a beautiful land, and you could be away, for the people. They're not that bad and racist, and they teach it. But guess what? These serpents are coming for your country. So the same threat that's coming for Greenland is coming for Iceland and coming for everywhere. China, Russia, America, United Kingdom, France. I mean, these kingdoms are coming no matter what, because we're on a prison planet. All right. So now this is last March, and what's his name? Vance is in Denmark. Now that's last year, so they had enough time. We've been telling them, America been telling them for a while. First of all, we've been trying to buy Greenland since 1949, since Truman, right? But anyway, we've been trying to tell them now that it's ramped up. The sharks are in the water. Russia and China, they bearing down. They're going to strike soon, and we got to strike first. We got to protect it first. And if we don't build our defense systems now, it's going to be too late. And once something's captured, it's harder to get it back. You understand? Now, listen.
Denmark has not kept pace in devoting the resources necessary to
Defense and foreign affairs.
This is what Vance said at his speech in Denmark in March.
Denmark has not kept pace in devoting the resources necessary to keep this base, to keep our troops, and in my view, to keep the people of Greenland safe from a lot of very aggressive incursions from Russia, from China, and from other nations.
Now, when he said Denmark has not did no protective duties to keep its base, because America, we have military bases there. We have a space base there. We already have the defense there. That's our defense system there. So now they're telling them we need to ramp this up. And Denmark, you're sleeping on the job. Do you understand? You're thinking everything is just, we protect it because of NATO, but they're coming. The enemy is in your backyard, bro. We see them on the cameras. Like, bro, they're in the backyard with masks on. And you're talking about where the cameras are. Yeah, bro, they done penetrated the barrier. Yeah, the threat is at the door. So that's why America is like, well, if you're not going to protect yourself, then we're going to take it over, and and the orange is like, we're going to still take care of the citizens. We'll give you money. We need this land. We need it. No, we don't want it. We have to take it. Otherwise, we're going to get invaded, and we're not going to fall because of your foolishness, your lack of awareness of the threat that's at the door. Okay? All right. Now, I don't want to play no more of this. Let's get to, what's this one?
Radar installations, many different things could be done under this defense agreement.
Last October, Denmark pledged 4.2 billion.
I'm going to come back to this because it's too slow. I'm going to show y'all what's really happening. Next clip. I'm going to show y'all because most people is like, you talking a good one. You just saying, oh, they attacking. Show me proof. Y'all want proof? Here go proof. receipts. This is what's really happening on Earth that they don't tell us. Shout out to Brother Warren. They don't tell us on the news and all this stuff, right? This is the war that's really going on. You want to know why the orange dude's saying we're going to take it? You want to know why he did that in Venezuela? You want to know why he's doing this with Iran right now? It's because of this. Come on, make it smaller. Share this tab instead. Copyright disclaimers are in effect. We don't own rights to the video for educational purposes only. This is why we have to strike now. And everybody look, this is Greenland right there. That's America. See, that right there is Denmark. And Russia is up here and China's over here, right? So you look how close it is to America. You understand? Right? So Russia, and then little Denmark owns it. All right? Now, copyright disclaimers in effect for reactionary purposes only. Watch this.
Well, that escalated quickly because off the coast of Iceland, U.S. forces just launched a campaign targeting Russia, Venezuela, and Iran's shadow fleet of sanctioned oil tankers.
Now, there is something that y'all going to learn tonight that most didn't know. I should have started with this clip, but it's okay. They called a shadow fleet. Russia and China have partnered together to release a shadow fleet of armed military tankers in the waters, in the marine kingdom, submarines and stuff, right? Armed tankers. But it's a shadow fleet, meaning a fleet of them, thousands of them, but they hide under detection radar and they mask themselves as just regular shipping barges from other countries. But America's defense systems has spotted them, okay? Now listen clearly. Now, America's defense, and they went to, y'all don't even know this already been happening. So America, we sitting up here asleep because we got these protection. We could just go along our day and be hating on everything, and we have no idea what's really going on the geopolitical stage, right? So right here is, if you see, that's Norway, Sweden, Finland, right? United Kingdom, all that, Greenland, all right? Denmark and stuff, right? So now watch this.
A campaign targeting Russia. Well, that escalated quickly because off the coast of Iceland, U.S. forces just launched a campaign targeting Russia, Venezuela, and Iran's shadow fleet of sanctions.
So what people don't know, they think that we just went into Venezuela for nothing. Trump is just trying to take Greenland for nothing, the orange dude. Like this, we just bullies and you have no idea. Know what happened? America found out that Iran, Venezuela, Russia, and China was in conglomerate together, and they sent a bunch of tankers, shadow tankers, in the waters because the glaciers melted all over, and they're gaining position Confederate, and America with their defense system spotted it, so they launched an attack against all the shadow submarines. We about to show y'all. I'm about to show you in a second, right? Now, we don't know this is happening. We have no idea how close we were to at war for them, right? But because we got our freedom in America, right? So we quick to disrespect, orange dude. Thank the Most High. What's her name? Kamala, the cackling hyena, or Sleepy Joe ain't in there. At least we got somebody proactive, all right? Now, listen clearly. This happened, and y'all don't know. This is why he went in and took Venezuela and stuff. Now watch this. You're going to see it actually in a second. Watch this.
Escalated quickly because off the coast of Iceland, U.S. forces just launched a campaign targeting Russia, Venezuela, and Iran's shadow fleet of sanctioned oil tankers because it just led to a standoff between a Russian nuclear attack submarine and a U.S. Navy SEAL team in the Northern Atlantic. And it's big.
So a Russian nuclear attack submarine and the U.S. Navy SEALs just had a standoff. This is before we invaded Venezuela and grabbed that Maduro clown. All right? Listen clearly.
Led to a standoff because off the coast of Iceland, U.S. forces just launched a campaign targeting Russia, Venezuela, and Iran's shadow fleet of sanctioned oil tankers because it just led to a standoff between a Russian nuclear attack submarine and a U.S. Navy SEAL team in the Northern Atlantic. And it's bigger than that because starting this past year, other Western nations like the UK, France, Germany, and Estonia have all started a global crackdown against these illicit tankers by intercepting and boarding them. The shadow fleet is a gigantic clandestine.
Now, everybody listen. It ain't just America. United Kingdom, Estonia, they all have gone to war with these shadow fleets, these tankers in the Marine Kingdom. Listen clearly.
This past year, other Western nations like the UK, France, Germany, and Estonia have
the UK, France, Germany, and Estonia all got sanctions and is going to get these shadow fleets in their waters. These Russian, China, Venezuela, they was putting these on all the waters around all the countries. They're about to take control of the head of the serpent. They want to be the head. Listen clearly.
have all started a global crackdown against these illicit tankers by intercepting and boarding them. The Shadow Fleet is a gigantic clandestine operation that Russia has invested billions of dollars into in order to continue to ship their oil to customers while evading Western sanctions. To put it into perspective, Russia's Shadow Fleet now accounts for nearly 20% of global oil tanker capacity. So, why do all these countries view these old Shadow Fleet tankers as worthy of risking direct confrontation? 2 weeks ago, the Bella 1 sanctioned oil tanker made a break for it. They tried to run the U.S. Navy blockade of Venezuela. The U.S. Coast Guard Legend Cutter class gave chase and followed close behind, demanding that they stop over radio communications. But the sanctioned ship refused, like a highway police chase on open waters. The Russian government told U.S. officials to stop following the boat, but they didn't listen either. The chase was on, and while the Bella 1 was fleeing from U.S. forces, they made their way from the Caribbean into the Atlantic Ocean. The crew on board quickly changed its name while fleeing. They changed it to the Mariana, and they basically swapped out their license plates while on the run. Then they painted a crudely drawn Russian flag on the side of the ship.
I just let that play because I'm gonna break this down. Oh, yeah, it's going down. It's going down tonight too. I'm gonna show y'all some things, right? Y'all really gonna learn what's happening. Now, this happened and nobody knows it. So we can be quick to talk about the orange. How dare you go into Venezuela? Leave Greenland alone and all that stuff because you don't know what's happening on the world stage. Geopolitics. You have no idea. You're going to see a clip right now of the actual, of them grabbing the ships. Now listen clearly. Right here. Let me go to, Russia's Shadow Fleet continues to devise sanctions and risk oil spills. Russia's, September 24th, Russia's Shadow Fleet now accounts for around 70% of all global oil tankers, with hundreds of aging ships transported to the BRICS countries. Now, let me give you understanding what this means. They got all these rickety oil ships that don't got the high tech, so they shadow fleets to be detected by, they don't got the sonars, right? And they got them going into these ports and bypassing the sanctions, the maritime agreements that countries have, that you, in order to get into our path waterways, you have to pay sanctions. You have to deal above the table. Russia actually had these shadow fleets, right? Russia and China that was patrolling all the world's oceans and going to get billions of gallons of oil, under the table, right? And illegally, because it's illegal according to maritime trade law. They're breaking their law books. Remember when I said the NATO agreements, the time for those agreements is up? It ain't just America is saying they want to break the agreements. China and Russia has already done it. So once it's done, you can't play by, we all just going to get along. We got the agreement since the 50s. They already broke it. All right. But they making us, America, look like the bad guys. Right. Yes, these are decoy ships. I'm gonna show you the ship. And so what they was doing, Hayazak, is when they would get when the decoy ships, right? It'll be Venezuela's, it'll be some Indians. So they're using these countries that they're in alignment with, and they're running the ships from their ports, right? And when they get spotted by America or United Kingdom or whatever, they would take the license plate off and put Russia on the side, put the Russian flag on it, and hoping that the kingdom will be scared that it's Russia, because Russia's supposed to be the big bad wolf, right? I'm gonna show you, but the United States were never scared. Y'all gonna see what, this is why we just invaded Venezuela. This is the part they're not showing you. Listen clearly. The use of unmarked, uninsured vessels, these tankers, raises serious environmental concerns, with experts warning of a potential oil spill catastrophe in the Baltic Sea, because they're using these old ship vessels to do it, right? Despite US and EU sanctions, Moscow, Russia's reliance on shadow fleets has sustained their oil revenues. And they're making, so that it's like drug transporting. It's like, so they got these underground, these tankers going in shadow fleets, and they get in the oil illegally, and they shipping it back to China and everything, and they building their money reserves, to building their military budgets and all this stuff. All right. Now, it says despite EU and EU sanctions, Moscow's reliance on shadow fleets has sustained oil revenues, highlighting both the limits and unintended consequences of Western energy transactions. All right, now y'all have a basic understanding of what's going on, right? With 2 times the volume and 4 times the voyage time, Russia's India-bound trade requires 8 times the tanker capacity of the Pacific to China trade. And now, because the glaciers is melted, they flooded the seas with it, and they just transporting all this illegal oil, right, from Venezuela, bypassing America's agreement with Venezuela in a blockade. So our enemies is getting all the money and oil, which is going to be used to fight us. That's why we had to call Venezuela out on their mess, okay? And that's why, and remember, I told you on the other lesson on January 1st, when China announced the yuan digital currency, because Venezuela was going through USDT stable coins, and they switched, going to go through the yuan, bypassing any America currency, as well as going outside with the shadow fleets. America said enough is enough. And they went in and kidnapped that fool before it got out of hand, before the enemy gets too big. Make a move. Listen clearly.
Or to continue to ship their oil to customers while evading Western sanctions. To put it into perspective, Russia's shadow fleet now accounts for nearly 20% of global oil tanker capacity. So why do all...
So because of what they was doing illegally, their shadow fleets add up to 20% of the oil capacity traveled through the whole world. So it ain't a small shadow fleet.
These countries view these old,
you're talking billions of dollars,
shadow fleet tankers as worthy of risking direct confrontation. 2 weeks ago, the Bella 1 sanctioned oil tanker made a break for it.
Now, 2 weeks ago, this right before the orange dude, America said, that's it. While y'all sleeping, we're going to go kidnap that dude. We're going to take all the oil that out. We're going to take ours, right? Because y'all trying to steal it. So we're going to shut this down. And if you want to go to war, let's go. That's what America did. It's gangster. I know we can hate what's going on, but people are destroyed for a lack of knowledge. It's ignorance when you don't know what's going on the world geopolitical stage. Now, 2 weeks ago, this is what happened. This is what triggered this. All right?
One sanctioned oil tanker made a break for it. They tried...
Now, hold on. Let me go back again because he named it.
Sanctioned oil tanker made worthy of risking direct confrontation. 2 weeks ago, the Bella 1 sanctioned oil tanker made a...
2 weeks ago, the Bella 1 sanctioned oil tanker, a tanker that's sanctioned, all right?
Break for it. They tried to run the U.S. Navy blockade of Venezuela.
So this oil tanker has sanctions that you can't do this. You have to show me your driver's license. You have to play by the rules. So they tried to run the blockade. Everybody listen. That's why Willie D. clapping took more, he all with that. They tried to break the law, all right? And they already been doing it, right? This is what happened 2 weeks ago. That's why we went in and kidnapped that dude. Listen.
For it. They tried to run the U.S. Navy blockade of Venezuela. The U.S. Coast Guard Legend Cutter class gave chase and followed close.
So this tanker, they're going to show it in a second. They tried to run through the blockade in Venezuela, illegally grab the oil, and tried to bounce. But the Coast Guard caught them and gave chase. All right? Now the tankers, everybody, don't say Russia. They'll say like Venezuela. They'll say India. They'll say, Brazil. They'll say, right? But it's actually Russia controlled, right? But Russia's hiding their hand, all right? Yes, it's a violation of the oath, the compacts, the maritime, all, right? This is against the law. Now, we didn't do it. That's the crazy part. We look at America as so bad, but when you go back, now all these countries are bad, right? They all the serpents. But when you actually go back, we not American modern, we breaking the contracts with the countries. Russia ain't nothing to play with. And China don't play either. And now they done teamed up. Russia will break their contract, and Russia is the real that's now I understand why we had a respect of Russia as a bad boy. It wasn't because they were more powerful than us. I thought they were. It ain't that. It's because they're more ruthless. Oh, they the bully on the yard. They ain't respect. They breaking all type. So check this out. So Russia broke through the blockade.
Break for it. They tried to run the U.S. Navy blockade of Venezuela. The U.S. Coast Guard Legend Cutter class gave chase and followed close behind, demanding that they stop over radio communications.
So the U.S. Coast Guard is telling this tanker, stop or else, right?
But the sanctioned ship refused, like a highway police chase on open water.
But the Russian ship said, nah, what's his name? O.J. Simpson chase. So they're having an O.J. Simpson chase on the Marine Kingdom, right? This Russia, well, we don't know it's Russia sanctioned ship. This shadow fleet ship that with all this oil that's supposed to be stealing all this oil from Venezuela, Coast Guard is like, stop, stop. All right, they chasing them.
The Russian government told U.S. officials to stop following the boat.
Russia Larav says an amended U.S. peace plan must reflect the spirit and letter of the Alaska Summit. He told them, stop following the boat. They told America, listen, stop following the ship.
But they didn't listen either.
But America said, somebody told you wrong. Pull over. Pull over.
The chase was on, and while the Bella 1 was fleeing from U.S. forces, they made their way from the Caribbean into the Atlantic Ocean. The crew on board quickly changed its name while...
So, as they're fleeing, with the Coast Guard in tow, they made their way all the way to the Caribbean Ocean, right? They're trying to get back to their safety net and so the crew on board took all of the marquees, let's say if it was Venezuela, flags down, and they put up Russian flags on the ship, all right? This Marine Kingdom maritime, actually war, but let's go, continue.
The crew on board quickly changed its name while fleeing. They changed it to the Mariana, and they basically swapped out their license plates while on the run. Then they painted a crudely drawn Russian flag on the side of the ship. Fair enough, I'm no artist either, but the rogue ship now claimed official protection under Moscow. This was seen as shocking because the whole point of the Shadow Fleet before was to provide Russia with a level of plausible deniability. Shell companies purposefully hid that they were connected to Russia.
So Russia made contracts with these shell companies of Venezuela and all these other countries, right? And they would make these shadow fleets that are under Russia protection, but then they would go in and still take this oil illegally, bypassing the maritime law and order and sanctions, the blockades from United Kingdom, from everywhere, and take billions and send it to Russia and China, right? So he says, it was something that was never saw that it was done because Russia was always doing this to hide their hand, right? right? So it's like, no, 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 this ain't ours, right? So if the person, if let's say if one of these ships got caught, right? So this is a Ghost Fleet ship, and they got caught, then the whoever government, Venezuela, they would just take the fall, right? And the people would get locked up or whatever, and then they'll continue. It's like drug smuggling, right? But on this time, the Venezuelan ship changed all the things to Russia and tried to flag like we're protected by Russia, thinking that was going to make the United States be like, oh, okay, well, we don't want that smoke. But they somebody didn't tell them fools, right? Somebody tell them we ain't never scared. I think America got that bone crusher thing going on. I didn't know it. I did not know this was a thing. All right, but let's continue.
Because the whole point of the Shadow Fleet before was to provide Russia with a level of plausible deniability. Shell companies purposefully hid that they were connected to Russia behind confusing paperwork that would make my average infantryman brain explode. We're seeing a reversal of this now, because the reason that
So the old ships, they would hide that they had any connection to Russia through their paperwork and all that stuff when they would get caught, right? To not, you don't snitch out your plug, right? You don't snitch out the plug.
reflagged themselves as Russian. It's my average infantry.
So it was unheard of that this ship would reflag themselves and let America know this is a Russia ship, thinking that America's going to be scared. So they rebranded all the stuff on the ship mid-chase. So when America caught up to them, they'd be like, oh, it's a Russia ship. Oh, we don't want no smoke. All right.
Fair enough, I'm no artist either, but the rogue ship now claimed official protection under Moscow. This was seen as shocking because the whole point of the Shadow Fleet before was to provide Russia with a level of plausible deniability. Shell companies purposefully hid that they were connected to Russia behind confusing paperwork that would make my average infantryman brain explode. We're seeing a reversal of this now because the reason that they reflagged themselves as Russian is because they believe that the US forces would back down in the face of that, and that the U.S. forces would want to avoid a major geopolitical incident of capturing an official Russian oil tanker, which is something that has never happened before as far as I'm aware. This move complicated U.S. efforts to seize the ship, because according to retired Rear Admiral Kenny, quote, once it legitimately registered, it gets the protection of the flag under international law, end quote. That puts American troops.
So this was something that has never been done before or heard of. And listen clearly. Yep, it backfired on them. Once the tanker ship got put on the flag that it was a Russian ship, right? Then that falls onto maritime, a whole war treaty thing, right? It's kind of like now, if you make a move, you're declaring war. And so Russia was banking on, if one of these fleets did it, that America wouldn't want that smoke. Listen clearly.
Quote, once it legitimately registered, it gets the protection of the flag under international law, end quote. That puts American troops in direct defiance of the Russian government and military. Then Russia sent their nuclear Akula-class attack submarine and additional surface warships to escort the fleeing Bella 1 tanker to safety.
Now, this is what happened. Everybody, this was 2 weeks ago. So while we not knowing what went on in Venezuela, we just thinking they ran in and got Maduro. It's about oil. And well, it is oil, but right? We thinking it's about somebody. Trump is just a bully, and y'all have no idea what's really happening. Now, listen clearly. Now, after they changed the thing on the ship, Russia sent their nuclear. Listen what Russia did.
Then Russia sent their nuclear Akula-class attack submarine.
Russia sent out their nuclear attack submarines to go get the Shadow Fleet and their oil. Now, they're supposed to, on these other Shadow Fleets, they be having billions of gallons of oil on them every time they do these runs. These are like drug runs, right? So Russia sent a nuclear attack sub to go get the ship because the Coast Guard is chasing it. This is like war, bro. This crazy war. Y'all have we have no idea what is really going on. Now watch this. Watch this.
Defiance of the Russian government and military. Then Russia sent their nuclear Akula-class attack submarine and additional surface warships to escort the fleeing Bella 1 tanker to safety.
And then they sent other surface ground warships, submarine and warships, to usher that Bella ground to safety, back to them from the United States. Now let's see how this play out. I got to see how this one play out, because the United States, it's on you on the yard. The bully then sent his goons, and what America gonna do?
Attack submarine and additional surface warships to escort the fleeing Bella 1 tanker to safety. Its deadly torpedoes were sent as a message, as an attempt to scare off U.S. forces and prevent the ship from being seized. The cutter would struggle to do anything against Russian submarine and warships, though. They needed U.S. military reinforcements.
Now, the Coast Guard U.S. cutter couldn't do nothing against the on-water defense things that the Russians sent, and that submarine, that nuclear submarine. So the Coast Guard of America was like, okay, we screwed, all right? We ain't got no wins against this. So that's the USS Cutter. This is the illegal shadow fleet ship, right? And now the Russians sent their submarines, their nuclear things to fight. It's a standard. This is literally war. It's an undeclared war on the Marine Kingdom, maritime. So now you're getting really understanding of what's going on. Now let's continue.
Were sent as a message, as an attempt to scare off U.S. forces and prevent the ship from being seized. The cutter would struggle to do anything against Russian submarine and warships, though. They needed U.S. military reinforcements. But how would they get there in time in the middle of nowhere out in the Atlantic? So U.S. war planners came up with the idea of sending a P-8 Poseidon submarine hunter aircraft into the skies above by launching it from nearby friendly air bases in the UK. This drops dozens of sonar.
So what did America do? Now y'all remember from the last video, what America is America came up and said, okay, how are we gonna get in time? Because Russia already sent their nuclear stuff, and the Coast Guard cutters like, we can't make a move. So they're thinking, oh, how are we gonna get them in the middle of nowhere? So America did this. That's why America got that defense budget. We got the crazy armament.
So U.S. war planners came up with the idea of sending a P-8 Poseidon submarine hunter aircraft.
So America said, okay, you want to send your nuclear submarine? We're going to send our P-80 Poseidon submarine hunter. Yo, this crazy work. You sent out the submarine, right? We're going to send out our submarine hunter. Listen.
Into the skies above by launching it from nearby friendly air bases in the UK.
And we launched it from the nearby allies air bases in the UK. Everybody listen, this is why positioning is key. Now you see why we need Greenland? The reason why we have these allies with these countries is so we can have position for things like this. For if this goes down in this part of the world, we can launch this thing from our Air Force base in the UK, from our one in Greenland, from Norway, from our one with the treaty we got with Japan. We got it strategically a place around the world. So if you do something over here in the Indian Ocean, in the Baltic Sea, if you do something over here in the Arctic Ocean, we got a base ready and able that we can send something. If you stay ready, you don't gotta get ready. Okay? All right? Shout out to whoever that is coming in. This is crazy. Now I'm about to show everything in a second. It's only 11:30, right? I'm gonna try to get through a decent amount. I got a lot of clips, right? But I'm gonna get through some of the most important because we'll be up to 2 o'clock. All right, listen.
From nearby friendly air bases in the UK. This drops dozens of skies above by launching it from nearby. Came up with the idea of sending a P-8 Poseidon submarine hunter aircraft into the skies above by launching it from nearby friendly air bases in the UK. This drops dozens of sonar buoys into the ocean to map the location of Russian submarines.
So America said we're going to launch our submarine hunter. And it's going to drop all of these buoy things, right? Multi-beams sent into the ocean, and it's going to go find that submarine that Russia sent off in the Marine Kingdom. Oh, come on. That's why America spends all these billions in the defense budget. Stay ready. You ain't got to get ready.
To map the location of Russian submarines. It can then fire into the ocean to map above by launching it from nearby friendly air bases in the UK. This drops dozens of sonar buoys into the ocean to map the location of Russian submarines. It can then fire a Mark 54 lightweight torpedo from the sky that then splashes down under the ocean water and homes in on the submarine using active and passive sonar. As further guarantees of safety,
so once the hunters go in the Marine Kingdom and find where the submarine is, then the aircraft drops the torpedo, the missile, that now we found you and now we can strike.
The sky that then splashes down under the ocean water and homes in on the submarine using active and passive sonar. As further guarantees of safety, the US deployed Overkill with their AC-130J gunship. It has autocannons, giant howitzers, and missiles. It's a serious, great power standoff at this point, unlike anything I remember in my lifetime. All of these...
So as the U.S., as I now know, they are the proponents of overkill. You know, the United States got big cojones. They believe in go big or go home. I found that out now from the other lesson. If you haven't seen our last live, you need to watch that. That's a prelude to this, right? I'm like, oh my God, I had no idea. That's why we spend all these billions, and Trump about to spend more trillions in this new package, and the Congress is mad at him. I'm like, man, leave the orange dude alone. Y'all need to stand down. I'm sorry, y'all need to stand down. We at a time of war. When it's a time of peace, that's one thing. I can rock with y'all. Be safe, and no, don't buy this, and no. When you're at a time of war, tactic, it's a whole different time frame. When I'm at war, I'm a different unk. You understand? Facts. I'm a loving, peaceful, kind, everything. But when I'm at war, I'm in protect mode. I'm in protect the woman, children, and myself. And I'm a different energy. It's a different beast. It's a different level of tolerance. It's a different level of allowing you to have access to certain things, right? Where before you might, but I used to come around and I'll be like, but not right now, partner, right? I know you used to just come through. It was all cool and everything, but nah. I got these people trying to, they scheming on invading. You know, I'm at war in the hood with these other things. They coming. It's already out that they trying to come from mine. So you just can't be pulling up, right? You can't be pulling up in the dead end of my projects now because you pull up back then and all these guns come out on you like, whoa, what's going on? Nah. You used to have a free pass. No, now you got to let me know you coming through. Right? These are just, I don't do none of that life no more, but that was my past life. And I did time for all the crimes I committed back then, so I could talk about it. You heard? Because I'm free from it now. Right? So when it's a time for war, everything shifts and change. A warrior adapts to the time, a season. You'll even tell your wife and family, I'm sorry, y'all used to be free to just go to and fro. Now you need to let me know where you at, where you going. I need to put a track, right? Because we're at war. They could come kidnap you and do right. And sometimes the kids won't understand. You're like, listen, tighten up, right? Tighten up. It ain't free. It ain't freedom no more. We at war. When you're at war, people are threatening your freedom. So you can't run around like you with a chicken with your head cut off, like you not at war. That's why they take the men out of the homes and they take the warrior out. They effeminize the men and stuff, and they call this toxic masculinity. Yeah, it's only toxic when there's no threat against you, right? Shout out to Jake. I can't see what that says. I can't see the name. It says Jake or something. So shout out, right? Name of the Messiah I received. Now, in the Safari that they call the Bible speaks of this, right? Right? There's wars, rumors of wars. There's a time for war. There's a time for all things, right? So there's a warrior that has to stand up when it's a time for war, when it's a time for peace, when it's a time for neutrality, when it's a time for, right? There's a time for harvest. There's a time to let the earth replenish itself and grow, right? There's always a timing. It's called Mayads or Moeds in the Safari, right? Now, let's continue. So let me get back. So So America, wow, this is crazy. This happened 2 weeks ago.
Deployed overkill with their AC using active and passive sonar. As further guarantees of safety, the US deployed overkill with their AC-130J gunship. It has autocannons, giant howitzers, and missiles. It's a serious, great power standoff at this point, unlike anything I remember in my lifetime. All of these billions of dollars in military equipment are all converging on the location in the Atlantic, all over some empty, rusting, aging oil tanker. Part of the reason this is worth it from the United States perspective, though, is because the entire credibility of their blockade is on the line here.
So do you see? You have maritime lifeline. See, the marine kingdom, the maritime law is what all these kingdoms run off. Do you understand? That's biblical as well, but we could just keep it on just everyday realities, right? Maritime lifeline, right? So they have blockades, sanctions, and they have laws and orders on the water. And it's different from law and order on the land. It's maritime law, and it supersedes land rights. Maritime law, the marine kingdom, the darkness over the face of the earth, right? Now, so this is a U.S. control zone, Russian assets, maritime lifeline, Russia's Chinese supply lines, the naval blockade, right? So all of this is going down because Russia and them is violating the maritime law. Right? This is actually a war declaration, but no one wants to take it that far because everyone has nuclear armament and it can end bad for everybody. So they test, again, bullies, they test the playground. They're going to test and see how far they can go. And they're going to test to see if you're scared. So Russia is doing all this and they testing, so they sent their nuclear things thinking it's going to make America like, yeah, y'all don't want this smoke, but America ain't no punk, I found out, right? The retreat from the Caribbean dismantling Russia's western flank, all right? Now watch this one. Let me go back for this one.
Credibility. Part of the reason this...
See? Puerto Rico. I wish I screenshotted that. Let me screenshot it now because I want to look at it. Maybe I'll bring it out on another lesson because I want to see what this actually says, what this says, right? Maybe I'll bring it out because we got to do another part of this. I ain't going to get through all the info I got tonight. I got a lot of info, right? So Puerto Rico, that's why we got Puerto Rico, right? The Caribbean Sea, the flankers. All right, we'll look at this another time.
This is worth it from the United States perspective, though, is because the entire credibility of their blockade is on the line here. Then the U.S. sent a cargo
plane. Right. So the America gotta act this way because if they don't, their entire blockade respect. Everything that they built is on the line if they don't act with aggression. Meaning, if you punk out here, then you just lost the yard. You just lost your positioning. They're going to come take more. The world is a prison yard. It's not a peaceful planet. It's a prison planet. Let's continue. And the prisoners, the Russian, Chinese, they just come up. The Debos came and said, well, we about to test y'all. Y'all caught us stealing. Now what you going to do about it? That's what happened. We got caught stealing. Now what you going to do? Right? This is what happened.
The United States perspective, though, is because the entire credibility of their blockade is on the line here. Then the U.S. sent a cargo plane loaded with the Army's 160th SOAR Night Stalkers and a team of Navy SEALs to the UK. The Little Bird helicopters were loaded onto the deck of ships and sailed out to intercept this Russian-flagged illicit oil tanker.
So everybody, now y'all see why we got allies with the United Kingdom, why we got allies with Japan, why we got Norway, why we got NATO, why we strategic positioning for stuff like this. So what America do? They sent
out. Their credibility of their blockade is on the line here.
Watch this.
Then the U.S. sent a cargo plane loaded with the Army's 160th SOAR Night Stalkers and a team
loaded with 160th night. They go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's see what you're gonna do. U.S. is your move on the chessboard. Everybody, right? Chessboard, the chessboard of the global powers.
Team of Navy SEAls to the UK.
They sent that and a team of Navy SEAls to the United Kingdom so they can move because that's their needed positioning to get close to. They got to hurry up and get there. Russia got, because if they don't hurry up, Russia sent their thing. That ship gonna be out of their waters. They can't get it back now.
The Little Bird helicopters were loaded onto the deck of ships and sailed out to intercept this Russian flag.
So they loaded to the ships in Russia in the UK, because we got stations there. We got our warships and everything there. They loaded in and they sailed out.
Illicit oil tanker. Wait a sec. To intercept this Russian flaggers were loaded onto the deck of ships and sailed out to intercept this Russian flagged illicit oil tanker. Wait a second, haven't I already done this mission somewhere before? Britain helped the US by providing their own air surveillance and naval support vessels. The SEAL team landed on the...
So, shout out to United Kingdom. The United Kingdom, our ally, helped America. Everybody, this 2 weeks ago. But we sitting up here not understanding why they went into Venezuela. Y'all listen, now this was a Venezuela tanker ship. Now watch this.
Somewhere before, Britain helped the US by providing their own air surveillance and naval support vessels. The SEAL team landed on the artist formerly known as Bella 1. It got on the Russian...
So, Britain helped, right? And the Navy SEALs, America, landed on the Russian tanker, the Venezuela tanker, called the Bella 1. He said the artist formerly known as the Bella 1 because they changed it and put the Russian flag on it. So now let's see what happened. Oh, this is real Call of Duty. It really happened, Yagabar. This crazy work that we sitting up here talking crap about the orange dude. Orange dude like, I'm taking Greenland. Y'all don't understand what's really happening. Now let's continue.
Support vessels. The SEAL team landed on the artist formerly known as Bella 1. It got on the Russian ship's deck and quickly commandeered it, arresting multiple Russian crew members. These Russian crew are now reportedly going to face charges in America.
So American Navy SEALs jumped aboard the ship formerly known as Bella Cruz, right? And arrested the Russians. Do y'all hear this? Arrested the Russians. And they're going to be charged in America. This part they ain't letting y'all know. Let's continue.
Russian crew members. These Russian crew are now reportedly known as Bella 1. It got on the Russian ship's deck and quickly commandeered it, arresting multiple Russian crew members. These Russian crew are now reportedly going to face charges in America. It's almost unheard of for the US military to take direct action against a ship that's under Moscow's registry. But what's more telling, I think, is that the Russian Navy didn't retaliate and instead stood down.
And what did Russia do? We called they bluff. Because we ain't no punk. I'm like, bro, I wish it was a peace planet. I really do. I'm a man of peace. But unfortunately, it's not. And it's a prison planet, and the yard is at war. It's up for grabs. So I would rather be behind a country or a president who actually stands and fights, shows your cojones when it's time. So what Russia do? Russia pulled the Trump card. Russia said, all right, we're going to do this. What you going to do? United States said, you think we punks? We going in, we going to take them. And guess what happened? Russia stood down. Everybody. They did nothing. Let's continue. And you know what Trump said after that? Oh, it's on now. Oh, Venezuela. Oh, you think we playing? You think you going? And they went in and they kidnapped that fool. Do y'all get it now? Are y'all understanding what's happening? I'm not for it. I'm not against it. I'm not in it. But I know what will happen if we lose, America. Let's continue.
Telling, I think, is that the Russian Navy didn't retaliate and
he's right. This is like, we at a place, we're rewriting history, unheard of to have happened.
Direct action.
Ain't no telling what we would have did if it would have been Kamala or Sleepy. We'd have been screwed. We would not be setting ourselves on the world stage to not be biggest punks. Kamala running around with hot sauce and greens. All right? Let's continue.
For the U.S. military to
shout out to Yalene.
Take direct action against a ship that's under Moscow's registry. But what's more, for the U.S. military arresting multiple Russian crew members. These Russian crew are now reportedly going to face charges in America. It's almost unheard of for the U.S. military to take direct action against a ship that's under Moscow's registry. But what's more telling, I think, is that the Russian Navy didn't retaliate and instead stood down. But that's where things get weird, because the reason everyone is suspicious of the Bella 1 ship is because it's empty. There reportedly is no oil on board, which has people speculating what's in the hole. Is it Russian black market weapons that were meant to be smuggled to Maduro? Is it a Metal Gear? Is it nothing? What's in the box? Michelle Wise Brockman, a maritime intelligence analyst and expert on the Shadow Fleet, said
Maritime Marine Team of Law. So they found out, they went in there and it was empty. So they're like, hold on, what's going on? They up to something. So now we won't know this because of course they're not going to tell us what they found. So now people speculated, was it weapons that they were smuggling? Was it drugs? What did they find? Because the military who let it out, it was no oil in it. All right? And you know America ain't about to tell you. It's a wartime, ain't about to tell us what they found. All right? Let's continue. Empty oil tanker Bella 1 sparks naval face-off between the U.S. and Russia. Do y'all not understand? This is all over the news, but we don't know it because we protected from this news. So we hear the orange dude want to run in Greenland and we want to be all against him. And you have no idea what's really going on. All right, let's continue. You're going to learn today, though.
Action against a ship that's under Moscow's registry. But what's more telling, I think, is that the Russian Navy didn't retaliate and instead stood down. But that's where things get weird, because the reason everyone is suspicious of the Bella 1 ship is because it's empty. There reportedly is no oil on board, which has people speculating, what's in the hole? Is it Russian black market weapons that were meant to be smuggled to Maduro? Is it a Metal Gear? Is it nothing? What's in the box? Michelle Wise Brockman, a maritime intelligence analyst and expert on the Shadow Fleet, said, quote, there is a blurring of commercial and military shipping around the Dark Fleet. What we're seeing now is something that has really only emerged in the last 6 or 7 months.
So they call it the Dark Fleet that runs through all the oceans in the Marine Kingdom doing their oil, Russia and China.
6-7. The UK government said that their involvement had nothing to do with Venezuela and was mainly just part of a wider.
Now, in December 12th, countries including the United Kingdom, Germany, Poland, the Netherlands, and 5 Nordic nations and the 3 Baltic states agreed to disrupt and defer Russia's Shadow Fleet following several unexplained cable cuts and undersea incidents around critical infrastructure. So what Russia and China was doing, Russia's nothing to play with. Shout out to Putin, ain't no joke, right? This is the criminals, bro. All these people are criminals, right? It's the prison yard. What Russia started doing, Russia started sending their submarines down and started cutting all cables and fiber optics underseas, cutting all the transmissions that can detect their shadow fleets. They was cutting the infrastructure, right? So all the countries, everybody listen, the United Kingdom, Germany, Poland, the Netherlands, and 5 Nordic nations and 3 Baltic states, they agreed in agreement with America to disrupt and deter Russia's shadow fleet following several unexplained cable cuts and undersea incidents around critical infrastructure in the Baltic Sea. In May, the United Kingdom introduced new sanctions against 100 oil tankers that were found to be part of Russia's shadow fleet. Russia was getting billions of Russia was moving that oil and all type of stuff. Ain't no telling what else they. Russia was cutting the cable ties, and we sit up here blaming the orange dude in America. The orange dude, like, we ain't having it. Nah. So now y'all understand why he's saying we gotta take Greenland? Because Russia and China is gonna take it. Do you understand? Now you getting it? That's why I told you, remember the other brother at first, when he came, hopefully he's still watching, when he was like, man, I ain't never seen nothing like this. This orange dude doing all this stupid stuff. I'm not pro or against him either, brother. But I know you can agree now. You finding out like, wow, okay, I didn't know all this was going on. You understand? At some point, you're going to have to like shout out to the orange dude for defending us and not being a punk on the yard. Understand? Now, I wish it was all peace. I do. But it's not. This ain't peace. Russia ain't playing peace. Russia and China and them is not playing. Do you understand? All right. And that's why they started BRICS. Let's continue.
said that their involvement had nothing to do with months. 6-7. The UK government said that their involvement had nothing to do with Venezuela and was mainly just part of a wider crackdown on Russia's shadow fleet. A British official said, quote, "We are..."
So the United Kingdom told, so the Russian them know, what we did had nothing to do with this Venezuela stuff, but we just cracking down because we know what y'all doing. Look, the UK will not stand by as a malign activity, as the UK will not stand by as criminal malign activity increases on the high seas, and alongside our allies, America, he said, we are stepping up our response against shadow vessels, and we will continue to do so. Do y'all get it now? We think in America being bullies and being punk. No, we're trying to stand up for ourselves. We're trying to defend what we got. Russia is not playing. Let's continue.
Venezuela and was mainly just part of a wider crackdown on Russia's shadow fleet. A Britain had nothing to do with 6 or 7 months. 6-7. The UK government said that their involvement had nothing to do with Venezuela and was mainly just part of a wider crackdown on Russia's shadow fleet. A British official said, quote, "We are stepping up our response against shadow vessels, and we will continue to do so." I thought it was really interesting that we heard a spokesperson from the UK Ministry of Defense say that the Defense Secretary had called it a priority to disrupt and degrade.
The UK Ministry of Defense refused to comment on whether an operation was being planned to seize the ship, but the spokesman did state that the Defense Secretary have called it a priority to disrupt and degrade the Russian shadow fleet.
The Russian shadow fleet. Pat McFadden, a cabinet minister in the UK, said, quote, "The international community must recognize it's operating in a changed world in which hard power is increasingly being used to achieve national."
Now, do y'all see that? The international community, international, geographical, must recognize it is operating in a what? A changed world. That's what I was trying to teach at the beginning. That's why I said Denmark was well, we just want to keep the NATO agreement and we just want to let it peacefully resolve. The orange dude's like, it ain't gonna, it's a changed world. Russia changed, they changed the stakes. They created BRICS, China, Russia, India, Brazil. They ganged up. Russia's cutting the underground marine kingdom cables and they got shadow fleets, or they stealing, they coming. It's a changed world, everybody. Okay? So we got to let our system do what it does to protect. It's kind of like the man of your house. If you have a dad or a household and all of a sudden he's changing the rules in the house, you're like, why are you changing? You're like, because now we're under a threat. So when you go out the house, don't open this. Make sure you turn the cameras on. Make sure before you go out, you look at the door. Make sure you turn the alarm system on. Make sure, you get it? It ain't a time of peace, freedom. So now y'all understanding. All right? Let's continue. And that's why the orange dude is so matter of fact. He said, we coming. Iran, because Iran is with him too. All of this. He says, we coming. We taking Greenland. We doing this. Not, he's saying, I hope that y'all want to do an agreement, but if you don't, we coming to get it anyway because we have to. You could be punks and foolish and not wise to know what these devices of all the other serpents are doing, but we ain't Boo-Boo the Fool, right? And we going to defend ours because you can get yourself run over and become a slave to China and Russia, but we ain't about to do it because you want to be, can we, Rodney King, all just get along? The world ain't getting along. It's a prison planet. All right, let's continue.
Operating in a changed world. The international community must recognize it's operating in a changed world in which hard power is increasingly being used to achieve national aims. I swear this never happens to my power, but why was it worth the near direct confrontation?
Hard power is being used.
The strange thing about the Bella 1 tanker is that it was originally sanctioned back in 2024 because it had ties to the Hezbollah and Iranian Quds force.
Now, this Bella tanker, why did it get sanctions against it? Why was this tanker sanctioned to not be on the seas? Because of this.
2024, because it had ties to the Hezbollah and Iranian Quds force. This wasn't directly tied to Russian oil per se, but to understand why Moscow risked their military credibility over one rusty tanker, you have to zoom out, because the so-called shadow fleet of sanctioned oil tankers has become really a strategic level asset for Russia, Iran, and Venezuela. It's called the Ghost or Dark Fleet, but what it refers to is about 500 tankers and 500 support ships that go along with it that make up this armada of 1,000 vessels that operate under false flags in an attempt to bypass Western sanctions. Russia's invested in it since...
So they got 1,000 of these tankers running around. This is a gang, ghost ships, dark ships on the Marine Kingdom, running around, bypassing sanctions. These are criminal ships. These are pirates. This is called modern day piracy. That's what it is. All right? Yeah. And you wonder why. Let's continue.
To bypass Western sanctions. Of 1,000 vessels, 100 tankers, and 500 support ships that go along with it that make up this armada of 1,000 vessels that operate under false flags in an attempt to bypass Western sanctions. Russia's invested in it since 2022 because it maintains their key oil exports since their invasion of Ukraine. And it directly funds their war against Ukraine and their capabilities to sustain operations. And to give you an idea of just how important it is, it makes up 60% of Russia's sea-time oil export.
So Russia got this, they got this shadow fleet of 1,000 ships and protector ships to go along and break the sanctions and steal this stuff and everything so they can fund their war and their strength. All right? Around 60% of Russian seaborne oil exports are transported through the Baltic Sea and the narrow, easily policed Danish Straits. Denmark. Russia simply could not force its way through. So what is the orange dude telling them? Denmark, we gotta take Greenland. Like, bro, we can't, y'all too weak. We can't have this. What Russia's doing. They're getting stronger and more rich, and they're building their forces. So this is how they fund the Ukraine war, while Russia's shadow fleet sails unhindered. We're gonna screenshot that. We'll do that on another time, right? Because we're gonna do a part 2 of this, because I ain't gonna get through. I got a lot more to come out, but I'm gonna get through a good portion of it, right? So I'm screenshotting because I want to be able to see what these small texts say. All right, let's continue.
To give you an idea of just how important it is, their war against Ukraine since their invasion of 2022, because it makes in an attempt to bypass Western sanctions. Russia's invested in it since 2022 because it maintains their key oil exports since their invasion of Ukraine. And it directly funds their war against Ukraine and their capabilities to sustain operations. And to give you an idea of just how important it is, it makes up 60% of Russia's sea-time oil exports, and it brings in roughly $100 billion a year, which, to put into context, is more than all European countries have given to Ukraine's war effort since the beginning of the war. This has provided a lifeline to Venezuela, Iran, and Russia. But what route?
So Venezuela, Iran, and Russia, this is where the shadow fleet, guys, travels, right? And because of the melting icebergs all through the Arctic Sea, right? And it's funding Iran, Venezuela, India, Russia, all of our adversary countries that's against. And it made more money than any other donations from it. It's just illegal drugs, okay? That's what this is, all right? I'm gonna screenshot that's for another study, because I want to see what that says when we do another part 2 to that, all right? Okay, capture it. All right, got it. All right, let's continue.
All European countries have given to Ukraine's war effort is more than all European countries have given to Ukraine's war effort since the beginning of the war. This has provided a lifeline to Venezuela, Iran, and Russia. But what route are they normally taking? Most shadow fleet cargoes start from Russian oil export hubs like Primorsk, with crude bound west and south. They leave the Black Sea or the Mediterranean outlets as they head through the Bosphorus route to reach southern and global markets. Or they leave Russia's eastern ports near the Pacific and the Vladivostok region for deliveries toward Asia. They transit via the Suez Canal, they do ship-to-ship transfers offshore in the Red Sea to basically launder the oil with legit oil to mask its origin.
So what they do, they shadow fleet, they'll pull up another ship that's actually sanctioned, legit, with other oil, will pull aside it, and then they'll do a money laundering, ship the oil, mask it, so now it looks like it's transporting sanctioned oil, but they got that on another ship going around, right? This is hustling. These are they drug dealers, oil drug dealers. Okay, Russia's Arctic shipping route turns into the dark fleet corridor used by 100 sanctioned vessels. So the sanction means illegal vessels. All right. 1/3 of Arctic shipping traffic along the Northeast Sea route involves sanctioned vessels of Russia's shadow fleet. A new report warns the figures can include 38 sanctioned oil tankers. Those are the ones, right? And so they doing I used to be a criminal. I'm a legit now, so they doing their crime on, right? Transportation between the tankers, ship to ship, cargo transfers, all right? All right, let me see. Ship to ship, cargo transfers between ships positioned alongside each other. The method is used for logistical reasons, given Russian oil routes have lengthened since European sanctions have dropped. It also makes it more complex to trace oil as it moves from ship to ship. All right, let's continue. Learn you can launder oil. I was today years old when I learned that you can launder oil. I know, right? Crazy work. That's why I say y'all gonna learn some things today. All right, let's continue.
Toward Asia. They transit via the Suez Canal, they do ship-to-ship transfers offshore in the Red Sea to basically launder the oil with legit oil to mask its origin. Increasingly, they're using the Arctic route to transfer oil to China, and that's why in 2025 we saw the first high-profile seizures of these tankers around the world. French boarding teams took over.
So now they started using the Arctic route to go, see? So we need to get them out of these waters. France detains 2 crew members of a Russia-linked tanker off the western French coast. So we ain't the big bullies. America is standing down. All these European countries, Russia and China, these BRICS, they not playing. All right? So the allied nations is like, we ain't the only one with the problem. France is trying to make sure United Kingdom, they coming. Russia is definitely Freddy Krueger. Now I understand why we had some fear of Russia. Praise the Most High, they ain't more powerful than us. I'm glad of that, otherwise we'd be through. If they was more powerful, a shout out to America for their defense budget and being ahead of technology, because we'd have been done for. If it wasn't Russia, we'd have been done for. All right, let's continue. This is the big bad wolf. All right, okay, the big bear. Now I see why. Okay, Russia's gang. Let's go.
And that's why in 2025 we saw the first high-profile seizures of these tankers around the world. French boarding teams took over a Russian oil tanker. An Estonian force detained a crew, and then the Russian military sent a fighter jet to help other sanctioned vessels bust away and break free.
Now, this would happen for the French in Estonia. Estonian authorities detained a Russian shadow fleet-linked oil tanker near Tallinn, right? It says this ship is not permitted to sail on the open sea. That's what happened when you get sanctioned. It's illegal. So what Russia do? They sent warships to get it from Estonia, right? Because Estonia ain't America, right? Estonian Navy detains a Russian shadow fleet oil tanker. Let's continue. Watch
Force detained a crew, and then the Russian military sent a fighter jet to help other sanctioned vessels bust away and break free.
So Russia sent a fighter jet. But when America did their thing, what they do, they stood down because they know they don't got the wins against America. And it's a standoff because if you push it, now they know America ain't playing, right? Because bullies are going to test you, right? You're going to have to stand. I'm a very peaceful person, but every now and then when I was in jail and all that, somebody's going to test you. So I always stay ready. As long as you stay ready, you don't have to get ready. And the minute somebody tests, I would act. That's just what I know. Because you leave an impression on everybody else. And that when you act, you strike hard, you strike fast, and you strike loud, right? So that others can know. But that gives you a grace period. That'll last for a while until the dorm or the tier, if you're in jail or prison, switch and new people come in who don't know you, then you got to reestablish yourself. So that was my motto. I strike hard, loud, and fast. Because I'm proactive. I get you before you even move. And then I make it as a statement to others. Be like, you ain't have to do all. Yeah, I did. Because I know what I'm doing. I'm playing chess and not checkers. Right? So any country, that's why you got to look for if you're a leader that's going to defend you. You don't want nobody defending your home and people come invaders and you got your husband be a wussy. He's scared, right? The invaders come in, he run in the closet. You the wife, you like, fool. You trying to grab a bat or something, get the gun, and he runs screaming, ah, right? You like, oh, you got to go, homie. You soft, bro. Nah. When it's a time for war, you stand up. All right, let's continue. All right. So Estonia, Russia sent they attack planes.
Teams took over a Russian oil tanker. An Estonian force detained a crew, and then the Russian military sent a fighter jet to help other sanctioned vessels bust away and break free. The Russian military is increasingly sending naval and fighter jet escorts. Finland seized Russia's Eagle-S ship, which is allegedly part of this giant operation to cut underseas cables. Taken together, the reason all of this matters.
Y'all see that? Yeah, whoever said that? Ain't that cool that while they being distracted with that one ship, Russia sent the fighter jets to get the other ones out. So Finland
seized Russia's Eagle-S ship.
Finland seized another Eagle-S shadow fleet ship. Caught Russia cutting the underground cable ties. Everybody listening, don't this hit different now? When I played the video of the orange dude saying we taking Greenland no matter what, don't it hit different now? Because now you know what he knows, you know what they know. We don't look bullies no more. We don't look stupid. That's why I say you got to get out of your feelings. But we're destroyed for a lack of knowledge, right? Because I felt the kind of way. I'm like, man, this dude, we tripping. He running up in Nigeria, right? And then when we don't know the background, so we looking like Nigeria. Then he's saying because they got this stuff going on with this, and we're like, yeah, they always say that. America trying to be, what we always say, America think they're the heroes. We always want to be the moral police. America ain't no moral police. Honestly, we kind of are. They all bad, right? They all serpents. But when you think about it, whose citizens are treated the most fair? Who got the? Why does every country in the world try to escape here? That's the part you got to understand. Every citizen from every country in the world be trying to come here for the most part, especially these other countries. They want to come here. Why? If this was so bad, why is everybody trying to get the freedom of America here? This part. All right. So now, Finland captured the Russian, one of them that was cutting, Russia's gangster, cutting all the underground cables in the Marine Kingdom. Let's continue.
Russian military is increasingly sending naval and fighter jet escorts. Finland seized Russia's Eagle-S ship, which is allegedly part of this giant operation to cut underseas cables. Taken together, the reason all of this matters so much is because it directly threatens Russia's ability to wage war. And so the obvious question is, what lengths is Moscow willing to go to protect this fleet? But every action has a reaction.
So with all of the countries, Finland, Estonia, France, UK, United States, with all of them trying to stop Russia from their illegal ship fleets in the Marine Kingdom, if we stop them, it threatens their underground money and their power to fund their wars and build their military. So now y'all get it? Now y'all understand it? Yeah, y'all are. Let's continue. Yeah, y'all are. You're going to learn today. I told you. Let's continue.
Cables. Taken together, the reason all of this matters so much is because it directly threatens Russia's ability to wage war. And so the obvious question is, what lengths is Moscow willing to go to protect this fleet? But every action has a reaction. And this is a growing trend now where we're seeing in response the militarization of Russia's shadow fleet. Swedish Navy Chief of Operations Marko Petkovic said, quote, Russia's naval presence has become more permanent and present in large parts of the Baltic Sea in support of this shadow fleet.
So what Russia did, Russia stepped up their military armaments, where before they used to run the shadow fleets as just old tankers. No, the military would be hidden on board, maybe some guns or people, right, watching, but they didn't have their flags on it. But now they putting armor on those. They got to protect their illegal, drug mules. They got to protect it because it's billions of dollars for them, right? So Russian naval deployments, June 30 through July 6, right? We gonna boy, part 2. I'm gonna get all these. This is some good stuff, bro. We're gonna be breaking all this down. All right, let's continue. All right. I'm just screenshotting some of these for next
Baltic Sea in support. Naval presence has become more permanent. Response, the militarization of Russia's shadow fleet. Swedish Navy Chief of Operations Marko Petkovic said, quote, Russia's naval presence has become more permanent and present in large parts of the Baltic Sea in support of this shadow fleet. So Venezuelan and Russian officials have started placing armed military personnel on the tankers and disguising them. They're now discussing arming them with portable Igla air defense systems. We know the strategy of cracking down is in the air in Washington because the RAND Corporation, which is a popular think tank for DC policy, outlined a strategy to start cracking down on this shadow fleet with seizures like this. Several officials in the UK and the US have hinted that this is part of a coordinated effort to pressure Putin to come to the negotiating table. Former US ambassador to Brussels Gordon Sondland said, quote, in this way, Trump puts additional pressure on the economies of Iran, Russia, and Venezuela until he achieves the desired results. However, at the same time, seizing the oil tankers is also seen.
Now y'all understanding? These Brussels, these countries, they make you think everybody's against America. They're not. They're like, the orange dude is putting pressure on Russia to do these things, and they're thankful for the pressure because they're not strong enough to do it. Do y'all not understand? These other nations, they can't take Russia on. The US is the big boy, but we're not bullies. I didn't know that. Now, all these nations are wicked, right? They all do stupid stuff, right? Because the world is a prison planet. I'm sorry, but in jail, in prison, you can't make it a Rodney King. Everybody ain't just going to get along. It's just the world, prison politics. So you got to understand it. So it's going, who's going to be the lesser of the evil, right? Who's going to be the one who run the prison? You just hope he's a more gentler bully, right? He's a more diplomatic bully, right? Or beast. But he got to be a beast to be able to be the king of the yard. Do you understand? You got to be a wolf or you got to survive it. So you got to change yourself. I don't care how peaceful you are when it comes to that war, you still got to have your morality and stuff. But there's things that you wouldn't do in your natural state that you got to do in the war state to survive the war. That's biblical too, Safari Yah. Yeah, it is. All right, now let's continue. So these countries are thankful what the orange dude is actually, what America is doing, because we stepping up from the big bullies. Russia and China is the big bullies. Let's continue.
Of a coordinated effort to pressure Putin to come to the negotiating table. Hinted that this is seizures like this. Several officials in the UK and the US have hinted that this is part of a coordinated effort to pressure Putin to come to the negotiating table. Former US ambassador to Brussels Gordon Sondland said, quote, in this way, Trump puts additional pressure on the economies of Iran, Russia, and Venezuela until he achieves the desired results. However, at the same time, seizing the oil tankers is also seen to be showing that the U.S. has full control over Venezuela's oil. Some argue it's more about enforcing the 50 million barrels worth of.
So the orange dude went in, kidnapped that fool, and he said Venezuela is going to give up 50 million barrels to the U.S. And he actually said, I'm going to share the oil. Everybody can buy, but you're going to come through us. And what you going to do about it, Russia? Facts. Y'all heard him, but we thought it was bullying. We thought it was like, how dare he? How you going to just take this president? You can't just steal. You have no idea what's going on in these geopolitics. The prison yard is a riot on the yard. All right? Facts. So Orange Dude said, we got it now. Now what you gonna do? Your move on the chessboard.
Oil that the U.S. says Venezuela has agreed to provide. That the U.S. says
because the United States had an agreement with Venezuela. Venezuela backdoored the agreement, going with Russia under the table and China, backdooring us. Like we some suckers, like we just some punks. We just gonna sit there and let you screw us out of our agreement. We got a contract and a covenant. Oh, you think you're just gonna, they went and kidnap that fool. Come on, guys, y'all getting it? What, we supposed to be punks? I want it to be a peace planet, but it's not. But if at time of war, I'm not gonna be nobody's punk, because I ain't a punk. I guard the children and the women in this ministry and everything that I gotta do. I guard y'all's commandments, the Most High, until death. And I ain't scared to die for it. I done been there. I had faced with 25 to life in prison. I was in there doing my sentence and all that. So I ain't no chump, I ain't no snitch, I ain't no punk. I do mines. I stands 10 toes down, and it is what it is. You heard? Name still platinum. I'm created. Parkside Projects bred this right here. It's just what I know to come from. We ain't that generation of punks. We don't do that. That is, you stand in what you own, and that's it. And you protect the weak, the meek, and the humble. You protect the weak. Let's go.
Venezuela has agreed to provide million barrels worth of control over Venezuela's oil. Some argue it's more about enforcing the 50 million barrels worth of oil that the U.S. says Venezuela has agreed to provide. What we're seeing, I think, is like a non-lethal version of the oil tanker wars of 1984, where Iran and Iraq attacked each other's commercial oil shipping in the Persian Gulf. Over 400 ships were damaged during it. And this also shows us how
And I forgot about the oil tanker wars of 1984 with Iran and Iraq blowing up all these ships on the Marine Kingdom. I said, I forgot about that. See, I'm an elder. Y'all, some of y'all wasn't even born in 84. And some of y'all was little babies pooping yellow poop, right? But I was running around. That was the crack era. I was out there getting that money. I remember this all over the news in 84. 84 was a high time for me. We was in the streets selling crack 1,000,000 miles an hour. Police was scared to come out. It was the height of the crack era. Well, no, that was the beginning of the crack era. New York City. 84, yeah, that's when we was going from coke. That's when they was flooding the crack into the hoods. It was going down. Streets was a war zone. And I remember this right here. Come on, Tama-ya. You remember this, Tama-ya? Remember that's what I seen. I said, that's right, the oil tanker wars of 1984 when Iraq, they was blowing up the whole Marine Kingdom. They was blowing up these oil tankers. All right, let's go. Y'all learning something today.
Lethal version of the oil tanker wars has agreed to provide over Venezuela's oil. Some argue it's more about enforcing the 50 million barrels worth of oil that the U.S. says Venezuela has agreed to provide. What we're seeing, I think, is like a non-lethal version of the oil tanker wars of 1984, where Iran and Iraq attacked each other's commercial oil shipping in the Persian Gulf. Over 400 ships were damaged during it. And this also shows us how miscalculation can happen and accidentally spill over, because the sea mines laid by Iran to hit Iraq's oil tankers accidentally hit a U.S. warship.
So at that time in 1984, Iran placed sea mines. You know how they got land mines? And they got that in the Marine Kingdom, right? So when your ship go over it, it'll blow your ship up. So during the 1984, United States ship got blown up by Iran sea mines. Oh, somebody done started you done started a mess, right, Tama-ya? Oh, you done got yourself into a problem. You done blew up one of my cars. I ain't had nothing to do with what you got going on with Iraq. You got to pay for that. You got to replace that. Matter of fact, and there's a tariff on top of it. See, you got to establish yourself in the prison yard. The world is a prison stage. It's a prison planet, everybody. I know y'all getting it now. It's a prison yard. It's always been. Go to Rome. Go to Greece. Ask ancient Kemet. Ask ancient Kemet. What they call the Egyptians is the prison yard. You know why? They calling them Egyptians now. That's a slur. They were a land of the blacks. Ask them what the Persians did. Ask them what the Hellenes, the Greeks did, and the Romans did. Ask Rome right? Ask any of these kingdoms what happened to them. It's always been a prison planet since the garden. since the transgression of the Most High. We forfeited the peace planet, and our free will acts with our ancestors. Adam and Eve asked for a prison planet. It's been a prison planet ever since. That's why he said, be of it, but not in it, but not of it. Let's go. Let's continue.
Damage during it. And this also shows us how miscalculation can happen and accidentally spill over, because the sea mines laid by Iran to hit Iraq's oil tankers accidentally hit a U.S. warship, and the U.S. retaliated by sinking half of Iran's navy in a day. It's an old...
Yo, I swear, the United States, I'd really have a newfound respect, honestly. From the last lesson, I'm like, wow. The fact that we spend so much in the military, I never understood. I just thought we was the bullies. So they blew up an American tanker, and the new America, I thought they was gonna say, see, I'm a little more diplomatic, right? I was a nice thug and gangster. I was nice. Now I could bring it. If you're wrong, it's on and popping. But I'm more diplomatic. I thought they would be like, well, you got to replace that and put a tax on it. But the U.S. responded by blowing up half their fleet. Wow. Talk about overkill. Let's continue.
Accidentally hit a U.S. warship, and the U.S. retaliated by sinking half of Iran's navy in a day.
They sunk half of their navy in a day. And it was an accident, Saudi tank. I hate to see what happened if you did it on purpose. See, that ain't somebody you want to play with. Now I'm understanding why America, these people, do y'all not understand why all these countries, these people, the citizens try to run here for safety? Remember, they flee. They flee everywhere. They flee Haiti. They flee Jamaica. They flee China. They flee India. They flee they flee every country, Africa, every country. They come here and they try to flee for safety. I get it now. Freedom and safety. The freedom to serve whatever creator you want to serve. The freedom of religion, freedom of speech, the freedom to bear arms, the freedom for... But we sitting up here complaining? We need to be ashamed of ourselves. Yeah, we do. But we're destroyed for a lack of knowledge. I'm quite sure a lot of y'all are thankful for this information, because I sure enough am. All right, let's continue.
Tankers accidentally hit a U.S. warship, and the U.S. retaliated by sinking half of Iran's navy in a day. It's an old naval strategy known as guerre de course, which I mispronounced, but it means a war of commerce. It's been executed since World War I. So launching missiles at the shadow fleet or capturing the cargo has a similar end result. Hundreds of millions of dollars worth of oil and tankers have already been seized by the U.S. and Western nations in 2025. But here's how that's...
See, before he had to run in there, hundreds of U.S. seizes oil tank off the coast of Venezuela. See, this news we ain't paying attention to because it's boring to us. We don't know all this crap going on while we running around until Trump ran in there and kidnapped that fool. The Trump ran in and did MOP. Now all of a sudden we against him. You have no idea what's happening. Let's continue.
Hundreds of millions of dollars worth of oil and tankers have already been seized by the US and Western nations in 2025. But here's how that's escalating today. And the way they avoided sanctions before was by hiding their origin and spoofing their location or turning off their transponders. But now many of the ships are instead overtly...
That's correct. Who said that? You're right, because Reagan wasn't playing either. That's how you saw. You're right. In '84, that was Reagan, and Reagan wasn't playing either. I don't know what it was with Reagan with his John Cowboy self, but he was not playing either.
Turning off their transponders. But now many of the ships their origin and how that's escalated. Oil and tankers have already been seized by the US, or capturing the cargo has a similar end result. Hundreds of millions of dollars worth of oil and tankers have already been seized by the US and Western nations in 2025. But here's how that's escalating today. And the way they avoided sanctions before was by hiding their origin and spoofing their location or turning off their transponders. But now many of the ships are instead overtly converting their flags to Russia. They're increasingly claiming that they're directly part of the Russian government. At least 17 oil tankers have switched to Russian flagging.
Last month, 17 Shadow Fleet tankers took on the Russian flag, according to Lloyd's List, a maritime, Marine Kingdom intelligence and data firm, and more than 40 have done so since last June. In one incident last year, the Russian military directly intervened, sending a fighter jet and as a shot across to Baltic. That's the Estonia one. So they are like, all right, they ramped up. They like everybody. So Russia must have told them, anybody who get caught, put a Russian flag on your ship, and we'll see if who got enough balls, kahunas. But guess who had those kahunas? America. America aborted that ship and locked all the Russians up on the ship and all that, and they stood down. That part. Let's go.
Turning off their transponders, but now many of the ships are instead overtly converting their flags to Russia. They're increasingly claiming that they're directly part of the Russian government. At least 17 oil tankers have switched to Russian flagging in the last month. This increases the chance of direct confrontation, and this is their way of increasing their security. Because once the US proved that it was willing to seize ships under a Russian flag, the rest of the Shadow Fleet didn't wait around to see what was next. There was a larger effort. Right after the US captured Maduro, at least 16 oil tankers.
So then right after, when the US, and that was 2 weeks before they went after Maduro, right after the US showed that we don't care that you switch your flag to Russia flag, we ain't scared of no Russia. Somebody done told you you're wrong. We outside of the club and you think we a punk, right? So the United States, once they show that they gonna go on your ship and they still gonna lock you up, Russian or whatever, now that made it change the game, right? It made them like, okay, so Russia started arming the ships with, right? And then after the United States ran in and said, okay, Venezuela, you trying to run this thing with China, with the Chinese yuan, the digital currency? They went in and kidnapped them, and this what happened.
These ships under a Russian flag, the rest of the Shadow Fleet didn't wait around to see what was next. There was a larger effort. Right after the US captured Maduro, at least 16 oil tankers that were sanctioned by the US made a break for it. They all left at the same time in a coordinated effort to evade the American naval blockade. It appears so far some of the tankers were able to get away.
Bingo. This was the one where that coon Willie D was all clapping and saying he was happy that China and Russia and them did this where they broke through the American blockade after we kidnapped Maduro, after we dropped that fool, right? They full retreat. Right after that happened, they said, everybody flee, grab all your oil and just all at once bust through. They can't catch us all. That sound like, I'm blackity black. That sound like something we do in the hood. That's what I used to do when we run from the police, right? I'm on the block, I'm running. They can't catch us all. They never catch me, right? I got caught. Well, they had to send the helicopters. They caught me because they had the whole police force, helicopters and everything, right? They caught me 4 blocks away, right? In the backyard. Y'all remember that story of 25 Light? They tried to kill me in the backyard. Oh, they couldn't catch me. They was mad. That's why they tried to kill me, because they couldn't catch me. They was hurting themselves. I'm jumping fences. You ain't catching me, right? So anyway, when they come, I'm fleeing. You can't catch us all, right? And I'm one of the first to run, so I'm definitely getting away, right? So that's what they tried to do. They said after the president did that with Maduro, they was like, all right, Russia must have sent out the you know, you do that what they called the cold thing, what they call that code, right? You know, that's the old stuff. They got modern technology. I'm making a joke though, right? They put the cold thing. Everybody flee. Everybody load up all the tankers and everybody just go at one time. They can't catch us all. Yeah, they sent the SOS, right? They can't catch us all at once. Now that's what we heard when China and Russia, when America, right? They tried to get through America's sanctions. I said, now this makes sense, right? And that's what that clown Willie D sitting up there talking about China. I like China. You should, you clown. What's this? Share this tab instead. That's this clown. I keep saying his name. Look, now he turned to an old coon. What's what he say?
But I trust China before I trust the United States. Straight up. That's right. I said it. I trust China before I trust the United States.
Because you're a coon and you're a clown and you're a sellout to our country. You're ignorant. I'm going to give you the grace of ignorance. Study to show yourself approved. Even before I knew what America was doing, I never trust China over no doggone America. You the fool. You think America did you, if you want to say did you bad, what, you don't know China doing their own citizens, clown. All right, anyway, let's go. Yeah, it's Morse code. That's what it's called, Saudi Tate. Morse code. Yeah, Morse code, Morse code. All right, so let me get back. I just had to show this coon. I had that already set up because I knew I was going to say his name a couple of times. I wanted the other people who ain't see our last live to know what I'm talking about, right? He was clapping when they did that. When they all ran, he was like clapping about it. You clown. You need to be extradited right to China. You trust China more than America? Well, then why don't you go to China? See, this is what he was clapping for. This is when they was fleeing. Good, I could show his clip to show what I'm talking about. This is the part of the video when Russia must have told them all, grab all the oil and then make a run for it. This is the clip.
Yeah. I ain't got no problem with that. Yeah, man.
Well, I got a problem with you, coon. You selling out your country? I'm guessing you're doing it for ignorance, but that ain't no excuse. Because just because you don't, my people are destroyed for a lack of knowledge. Yeah, Willy Wonka, that's a good name. Just because you are ignorant don't mean you can't get my family unalive. You can't get us in trouble. You clapping for that? So what that was all that noise, that was them trying to flee through the American blockade. You see? That's treason, bro. You're a traitor. And I don't care if it's a lack of knowledge. Boy, we're being enslaved. Russians and China don't like you, idiot Jews. And he a millionaire sitting up here doing this clap. Boy, I swear our old blacks are turning to coons if you let them. That's why I don't get old. I stay with my feet on my spirit in the pulse. And I'm his age or even older. You heard? And I come from the I don't get old in my spirit. I stay on I can't lose the connection to the youth and what's going on in today when I become some old coon. Well, I'm clapping for the demise of my country, clown. The country that made him able to be a millionaire and make millions of dollars in front of a little white wall. When in China, he can't even have YouTube. You can't even rap in China. You wouldn't be Willie D from the Ghetto Boys in China. Facts. Clown show. All right, let me get back. Let me get out of my feelings. Us blackity blacks, and if we don't know what we talk about, we need to stand down. For real. That's why the scripture says, study and show ourselves approved. If we don't know what we talking about, let these people work it out. Right? Don't get into politics if you don't know, Jill. You don't know what you're doing because you get yourself into a mess, right? And you don't understand what's really happening. All right, let me get back. Share this tab instead. Sorry, I'm a little triggered over the coon. I don't do coon stuff, right? I don't do that. I don't like that. Those are the people who get us, sell us out, and then from a lack of knowledge, ignorance, right? All right, let's continue.
Blockade. It appears at the same time the U.S. captured Maduro. At least see what was next.
So when the U.S. captured Maduro, China, they all did this flee of all their shadow fleets. So here you go.
There was a larger effort. Right after the U.S. captured Maduro, at least 16 oil tankers that were sanctioned by the U.S. made a break for it. They all left at the same time in a coordinated effort to evade the American naval blockade. It appears so far some of the tankers were able to get away. The shadow fleet of tankers has become the new flashpoint in U.S.-Russia relations. And the strategic thing to consider here is that once you capture a handful, it pressures other in the shadow fleet to not even try to violate sanctions. Meanwhile, at the same time, another sanctioned oil tanker, the M. Sophia, had 1.8 million barrels of oil, and it was captured in the Caribbean by another American helicopter assault. But this one actually has even way more grave consequences, I think, because the M. Sophia is sanctioned by the U.S. Treasury Department as part of the official Russian shadow fleet crackdown. So this ship is directly being targeted by the U.S. government because it's part of Russia's fleet. Instead of...
So everybody, there was another one that was invaded. The crazy part is we know, Tamaya, we know nothing about this. All this is happening, and now people can, if you understand, you know why Trump is like, we taking Greenland. All right? Now listen.
Sophia had 1.8
Another ship, Sophia,
million barrels of
1.8 million barrels of oil that's already sanctioned illegal. U.S. already so again, they shadow fleet. Listen.
handful. It pressures other in the shadow fleet to not even.
So when you are cracked down, because they're saying, listen, everybody else don't do this because this was going to happen to you. All right, here we go.
Try to violate sanctions. Meanwhile, at the same time, another sanctioned oil tanker, the M. Sophia, had 1.8 million barrels of oil, and it was captured in the Caribbean by another American helicopter assault. But this one actually has even way more grave consequences, I think, because the
So America bum rushed another one of these Russian tankers. But this one had more because this one was an actual Russian tanker, meaning wasn't a shadow fleet Venezuela masquerading. It was known that this was this tanker was sanctioned directly from the U.S. against Russia. And America found out Russia didn't care about it and was still running drugs across. Russia's gangster. All right, let's continue. Let me go back just a little bit. Russia's gangster. I'm really sorry. That's just the street in me. It's like, you know how we in the movies, we root for the bad guys, right? We root for the gangster. We want them to get away. Some of us, right? It's just, I don't know. It must be the sin in our heart, right? I got to exercise that out continually. But I'll be like, Russia gang, right? But anyway, but I ain't trying to have them be gang against us. Right? So Russia gang in their crime, United States gang, well, they do crime too, but United States is looking real stand-up-ish in this global stuff. I didn't know it, but let's continue.
oil, and it was captured in the Caribbean by another American helicopter assault. But this one actually has even way more grave consequences, I think, because the M. Sophia is sanctioned by the U.S. Treasury Department as part of the official Russian shadow fleet crackdown. So this ship is directly being targeted by the U.S. government because it's part of Russia's fleet, instead of really being focused on Venezuela. So what does all this mean? What are we witnessing here right now? Ryan Seberg, a director of Center for Strategic and International Studies, explained really well what we're seeing, saying, quote, "What I think is clear is that we're entering a new phase of great power competitions. Some of the things that we wouldn't have previously imagined being part of the operation are now on the table as options. And once you zoom out from Russia, you realize this isn't just a two-player game."
That's what I was talking about. Before I even knew this, I could see during the geopolitical change, they're fighting for head of the serpent. So what we see, he said, what I think is clear is that we're entering a new phase of great power competition. What I called it, the chessboard of the global powers. They're all making their chess moves, Tamaya, and they coming for your country's queen. They coming to checkmate you. They coming to get your queen, so they get your king, they could checkmate you. They trying to, so we're in a new phase of great power competition. Facts. Get down or lay down. That's why the orange dude said, Greenland, we want to negotiate. But if you don't take the negotiation, we come in anyway. Because we got no choice. You want to sit around flailing your thumbs, right? Denmark and Greenland, and saying, well, we hope it just works out. It ain't working out. Russia, the United States told Russia, they showed them, they all in the Arctic Ocean. They got these submarines, China, Russia, they just swimming all through the marine like they gaining position. We got to act now. Either you get down with us or I don't care about no agreement we had, no NATO. Those covenants are up. It's a new age, a new time. It's a new order coming. You got to get down, make some new agreements, and this is what it is, or not, we taking over. Get it, pick your poison. How you want this? What they used to say in the street? This is a something side. Don't make it a homicide. This is a something. This is where it says it's a robbery. Don't make it a homicide. Right? I forgot that saying now. It was something, but that's what it was. It's like, yo, I'm coming to take it. Just give it up, but don't make me, don't make this worse than it is. That's what Orange Dude is saying. All right, let's continue.
are now on the table as options. And once you zoom out from Russia, you realize this isn't just a two-player game, because the moment you start choking off sanctioned oil at sea, you're hitting other customers too, and this pulls in China directly. Because according to Reuters, Venezuela accounts for about 4% of China's oil, but on top of that, Venezuela owes payments of $19 billion worth of outstanding loans that they were paying back in oil, so the loss is felt even harder for China. That's enough money to buy 20 Navy destroyers. The reason all of this has outsized impact right now is because the oil tanker flare-up is happening at the same time as the US and Russia are engaged in a new round of diplomatic talks over the war in Ukraine. The big question is if the United...
Welcome, Mr. Dunham. Welcome to the channel, King. All right, let's continue. Yeah, EU versus BRICS, America is right. All right, let's continue.
US and Russia are engaged in a new round of diplomatic talks is happening at the same time as the US and Russia are engaged in a new round of diplomatic talks over the war in Ukraine. The big question is if the United States and the UK will really double down on seizing Russian oil tankers enough to hurt Moscow's bottom line and their war effort, or if this is just a big show of force.
Now, I got another one for y'all. Do I want to do that one first? It's 12:42. Yeah, let's just do it. Let's do it. Because I need to bring that foundation. All right, we're going to go a little bit longer, right? I wish I would have started earlier. All right, share this tab instead. Now we're going to understand, because I want to do these two clips. So we'll get the other, we're going to have to do a part 3 to this, right? Another part to this, right? Copyright disclaimers are in effect for educational purposes only. Now we're going to understand, because people are saying that America don't have no right to buy Greenland, right? People can't be bought. Countries can't be bought. All this. I'm sorry, but you're totally wrong. You have no idea of geopolitics if you think countries can't be bought. America bought Alaska from, was it Russia? I forgot. That'll come out in the other one. Sorry. Right? Countries are always bought or taken or stolen. You'll be thankful if it's bought. You understand? It's taken. All right. Copyright disclaimers in effect for educational purposes only. How does Denmark, that little country, own Greenland anyway? Why are we going to Denmark to try to buy Greenland? Copyright disclaimers are in effect. Learn, children of the Most High. We have to learn geopolitics because we're in a new age now. We need to know what's going on in the prison yard because the world is a prison planet, right? And we need to know prison politics. Geopolitics are now the prison politics. Everybody listen. So we need to learn the politics so we can have an understanding of what's going on. Here we go. Copyright disclaimers are in effect. How Greenland got owned by Denmark.
Greenland is not as big as you think. The Mercator, a cylindrical map projection in common use today, inflates the size of the countries close to the poles. This is why regions like Antarctica and Alaska seem larger than they are.
This is why Africa looks so small on the map and Russia looks all huge. It's because of the map that they use. They do that intentional. So Greenland looks a lot bigger than it is, but it is still big, but it's not as big as it looks. It looks huge on the
Greenland
map.
is still...
See, it looks like insanely big. All right, now let's continue. And play that again.
It's not as big as you think. Greenland is not as big as you think. The Mercator, a cylindrical map...
You see that? You see how they got West Africa looking small and Russia looking all big? Wrong. Africa's bigger than all of it. But it's this Mercator map that they use. And that's purposely, right? It's to make these other countries look big and make Africa look small. All right? All right, so because of the map, it makes Greenland look bigger than it is. All right, let's continue.
Projection in common use to Greenland is not as big as you think. The Mercator, a cylindrical map projection in common use today, inflates the size of the countries close to the poles. This is why regions like Antarctica and Alaska seem larger than they are. Greenland is still quite a large country, just not as large as the average map shows. For context, one can look at Mexico's size, 761,610 square miles. and then compare it to Greenland's 836,300.
So you see what the Mercator map does? Mexico, look how small they make it look, is 761,000 miles. Greenland is only 836,000 miles, only 100,000 miles more, less than 100,000 miles more. And look at the size difference. So that map is, and I look at Russia and stuff to try to make Africa look small. It's all manipulation. It makes no sense to use that. This is another lie from the lake of fire like everything else. And this dark prison planet, right? Everything is a lie. That's why we have to rightly discern and divide the truth and study to show ourselves approved. That's why I teach and break it down to the basics so even a baby can understand. All right, praise the Most High for learning. All right, let's continue.
For context, one can look at Mexico's size, 761,610 square miles, and then compare it to Greenland's 836,300 square miles. However, while Mexico has a large population of around 128 million, the 10th largest globally, Greenland has a pretty small population of about 56,000. Let's look at Greenland, the biggest island.
So Greenland only got 56,000 people. It's basically the same size as, a little bigger than Mexico. Imagine Mexico only having 56,000 people. It is so empty, all right? But it is the biggest island in the world. Greenland is the biggest island in the world, and it only got 56,000 people. So it's empty, basically. All right, let's continue. Y'all forgot about me. I'm thirsty. Could somebody please? I know they're enjoying the show, but you just forgot about me. I'm just over here just as dry as the Sahara Desert. And it's so funny, guys. I keep looking. I'm using my glass that I can drink is right here. I keep looking at the spot. Ain't nothing there. I keep looking up. I'm like, I'm thirsty. I'm trying to find a spot that I can say, could somebody please bring me to drink, something to drink? Y'all just forgot about old Huck. It's okay. All right, let's continue. Thank you.
Population of around 128 million, the 10th largest globally. Greenland has a pretty small population of about 56,000. Let's look at Greenland, the biggest island in the world that is not considered a continent. The country is physiographically located in the continent of North America.
Now, Denmark, right here, owns Greenland. Thank you. Look at her face. Yeah, you forgot me. Thank you, though. Hurt. Oh, my goodness. I needed that. I've been talking for about 4 hours straight. All right. Now, see how Denmark is so tiny. So how does Denmark get to own Greenland? But now y'all going to tell us we can't buy Greenland? Then somebody got some explaining to do. That don't make no sense to me. How did y'all get to own it? Let's continue.
Because it lies on the North American tectonic plate, located in the continent. The country is physiographic island in the world that is not considered a continent. The country is physiographically located in the continent of North America, because it lies on the North American tectonic plate, between the Arctic and Atlantic Oceans, making it a point of interest for the United States. However, the American dream of owning Greenland cannot be fulfilled as long as the Danes won't let it go. Denmark, a much smaller country than Greenland in size, but a much larger country by population, has a claim on Greenland as a constituency. The Kingdom of Denmark, or the Danish realm, officially contains 3 constituent countries: Denmark, the Faroe Islands, and Greenland.
So, the Dutch, Denmark, they own 3 constituent chain of islands. Denmark, they're round. The Faroe Islands, these little islands, and then they own Greenland, right? Little Denmark, right? So in order for America, anybody to own Greenland, if you want to do it legally, you got to talk to Denmark, right? They own all this. Like if you want to buy someone land, they own many acres, right? So America's trying to negotiate with Denmark. But the orange dude is like, you need to hurry up. Because while you sitting up here fiddling your thumbs, All in these, see this ocean, Arctic Ocean? Russia and China got all their submarines. They filling this up. So either you're going to hurry up and take my offer or I'm taking Greenland. Facts. And I'm going to take Denmark. That's probably what's going to happen. See, this is where I said at the beginning, I showed Denmark, I'm like, I hope they wisen up. Because I know what happens. I'm from the streets. I know what happens. What happens is you go in because you didn't want to make the deal, right? Legally, when I wanted to do it. And once I take this, I'm taking yours too. Sorry. So as you're trying to defend Greenland, you need to be worried about yourself too. Because if I don't, China is going to take it, and they're going to take yours, and they're going to take it. And they're going to take Sweden and Iceland and everything else around here. Our allies, NATO. So my NATO buddy, Denmark, could you please listen to me? I'm sure you know what's going on in the Baltic Sea and all over the seas of all the allies having the Russian shadow fleets and all this going on, but you trying to hold out and saying, well, you can't come and invade us. And the Greenlandian people, they don't want to be owned by anybody. Well, you're going to have to be, they owned by Denmark already, right? So you're going to have to get down with one of these powers. These Debos are coming. China's coming, Russia's coming, and we are here. And everybody, America already has a space program and military ports. America has already been protecting Greenland and Denmark. It's part of NATO. But Denmark wants everything to be Rodney King. Can we all just get, it ain't right. The days of Rodney King is over. We at war. Okay? Yeah, he said it. He literally said we're going to do this the hard way or the easy way, but it's going to be done. And we American citizens, because we don't know what's going on, we looking at the orange dude like he a bully. But he's not a bullying. This is prison politics. And he's trying to make sure we don't lose our position on the prison yard and become somebody's girlfriend. We're going to get diddied if we don't. Everybody? All right. Now you're going to understand. So now we're going to understand. The Most High said, I need to teach y'all, how does Denmark get a claim on Greenland? How can you say you own it? Why are we not going straight to Greenland and negotiating this? All right, let's continue.
Or the Danish realm, officially contains 3 constituent countries: Denmark, the Faroe Islands, and Greenland. But why does Greenland belong to Denmark? About 2,000 miles separate the two countries. Regardless, the two have been politically and culturally linked for a millennium. In fact, until 1953, Greenland was a Danish colony and was later defined as a district. The people of Greenland have political representation in the Danish parliament. 2 representatives from Greenland and 2 from the Faroe Islands sit in the Folketing, which convenes in the Christiansborg Palace in Copenhagen. To understand the cultural ties between the Norse cultures and Greenland, one has to look at the history of the 2 regions. Today, the majority of the Greenlandic population comprises Inuits, almost 88%. While some wrongly refer to the inhabitants as Aboriginals, meaning First Peoples, the association is wrong. These people arrived in waves, probably from Canada. The first wave came around 4,500 years ago in the form of the Sakak culture. About 20.
So the Sakak, the Inuits, they migrated there, and they're saying they weren't the first inhabitants. They ain't the Aboriginals. So they migrated there, right? So this is Greenland, right? You're going to meet some of them, and we're going to close out with that part, right? Hopefully we get there, right? So, all right. So now we find out how this come to pass. How did the Danes own Greenland, the Denmark?
500 years ago, another wave followed, bringing with 500 years ago in the form of the Sakak culture. About 2,500 years ago, another wave followed, bringing with it the Dorset culture. The third wave of immigration brought the Thule culture from Alaska around 1,000 years ago. Today, there are Kalalit in the west, the Tunumid in the east, and the Inuit in the north of Greenland. The island is the least densely populated region in the entire world, and for a good reason. Despite the green in the name, its icy tundra makes an immediate impression as one steps onto the island. One might assume that the terrain has remained virtually unchanged since the Norsemen made their first appearance. People have often heard of the famous voyager Leif Erikson, the first European to find his way to America.
So, if some of y'all who know history, have y'all heard of the great Norse explorer Leif Erikson? Right? He's supposed to be the first European to find his way to Americas, right? I heard of this Leif Erikson character, right? They're the ones who founded Greenland. Let's continue.
Appearance.
Well, not founded it, but came to the land when nobody's living there. This cold
People have
country.
often heard of the famous voyager Leif Erikson, the first European to find his way to America. Leif's father, Eric the Red, first colonized Greenland for the Vikings.
So guess everybody who owned Greenland first. The Vikings, Tamaya. I don't know if Tamaya's still awake. The Vikings owned Greenland first. All right? This is crazy work. Okay? Oh, Tamaya probably asleep. All right. So I just went to try to see. The Vikings. Now, y'all know the Vikings was some nasty work. The Vikings was not playing those ships. And it was a Viking called Eric the Red. This is Leif's dad. Tell me y'all said he's still here. All right. So tell me y'all, the Vikings owned, I know, right? Shit, the tribe of Dan. The Vikings owned Greenland first. They are the first ones, they savage, to what you call colonize Greenland. So there's nobody's there. All right? There's no people. It's inhospitable. All right? Right? Now, the Vikings, nothing to play with, okay? Now, technically, they're saying there was nobody there. It might have been somebody there, right? You know how history is, so we got to do that with a grain of salt, right? They're saying that when Eric the Red, the Viking, first came to Greenland, there was no people there, right? It was probably some people there that they slaughtered, but let's continue.
And when he killed Eyjolf the Foul in 982.
All right, look at their names. Eyjolf the Foul. Eric the Red. Boy, this time is crazy. These Vikings, we do a history lesson. Let's go.
Eric the Red first colonized Greenland. Eric the Red way to America.
Now, Leif Erikson, let's continue. It's all going somewhere.
Leif's father, Eric the Red, first colonized Greenland for the Vikings. And when he killed Eyjolf the Foul in 982, the wheels of Viking justice were set in motion, leading to Eric's trial. He was found guilty of murder and outlawed from Iceland and Norway for 3 years.
So, Eric the Red unalived his fellow Viking, somebody the Foul, Eyjolf the Foul, and for his punishment, he was banished from
leading
Iceland.
To Eric's trial. He was found guilty of murder and outlawed.
Look at their mask, boy. Those Vikings was nothing to play with. Ain't nothing but falling to some scary people you see coming to you. All right? Now watch this.
From Iceland and Norway for 3 years.
He was bound from Iceland and Norway for 3 years. Now these people are conquering it. This is before it's all this civilization. He's a Viking era. Okay? Now listen clearly. He was bound from these places for 3 years. That's his sentence.
Iceland and Norway for 3 years. Eric the Red sailed west across the Atlantic during his banishment until he happened upon Greenland. He spent the rest of his banishment exploring this new territory.
So he went to that sea, the Arctic Sea, the Vikings, and he's banished from the people, all the population, and he stumbled upon Greenland. And he spent this time exploring this massive island and probably doing whatever. I don't know, there's probably some people here. He was slaughtering them. But anyway, who knows, right? So let's continue.
Leading to Eric's trial. He was found guilty of murder and outlawed from Iceland and Norway for 3 years. Eric the Red sailed west across the Atlantic during his banishment until he happened upon Greenland. He spent the rest of his banishment exploring this new territory. Eric initially found a land mostly covered with glaciers and ice fields, and considerably colder than Iceland. But when he sailed up the western coast, he reached a part of the island that was free of ice and similar to Iceland. The island may have been cold and harsh, with no great forests, but there was plenty of sea life off the coast, pastures for cattle, and adequate wildlife on the island to sustain a settlement. Off the coast of Greenland, the Vikings could hunt walruses, seals, and whales. On land, they could hunt foxes, bears, and caribou. This enabled them to make a living as traders and buy much-needed resources from Norway, such as timber for homesteads and shipbuilding. When Eric returned to Iceland, he managed to persuade.
So they established themselves a colony, and they was trading, bringing timber and stuff from Norway to build their. So it belongs to the Vikings, right? You're very welcome. Who's that going to bed?
That was your call.
Jakob. Good night, Jakob. All right. Now.
When Eric returned to Iceland, he managed to persuade some Icelandic Vikings that there was enough land to farm, there were pastures suitable for raising livestock, and the fjords were teeming with cod and other fish.
So when he went to Iceland, he told them, yo, over here in this Greenland, there's plenty of fish, there's plenty of land, we can, okay?
In the summer of 985, Eric the Red and his followers set sail for Greenland, and this was no small undertaking. There were 25 ships, approximately 300 settlers, horses, cattle, sheep, goats, pigs, and various equipment. Of the 25 ships that set sail from Iceland, only 14 made it safely. The rest either turned back or were lost at sea. Eric the Red may be credited with discovering Greenland and starting the first settlement on the island, but he did not single-handedly settle Greenland. This joint effort relied on everyone pulling their weight. Eric and his...
So, I guess he's mixing the story. So he went to Iceland after he found it and told them, come on, let's colonize this land. And so they went on there and they did it.
Peers had developed two settlements. The East Settlement, peers had everyone pulling their weight. Eric and his peers had developed two settlements, the East Settlement and the West Settlement, near the present-day capital of Greenland, Nuuk. King Olaf would later send Leif Erikson, Eric the Red's son, to preach Christianity to Greenlanders.
The old Christianity shows up. I'm sorry, I don't mean to disrespect. I know some of the Christians like, what do you mean? I'm just sorry. Boy, all right, so anyway, so everywhere that went, it didn't end well for the inhabitants. I'm just letting y'all know that. It wasn't a game back then. It wasn't this now, y'all thinking this old nice peace stuff. They came with a Bible and a sword in the other hand. They were not playing. All right, so King Olaf, look at these names. Ain't nothing but what's that movie with the donkey and Shrek? This ain't nothing but Shrek. We live in a Shrek movie, right? So King Olaf sent Leif Erikson, which is Eric the Red's son. All right, let's continue.
Near the present-day capital of Greenland, Nuuk. King Olaf would later send Leif Erikson, Eric the Red's son, to preach Christianity to Greenlanders. In the 12th century, it is believed the Scandinavian settlers came into contact with the Thule people, and some sources claim that the two sides were involved in some hostilities.
So these Leif Erikson and these Christians and these came into contact with the Thule people, the original inhabitants. So they mixing stuff up. There's probably some original aboriginals in there too, right? And it says, unfortunately, it ran into a series of unfortunate events. You know what that mean, right? That mean they was unaliving everybody and doing their criminal stuff that they do. Call them settlers.
In the 12th century, it is believed the Scandinavian settlers came into contact with the Thule people, and some sources claim that the two sides were involved in some hostilities. Nevertheless, the Viking settlements declined in the following 2 centuries, and they abandoned Greenland. There were 2 major reasons for this decline. First was the harsh weather and the difficult voyage from Norway. The second was the spoils of Europe. The Norse people had preferred Europe, even at the peak of the Greenland.
So the Vikings was like, yeah, we good. The Vikings bounced. Vikings like, man, it is too cold for even us. It's colder than Iceland, and the spoils of Norway, we good. So the Vikings even bounced. You know this ain't a land. That's why only 56,000 people live there right now. It's the least densely area on the whole planet. Nobody wants to live there. If the Vikings didn't want to live there, right? Nobody wants to live there. All right, let's continue.
The Norse people had preferred Europe, even at the peak of the Greenland settlements. The 16th century saw new developments as the Spanish and Portuguese colonialist ambitions took them to far off.
All right, so that was the 1100s, right? Now we in the 1500s. 200 years later, here comes Spain and Portugal, all right? We getting to understand why Denmark say they own Greenland.
The Norse people had preferred Europe, even at the peak of the Greenland settlements. The 16th century saw new developments as the Spanish and Portuguese colonialist ambitions took them to far-off corners of the world. King Manuel of Portugal wanted to...
Here goes Spain and Portugal, right? This is time that they did Columbus and all that. See, that's why I tell y'all, ain't none of these lands was either taken by force or bought by money. It was always a prison planet. So we sitting up here getting mad at the orange dude for trying to own Greenland when that's what it's always been, all right? So King Manuel of Portugal, he wants to discover a passage to the Pacific Ocean. Here come the Spaniards and the Portugal, okay, in the 1500s.
Portuguese colonialist ambitions took them to far-off corners of the world. King Manuel of Portugal wanted to discover a northwest passage to the Pacific Ocean. According to the Treaty of Tordesillas, signed just a few years prior, Portugal and Spain were to divide the freshly discovered lands among themselves. Greenland fell to the Portuguese Empire, but the harsh climate and the race for economic and...
So Greenland was owned by the Portuguese back then. When they came, it said it fell to the Portuguese Empire. That's code word. Portuguese came and they slaughtered the inhabitants and they took it. Okay? It fell to the Portuguese. All right. So now we're in the 1500s and Greenland is owned by the Portuguese.
Political gains meant that Greenland lost its political empire. But the harsh climate and the race for economic and political gains meant that Greenland lost its importance to the colonialists. In the 17th century, the island was once again ripe for the picking.
So the cold climate, the harsh weather, the Portuguese, they call them colonials, enslavers, they bounced. Everybody who captures it, nobody wants to live here, right? So the Portuguese owned it in the 1500s, and by the 1600s, it was up for anybody's picking again. You know, if the Vikings left, Vikings are they're some of those wildest, toughest people in history. If they couldn't take it, ain't nobody could take it, right? Now, let's continue. So the Portuguese, they bounced. Now we in the 1600s.
Ripe for the picking. So
by the 1600s, it was ripe for the picking for anybody who wants to come along.
The colonialists. In the 17th century, the island was once again ripe for the picking. So Christian IV of Denmark, the longest reigning Scandinavian monarch in history.
Here comes Denmark. Christian IV, longest reigning Scandinavian monarch in history. He wants to come to Denmark. And Denmark is only 2,000 miles away, right? So remember, it's still ice and all that. It's still, so now he's going to take his shot at it.
Approved plans to send expeditions to Greenland. He hoped to locate the Norse settlements, now lost, and assert Scandinavian supremacy over the island. But this was not...
He hopes to see some of the Norse settlements that are now lost in this vast expanse and to establish their dominance. You know what that means? That means enslave everything and do all that, right? So what happened to all the peaceful stuff? Where all this peaceful stuff at?
Approved plans to send expeditions to Greenland. He hoped to locate the Norse settlements, now lost, and assert Scandinavian supremacy over the island. But this...
And the Scandinavian supremacy over the island. Let's continue.
This was not possible as most of the expeditions were unsuccessful. On the other hand, the Inuit people were used to the region's climate and had survived for centuries.
Okay, so who was they trying to assert their dominance over? The Inuit. The ones who came long time ago. The only ones who could survive the climate. They were fine with it. These what do they call Mongoloids, the Asians? They were built for it, right? They ain't no black. We would have been done for. The blackity blacks, we would have been back on our ships and going right on back to some warm region, right? The Mongoloids, they were built for it. I guess genetically, They was good in the igloos and living in the ice tundras, right? Who are they conquering? Them. All right, let's continue.
Of the expeditions were unsuccessful. On the other hand, the Inuit people were used to the region's climate and had survived for centuries. At the dawn of the 18th century, a Denmark-Norway expedition led by Hans Egede was successful and helped open Greenland up for Danish merchants.
So, 1700s, here go to Denmark again. Hans Egede, he coming again, his expedition. Now forget that those people already living there. The Inuits, right? He come, all right? And he's opened up Greenland for any of Denmark merchants. Now y'all can come take what you want. See what I mean?
By the late 18th century, the Danes had closed Greenland off for trade with other nations. By monopolizing.
So, by the late 1700s, they closed Greenland off for any trade with anybody else. They got a monopoly. They just took it, right?
By monopolizing the trade, they tried to acclimate the local Greenlanders to the outside world at a slow pace. In the 18th century, Greenland, Iceland, and the Faroe Islands had become a formal part of the Kingdom of Norway. But the next century brought more complications. With the arrival of Napoleon, things in Europe were starting to shake up. Initially, Norway wanted to remain neutral, but was forced into joining sides. Assuming that the Norwegians would side with.
So, here we go. Here come the French. Again, world wars. Napoleon comes, and Napoleon like, listen, I'm shaking things up with this Norway, Sweden, Denmark, and all that, right? So it was a time for change. They had peace for a little while. They was in charge. Here come the French. Little old Napoleon, right?
Europe were starting to shake up. Initially, Norway wanted to remain neutral, but was forced into joining sides.
They wanted to remain neutral, like they're doing now, but they was forced to pick a side. So everybody, this ain't nothing new. Ain't nothing new under the sun. We're at a time for war and a time that they're establishing these kingdoms, establishing themselves, right? Now, they had to do that back then, and they chose a side. Because if they didn't, they would have just got enslaved. They would have got taken over.
But was forced into joining sides. Assuming that the Norwegians would side with Napoleon, the Brits shelled Copenhagen in an unprovoked attack. By doing so, the British had the exact...
The United Kingdom, the British, thinking that Norway, they was going to side with Napoleon, the French, the British bombed Copenhagen, the capital of Denmark, in an unprovoked attack.
Copenhagen in an unprovoked attack. By doing so, the British had the exact effect on Norway that they had dreaded. The Norwegians sided with Napoleon.
So, when the British did it, they didn't want it, but the Norwegians sided with the French, with Napoleon, against United Kingdom, Britain.
In 1814, a treaty known as the Treaty of Kiel was finalized between various parties that ended Danish hostilities with the anti-French camp. Britain, Ireland, and Sweden were on one side, and the Danish-Norwegian kingdom on the other. Frederick VI of Denmark ended up giving up the Kingdom of Norway to the Swedes.
So, the Frederick VI of Denmark gave up Norway to the Swedes. Not bought it, he gave it away. So now today they talking about you can't buy people. I'm sorry, you was always, this is a prison planet. You must don't know no geopolitics. You don't know history to understand that everything that the Orange do and everything they're doing is actually how it always been done. You either buy it or you take it, or someone's going to come and buy it and take it from you. They're setting the stage for the chessboard of the global power today.
However, the treaty allowed Denmark to retain control of Greenland, Iceland, and the Faroe Islands.
So, when Frederick IV of Denmark gave up the Kingdom of Norway to the Swedes, in his agreement, he allowed them to keep keep Greenland.
Iceland and the Faroe Islands.
Greenland, Iceland, and the Faroe Islands.
The Swedes claimed that these territories historically belonged to the Kingdom of Norway. Norway continued to exert its claim and would declare the eastern part of Greenland as Eric the Red's land in 1931. In 1867, the U.S. became interested in Greenland and Iceland.
In 1867, here come the United States. They showing interest. You had the Vikings, you had Iceland, you had Denmark, the Dutch, you had the French, you had Spain, you had Portugal, you had, all right? So why is it a problem for the United States to be interested in it? Don't this hit different for y'all now, guys? Why all of a sudden people want to act like something's wrong with us? This is always how countries and nations have been running this dark prison planet, Second World. We wanted to be all peace. So in 1867, the United States became interested in Greenland and Iceland,
offering vast amounts of cash to Denmark for both countries.
And they offered a lot of money to Denmark to buy Greenland and Iceland. Since 1867, we've been trying to buy it. The orange dude said the time is up now. Either you gonna sell it or we coming to get it, because we at a whole new age. And Russia and China is not playing. They coming to take it. Now y'all understanding? All right, here we go.
And the answer was vast amounts of cash to Denmark for both countries. And the answer was a resounding no.
And Denmark said no.
In the same year, the U.S. had bought Alaska from the Russians.
You see it? I thought it was Russia. In the same year that the United States was trying to buy Greenland and Iceland, we bought Alaska from who? The Russians. With money. All right? History.
In the same year, the U.S. had bought Alaska from the Russians, so there was no doubt that they were serious about the purchase. At the beginning of the 20th century, Norway gained independence and disputed Denmark's claims of the ownership of Greenland.
Now, the reason why they're buying these is strategic defense places so they can have, they back in the 1800s, they've been doing this. That's how the United States became a global power. You have to strategically play the chessboard.
When the matter went to the Permanent Court of International Denmark's claims of the ownership at the beginning of the 20th century, Norway gained independence and disputed Denmark's claims of the ownership of Greenland. When the matter went to the Permanent Court of International Justice in 1933, the decision favored Denmark. Talking about the 20th century, how can one skip over the two great wars? The First World War was not an issue for Greenland, as Denmark maintained its neutrality throughout the war.
Now we talk about the times of the war. World War I. Greenland was cool. Denmark, nobody was messing with them on World War I. So they had no problem. They didn't have to pick a side. Nobody gave them no smoke. They was able to go on with their little peaceful society.
Traded with both sides. This, however,
so they made a, what did it say? Made a treaty?
Throughout the war and traded with both sides.
They traded with both sides. They didn't have to pick a side of the war, World War I.
This, however, was not the case the second time. Even though Denmark tried to remain neutral at the beginning of the war, it could not.
But World War II, with the little dude with the mustache in Germany, little Hitler, Denmark tried to do the neutral thing. Oh no, we don't want no problem. We don't want nothing. But it was a different time. That worked in World War I. This ain't World War I.
To remain neutral at the beginning of the war, it could not manage to uphold that decision. Just as the British had attacked Copenhagen as a preventative measure during the Napoleonic Wars, the Germans invaded Denmark and Norway to prevent their occupation by the French and the British.
So, in World War II, when Denmark tried to play neutral, the Germans was like, you could try to play neutral all you want, and they attacked Denmark so that they can gain took it so that the other allies who are against them can't gain a stronghold. This is war tactics. This is what's happening now, the chessboard.
The Germans invaded Denmark and Norway to prevent the Napoleonic Wars. The Germans invaded Denmark and Norway to prevent their occupation by the French and the British. The Germans took over Denmark, and since Denmark had not declared war against the Germans, the German military was ordered to stand down. The Danish political and social institutions continued to work rather routinely until the end of the war. Just as the Germans had entered Denmark and Norway to dissuade the Allies, the British occupied the Faroe Islands to avoid a German takeover of the area.
And at the same time that the Germans did that, the Britons came and occupied the Faroe Islands, took it, occupied, so that the Germans couldn't grab a hold of that. That's what the orange dude is now. We taking Greenland, so that the Russians, now y'all get it? So the Russians and China don't come and occupy that. Nothing new under the sun.
The British had also occupied Iceland, but turned it over to the then neutral Americans.
The Britons also took Iceland, but they gave over ownership, turned it over to the neutral Americans. American was neutral. They didn't have this before they got in to the World War II. So America got Iceland because the UK turned it over to them because they were neutral.
Iceland became an independent republic in 1944. As far as Greenland was concerned, the Danish asked the neutral US to defend the territory in...
Y'all hear that? In 1941, Denmark came to the US, neutral, and asked them to defend them. Asked them for help. All right? Be careful what you ask for. You just might get it. You go to the mafia and take out a loan, you better know what it comes with, okay?
Independent republic in 1944. As far as Greenland was concerned, the Danish asked the neutral US to defend the territory in 1941.
So the Dutch came and asked the US, can you defend Greenland for us? We can't defend it. Can you defend it for us? I think that's under Harry Truman. All right?
Greenland achieved a greater sense of self-reliance during wartime, which was not allowed during the previous Danish rule. When the war concluded in 1945, Greenland was returned to Denmark. By this time,
So, when the World War II was over and everything, Greenland was protected from any invasions and all that, then it was given back to Denmark.
Greenlanders had gained some exposure and complained to the Danish authorities about their trade monopoly.
But under the American occupy of Greenland protection during the war, Greenland experienced, the people, population experienced a different kind of freedom, everybody, under America. So when the war was over, when they was given back, when it was returned to Denmark, the Greenlanders had a problem the way Denmark was running them. You get it? All right? Now.
Was returned to Denmark. By this time, the Greenlanders had gained some exposure and complained to the Danish authorities about their trade monopoly. Sitting on the sidelines, the US was watching this situation very closely. So, in 1946, they offered to buy Greenland from the Danes.
So, because America was defending them and running, and they put bases on there, they got a Thule Air Force base instead, they got a space safe, right? And because under America, the Greenlanders felt a different, like they got a different power governing them. So yeah, you could get spoiled. That's what they say about don't send your woman from other countries that might live out in the farmland. Don't send them to America. They're gonna get Americanized, they're gonna get spoiled. You understand? So the Greenlanders found this freedom. So when it was given back, or when the war was over, when it was given back to Denmark, they had to go back under Denmark's rules, and they was like, man, listen, we not trying to do all that. We got our freedom. We's free, right? So the Greenlanders like, we's free. So America was watching in the wings, because America is like they supposed to. America is over there like, They probably knew it. America know once you get a taste of this American life, you ain't gonna want to go back to go under their rule, right? So America's sitting there watching in the wings, right? Remember, we've been trying to buy it since the 1800s, right? So America, so under Truman, they was like, okay, So Denmark, Greenland's giving you a problem. They don't want to be under your rule. We'll buy it from you. So they offered to buy Greenland from the Danes again, 1946.
Once again, Denmark refused the offer. In 1953, Greenland became an equal part of the Danish kingdom as the Danish constitution ended the island's colonial status. The island was termed an amt, or administrative division. The island was granted home rule as a part of a Self-Governance Act in 1979. Now, Greenland has assumed primary political and social responsibilities. However, foreign, defense, and security policies remain under the purview of the Danish government. Today, Greenland relies on Denmark for financial support, even though they handle their domestic matters internally. Some experts think that Greenland is not yet capable of ruling itself effectively without a helping hand from the Danes. America has maintained its presence in Greenland in the form of military air bases, and U.S. interest in the island has persisted. The United States has remained interested in buying Greenland. The latest offer came in 2019, when President Donald Trump publicly offered to buy Greenland from Denmark. In response to this, the Danish Prime Minister Mette Frederiksen said, "Greenland is not for sale. Greenland is not Danish. Greenland belongs to Greenland. I strongly hope this proposal is not meant seriously." The statement of the U.S. president also...
Now, back then, he was just trying again. Orange Juice, like they've been trying to buy Green because we need it strategically, right? Fast forward, 2026, it's over now. Either you sell it or we take it because the game's changed, the chessboard play changed. Russia and them, they making moves for our queen. We're going to be checkmated. And we can't allow, because y'all want to do the can we all get along stuff. Y'all are weak and y'all going to be conquered, as you always did. So either you play ball now, get down or lay down.
Drew the ire of Greenland's prime minister, who said, Greenland. The statement of the U.S. president also drew the ire of Greenland's prime minister, who said, Greenland is not for sale and cannot be sold, but Greenland is open for trade and cooperation with other countries, including...
Greenland is not for sale and can't be sold, but we're open for trade. Unfortunately, dude, your country is about to be, your little 550,000 citizens, you're going to be taken. Now y'all get it? I'm not trying to say bully nobody. I wish it was peace, but we need Greenland because we need to stop China and Russia from gaining a hold to getting up, because we not about to be enslaved to China or Russia. So you're going to have to give me that. Facts. I get it now. I get it. Get out your feelings, everybody, and understand the chessboard of the global powers of the prison planet. This is what's happening. Time is up. So the orange dude said, either you take this last monetary offer, and he said, he still said, I still might pay. I've been trying to pay forever. But now he said, we coming to get it either way. So they want to be all in their little feelings, right? He like, we can't be sold. Oh, you can be taken, right? If you can't be sold, you can definitely be taken because ain't nothing you could do. You can't even defend yourself.
Of Greenland's prime minister, who said, Greenland is not for sale and cannot be sold, but Greenland is open for trade and cooperation with other countries, including the United States. Greenland is an exciting place to visit today, and the influx of foreign visitors has continued to increase. The cold weather and all that it brings.
Right. Now, let's close out with this. I wasn't going to do it, but let's do it. All right? I want to have y'all understand what word am I looking for? What the Greenland people think about this. Let's go to Greenland. We're going to go to Greenland right now, right? Because this is what the orange dude said.
Greenland, we're not going to have Russia or China do it. Russia, whether they like it or not, about that. But right now, we are going to do something on Greenland, whether they like it or not, because if we don't do it, Russia or China will take over Greenland. And we're not going to have Russia or China as a neighbor. Okay?
Let's go, orange dude. I'm sorry, bro. I'm just, this is the reality where we at, right?
US.
I'm not talking about money for Greenland yet. I might talk about that. But right now, we are going to do something on Greenland, whether they like it or not, because if we don't do it, Russia or China will take over Greenland, and we're not going to have Russia or China as a neighbor.
Facts. Now, let's close out. I have much more, but we'll do a part 3 because I got some dope stuff to show. Because I was going everywhere. I was going other places, right? Let's see what the Greenland citizens think about this. Let's go to actual Greenland. Everybody, we're going to the island of Greenland. Y'all know this ministry. We bring you all the truth, the facts. So you have the full understanding. We're going to the capital of Greenland, Nuuk, right? And this little dude is an American content creator. And you know, Americans, we A-ware. Because we got the freedom. We could take our little cell phone, our camera crew, get on a plane and go to Greenland and make a video. Right? You can't do that in China and Russia, right? You can't do it. We don't got that freedom. But America, we A-ware. So this little American, what we call a little American, little white boy, he got his little camera crew, and they over in Greenland. Copyright disclaimers are in effect. And thank you to our little white brother, American brother, for going over there and bringing us the real footage of what's happening in Greenland and seeing what the Greenland people want, what they think, what they got to say about this. Copyright disclaimers are in effect. We don't own rights to the video for educational purposes only. Let's go. Everybody, let's go to Greenland.
Today I'm here in Nuuk, Greenland. I will be asking the Greenlanders here how they feel about potentially becoming part of the United States. Donald Trump recently has been very persistent about the idea of making Greenland part of the United States.
Trump said we're going to make Greenland great again. Trump is like, we already own Greenland. They just don't know it yet. That's that type of thing. He's like, yeah, look at the neighbor. It's cold as crap. I'm like, no wonder nobody want to live here. It is cold and they got space. It's just, it's a beautiful place if you like the frozen tundra. But anyway, let's continue. Orange dude's like, we about to make Greenland great again. He like, it's already owned. Y'all just don't know it yet, right? All right. So y'all say, I'm cold just looking at it. I know, right? All right, here we go.
We're asking the Greenlanders here how they feel about potentially becoming part of the United States. Donald Trump recently has been very persistent about the idea of making Greenland part of the United States, saying that the United States needs Greenland for national security purposes. Currently, Greenland is an autonomous territory of the Denmark Kingdom. However, most recently, the Prime Minister of Greenland has said that he wants to seek independence from Denmark, making this situation even more interesting.
So now, Greenland's a specific place where they don't want to be under Denmark anymore. They don't like whatever Denmark rules, they don't like it. They want more freedom. So they're in a weird space. They don't got no covering. So Greenland actually don't want to be under Denmark and they don't want to be under the United States. They just want to be free. Poor little Tink Tink. I'll say that honestly, because I would love for it to be a peaceful planet where they can be free to just be little Greenland and have nobody preying on them. But unfortunately, the world is a prison planet. Do y'all get it? So it's like, I'm sorry, but y'all need protection, right? Come on, Yashali, I didn't know you were still here. I was thinking of you when I said that too. Poor little Tink Tink, right? That they just want to get along. They don't want Denmark be ruling them. And they don't want to be Russia. They just, because everybody just leave us alone. They're not going to leave you alone. It's a prison planet and these bullies are coming for you. Unfortunately, you're situated in between two superpowers. Your house is in between the Bloods and the Crips, right? It's like you're in the crossfire. I'm sorry. It's nothing you can do. They're not, either the Crips are going on you or the Bloods are going on you, but somebody's coming. Okay? All right. You working at the hospital tonight? All right. So here we go. Now, Greenland don't want to be owned by Denmark anymore, but they don't want to be owned by nobody. They just want to be independent. All right, let's continue. Poor little Tink Tink.
Making this situation even more interesting. Greenland has key trading routes in the Arctic Circle for countries like Russia, China, Canada, the United States, making Greenland a pivotal spot in the talks of geopolitics. And this is not the first time the United States has tried to buy or acquire Greenland. In 1946, spot in the talks of geopolitics. China.
See, that's the map. So unfortunately for them, they're too close to the United States. We need that. That's why we have Sweden and all that NATO, Iceland, to protect us from China and Russia. We need that. They can't have that. They can't grab that. All right? Let's continue.
Canada, the United States, making Greenland a pivotal spot in the talks of geopolitics. And this is not the first time the United States has tried to buy
prison politics
or acquire Greenland. In 1946, after World War II, the president at the time tried to buy Greenland for $100 million. So it's going to be...
So Harry Truman tried to buy for $100 million. I think Trump is trying to give them a certain amount of billions.
Super interesting to hear the opinions of the people here in Greenland about becoming part of the United States. How do you guys feel about becoming part of the United States?
It's good.
Would you rather be a part of the...
Now, he's talking to the actual Greenland citizens. This is going to be interesting. It's pretty funny. We're going to close out with this, right? I guess these are some of the Inuit.
Part of the United States. How do you guys feel about becoming part of the United States?
It's good.
Would you rather be a part of the United States or Denmark?
United States.
And you? United States or Denmark?
United States.
What makes you guys excited about potentially becoming a part of the United States?
McDonald's.
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 We want fast food.
Do you think it's just a...
Now, everybody listen clearly. That's these kids. He said, what make you want to be part of the United States? They said McDonald's. We want fast. Y'all really don't. I understand that y'all do want fast food. They want that American life, but it's not good for you guys. Whatever it is y'all eating is a lot better than y'all fast food. Right? They like, we want fast food. They want McDonald's and Kentucky Fried Chicken. They want Subway. Right? Mickey D's for the win. Right? That's the youth. They like, we want McDonald's. That's hilarious. You can't make that one up, right? Right, Yali? That's hilarious right there. All right, let's continue.
Or Denmark?
United States.
And you? United States or Denmark?
United States.
What makes you guys excited about potentially becoming a part of the United States?
McDonald's.
McDonald's. We want fast food.
Do you think it's just a power grab by Donald Trump trying to buy Greenland?
Donald Trump and Putin in one box, and thank you.
Look at Old Dog. Old Dog said, you take the orange dude and Putin and put them both in the box. And so he know already, because he know somebody's coming for our land, right? Whether it's Russia or the U.S., somebody, and he's correct. So the old dude, he already know. He like put them both in the box and they can both kick rocks. All right, let's continue.
Just a power grab by Donald Trump trying to buy Greenland?
Donald Trump and Putin in one box, and thank you.
How do you feel about the United States potentially buying Greenland?
Greenland's not for sale. It's their own country, so it cannot be bought.
So is Greenland a country or a territory?
Today it's an independent country, but it's it's a part of Denmark.
Oh, poor little Tink Tink. He can't even explain himself, right? He like, Greenland's it can't be bought. Yes, it could, bro. It's gonna be taken. That's what's sad about this, is that the citizens need to understand that what's happening on the global stage, the powers, they're coming to take it. So you're going to have to, you're not free no more. Whatever freedom you had, you got to understand that you don't want to be under Denmark. Denmark is under America. You understand? You're not free anyway, right? So you got to be under some protection, right? So he's like, we're a people, and people can't be, yeah, they could. They always did in this prison planet. All right? Let's continue.
It's a part of Denmark today, but the law says it can be independent whenever they want to
Okay, so it's up to the people of Greenland whether or not they want to be a part of Denmark.
Yes, it is. It is. But for now, there are some economical problems by leaving Denmark totally because it's very.
So he says they have economic problems trying to separate from Denmark, which got no power at all. Just so y'all know, Denmark can't defend themselves, right? He says, so if we separate from Denmark, we can't even feed ourselves. So it's like, bro, I'm sorry, y'all can't, I wish I could protect them, honestly. I wish it wasn't a prison planet. I wish it was a thing where we could be like, just let those set up a protection for, let those people just live. But it's not like that. The world is a prison planet, all right? And they're coming for you because of where you're geographically located. That's your real problem, is where you're located. It ain't the resources, none of that. It's the location, the positioning, the global positioning of the warring powers.
Totally, because
some of the resources is just a byproduct, okay? Because they're trying to get the resources later too. Whoever get that global power, get the resources that will be mined later, right? But that's a future event. The event now is literally global positioning.
Because it's very expensive leaving Denmark totally because it's a very expensive country to drive. Everything is expensive here, so they need support from Denmark.
Do you think Donald Trump would be ruining?
So everything's so expensive there, expensive to drive, so they need financial support for Denmark. So you're gonna go to somebody. You don't want to be with Denmark. You can't. That's the thing. Was like, bro, pick a side. You got to pick something. You can't. Like, I don't want to be with Denmark, but we need your money. We don't want to be with the United States, but we need your protection when Russia and China is coming to debo you.
So they need support from Denmark.
Do you think Donald Trump would be ruining the United States' reputation with NATO if he went against Denmark and bought Greenland?
To imagine an armed conflict.
That's a great question. Would the United States be ruining their reputation with the NATO agreements if he said, forget Denmark, we taking Greenland or buying it? Yeah, but guess what? They don't care about the NATO agreement no more. We are in a new change in the world stage. Money is going digital, and the world powers are vying for who's going to be head. So U.S. is smarter. U.S. already knows. We don't care. We got to make a new agreement. We're going to call it Play-Doh or something, right? I don't know. You're going to call it Dildo or Diddy. So I don't know, right? We're going to make a new agreement. It's going to be called something, right? But that old stuff, I'm sorry that everybody, if you stuck on the old guard, you got to stay with the times. That's over. That's why that's why they're saying we taking stuff. And we don't care about the agreement. Sorry. That worked. It worked for 50 years or whatever. So good. Now we making a new agreement. We got a brand new lease and contract. You get down or lay down. That's it. The Prince of Politics, everybody. It just is what it is. All right? An armed conflict. Right. So that was a great question.
Between two NATO countries, that is I cannot imagine.
So he's like a conflict between two NATO countries he can't imagine. Brother Greenland, it won't be an armed conflict. Denmark will never. They ain't got no arms to go against America. It will just be they taking it over. That's it. And then they're going to take over Denmark too. That's the part Denmark needs to understand. I know already because I'm from the streets. I know how this works. If America is forced to take Greenland, then they're going to take Denmark too. Literally, we're going to have two. That's it. They're going to take it over, and you should have got down, right? That's it. You should have got down. That's just what it is. All right, so anyway, so they can't wrap their head around it because they're living in a peaceful bubble, and I wish they could stay in that bubble. But unfortunately, Greenland's positioned in a place where their freedom is, that's it. Now they can still live, but you're going to be occupied. What America wants right now is to own it so they can make mad strategic bases and patrol the ocean, the Arctic Ocean, and run Russia's and China's submarines and stuff out of there. They need to secure it, everybody. America needs to secure the Arctic because Russia and China is trying to take a stronghold on it.
Countries, that is not, I cannot imagine that. That's totally crazy.
Is Greenland for sale?
No, we don't want McDonald's here. He will take all our resources from our nature and just use it for money. Greenland is only for Greenland.
But you guys are controlled by Denmark.
In some part.
Are you guys worried about being...
Ew, her spirit is ugly. I don't like people like that. Greenland is owned by Greenland. He just said, but you're controlled by Denmark. Duh. Some part. We don't want McDonald's. Well, those other dudes beg to differ. they wanted McDonald's, right? But I could see the people not wanting to be owned, but just her spirit. Her spirit is okay. See her face? We don't want, she one of them that don't like America. We don't like you either. We don't like you. I don't mind the Iceland, Greenland people, but I don't like you. So good. So yeah, look at her face. We don't want McDonald's. Shut up. Let's continue.
That's totally crazy.
Is Greenland for sale?
No, we don't want McDonald's here. He will take all our resources from our nature and just use it for money. Greenland is only for Greenland.
I'm sorry, little girl, but they're not coming for your resources. Yes, you have. If we wanted your resources, we'd have been took that a long time ago. All right? It's geopolitical. We're trying to protect our nation, and you will be protected too. So it's bigger than that. You know, I understand her thing. She thinking they just come in the money grab and take all the resources, right? And this one over here, you don't like America. Yeah, good. We won't bring our pizza parlors either, right? But anyway, I'm sorry. Let me stop. Let me get out of my, I'm about to say, eat your Walrus burgers but let me stop. All right, so anyway.
From our nature and just use it for money. Greenland.
She's like, they're going to take all our resources from our nature, our beautiful nature under the ground. They're going to use for money. I'm sorry, but the world is changing. All right. Yeah, I don't eat McDonald's either. So again, that's people thinking all America eat is that stuff, right? Again, but anyway. So unfortunately, they have the wrong picture, but let's continue.
One McDonald's here. He will take all our resources from our nature and just use it for money.
Somebody said, boy, she get us some fries and sweet tea. That'll go right out the window, right? It's funny. She be online at McDonald's. See her 3 years from now, right? You come back and be like, I thought you said you ain't want McDonald's. Why she got a whole Big Mac in her hand or something, some fries. And she be like, but these fries and sweet tea, right? That's addiction food. That's drugs. You come back, she be wired on French fries and sweet tea. She be like, she had that McDonald's lean. You be like, I thought you ain't want McDonald's. That's that. But the funny thing is, when the McDonald's and these other fast foods go to the other countries, they don't put the same thing in the ingredients like they poison us in America. It's actually a lot better over there in those countries. It doesn't taste as bad. All right? All right, let's continue. They make it cleaner.
From our nature and just use it for money. Greenland is only for Greenland.
But you guys are controlled by Denmark.
In some part.
Are you guys worried about being invaded by the United States?
Kind of. Maybe he's just saying it to scare us, to make it easier to buy us.
And how much would...
Unfortunate little girl, he's not bluffing. He's not trying to scare you to buy it. He actually wants to give you money for your country. But if not, he's going to take it. We are going to take it because we have to. I know now because it's geopolitical. I understand the strategy. We got to take it. So I would tell them, please sell it. At least get some money for it. Because each of their citizens, well, I think what Trump offered, each of their citizens would get $100,000 apiece. That's better than nothing because we're going to take it and you're going to get nothing. And it's not going to be a bad thing because you're still going to be able to function and stuff. But you could have been better off having 100 G's.
Would you sell your...
And you say you're financially strapped because you can't even you can't get under a Denmark. You need Denmark for your economy.
Your citizenship of Greenland for...
Easier to buy us.
And how much...
To scare us, to make it easier to...
The United States?
Kind of. Maybe he's just saying it to scare us, to make it easier to buy us.
And how much would you sell your citizenship of Greenland for?
No, I don't think you can put money. You can't put money on it.
So say you could have dual citizenship, so you could be a citizen of Greenland and the United States. How much money would you need from the United States to give up your country, essentially?
No, because
we are not for sale.
And if we get the money, he will get like the ruling of our country, and then he'll ruin our country.
How do you feel about Donald Trump in the United States buying Greenland?
Well, I didn't know you could buy a country. You know, it's everyone talks about it. It fills a lot of the media here. And
do you think it'd be good for Greenland to leave Denmark and become part of the United States?
I don't know. I don't know.
What does Denmark do for Greenland?
I think they do support it quite a lot financially, and there's a lot of opportunities. You know, education. Young people get the opportunity to come to Denmark and get free education, which is crazy, right? For an American, that must sound mental.
Yeah, I don't know if we're gonna be able to beat that, but
no. You're freezing, huh?
Yeah, I am freezing.
You need a hat. You can just borrow this.
So they can go to Denmark and get free education. That's those Western name countries, right? They like that. Yeah, it does sound crazy for us America. I wish that was a thing. But it's -2 degrees outside. Homie said, you freezing, ain't you? He out there freezing. He need to put his hoodie on, a hat or something. He tripping.
No. You're freezing, huh?
Yeah, I am freezing.
You need a hat. You can just borrow this. Here, take this. And
you sure? Look at this guy. Look, dude. We should become citizens. Become residents.
So
become
you staying here? You staying?
Good or bad idea for Greenland to become a part of the United States?
USA and Greenland. I think it's okay. It's good.
Is Greenland for sale?
No, definitely not. And it will never be.
What if Donald Trump does buy Greenland somehow, some way?
He won't. Greenland is for the Greenlanders, and we don't want.
I'm so sorry for these little citizens. Do y'all see that they have no idea what's coming for them? It's really sad, right? Greenland is not for sale. He won't own Greenland. First of all, Denmark owns Greenland, right? The cognitive dissonance is just insane to me anyway, right? You literally are owned by another smaller country, smaller than y'all, and you think it's not for sale, right? And you think you're foolish enough to not know that Russia, China, and United States are coming for it, and one of them is going to take it. But our country is offering to buy it, and
somehow, some way.
He won't. Greenland is for the Greenlanders, and we don't want to be twice colonized.
And remember these two girls, as we will talk to them later in this video about how China has made their own attempts to gain territory inside of Greenland.
You see that? Receipts. China and Greenland, mind, science, and nods. The independence. All right? 2018.
Their own attempts to gain territory.
How Greenland could become China's Arctic base. Now y'all see it? I know we need that 100 G's, but right? So again, they don't understand China's been making their moves already.
Their own attempts to gain territory inside of Greenland.
Do you think Donald Trump will buy Greenland?
No, we are not for sale, but understand him fully that he's protecting our right to self-determination. And he said he will tariff Denmark if they don't respect it. Mm-hmm. So that's very good for Greenland. Denmark threatens us with taking away our right to health and education.
Really? So you wouldn't be that mad if Donald Trump did buy Greenland?
He can't, but we will certainly...
See, he actually understands a little. He said the U.S. is actually trying to protect some of their rights against Denmark. Denmark taxes them, and Denmark does them dirty.
Really?
And then he said, so you will be for it if America bought it. He can't. I think they really have a gap in their understanding that, yes, you can buy it or take it. I don't think they grasp that part. Like, it's either buy it or get it taken. They think they live in a world where it's like, no, nobody can take it. He's going to take it.
So you wouldn't be that mad if Donald Trump did buy Greenland?
He can't. But we will certainly cooperate with the United States. We already do.
How much would you bet that Donald Trump...
He can't buy it, but we will cooperate. We already do. Bro, if he can't buy it, he's going to take it. But let's continue.
Does not buy Greenland.
My fortune.
Your fortune. What would you say the...
He said, how much you want to bet that Donald Trump does not buy Greenland? My fortune.
Probability is that he buys it like 10%, 20%?
Zero.
Zero.
I don't want to be American. I don't want to be Dane.
So what do you want to see happen with Greenland?
I think it's natural what's going on. We've been working for self-determination.
Oh, poor Grandma. Grandma said, I don't want to be American. I don't want to be Denmark. She just want to be free, Greenland. Unfortunately, Grandma, you're on the prison planet.
We've been working for self-determination for many years. We have experienced some pressure from the coming president from US, but that should not shock us. That should not shake us in our work and wishes to realize our self-determination. So it's not about Denmark, it's not about the US, it's about Greenland. Our problem is that we are situated geopolitical in the middle of two big superpowers.
You got it, Grandma. So if you understand that your problem is that you're situated geopolitically in the middle of two big superpowers, you just can't say we just want to be Greenland. It's very unfortunate. I would love to make it where Grandma could be free, right? Where everybody's free. But we gave this world up. This world belongs to Hasatan, everybody. The world belongs to the devil. That's why he's supposed to be in it, but not of it. So ain't nothing free. Everything got a cost. We gave up our dominion, Radayah, with our ancestors. All right? So the second world was developed, and this world belongs to the adversary. So, and it's a debt. All right? So it's a prison planet.
In the middle of two big superpowers.
Greenland could be looked at as a very vulnerable country, as there's only 57,000 citizens here.
But it doesn't matter how few or how many we are. This is our country, and we have taken care of this long before any people could live here.
Yeah.
That's part of our heritage, and we have our rights.
See, that's sad, because you should have a right to be able to live in your land long with your heritage. But unfortunately, you must don't know history, because everybody who lived on the land for a long time got invaded, unalived, genocided, land took, bought, stolen, the prison planet. This is 2026, and you think that you're gonna escape that. You can't. You can't. It's a dark world, and it's prison politics. And the prisoners are making a move. All the gangs in the prison yard, and they're coming for your bunk, your cell, your part of the yard. So that we have a right. You have a right. Some countries don't have the right to bear arms, right? Some people don't have the right to vote in China and stuff, right? Well, you have a right. You better be trying to defend yourself. You better be aligning yourself with the lesser of two evils. Think clearly which country you want to align with, because you need protection. You're not going to be left alone. They're coming. The wolf in the Three Little Pigs is coming.
Our heritage, and we have our rights.
In the past 4 years, the United States has given over $200 billion to countries like Ukraine, Israel, whether that be through military aid or financial aid.
See, that's our problem with the United States. They gave over $2 billion to the Ukraine, and billions all the time to Israel, and they want to give them billions. Where's ours, right? Now, at least the orange dude did give us stimulus checks for a minute, and I think that went up into the billions, right? But we need another. And he did say it, though. He said the tariffs he's trying to do, but they keep messing. He was saying that the tariffs he's charging to other countries, he's trying to make that into a stimulus to give to us. But the West, not the West, what they call them, the left, the other wing, they keep messing with him, right? I'm like, bro, leave him alone, because we already know he'll give out a check, right? And those people in Minnesota right now is still trying to pay up for the PPP loans. They still getting money off that for they fake daycare centers over there in the Minnesota. Minnesota's a mess. You think Minnesota siphoned almost $1 trillion, billions of dollars still in the PPP stuff. They opened up all type of daycare centers and senior assistants. Taking all, that's what it's about. Y'all don't know it, but that's what it's about. Because of lockdown, they got to ante up all that PPP money, right? But yeah, they saying, he's trying to do the tariffs to give us some rounds of money. I wish they leave him alone and let him go ahead. He giving everybody else, all these other cars, they buying into, and he amped up the defense budget to 1.7 trillion this coming year, right? We need more defenses. Because he's preparing for what's happening. All right? All right, we're about to close out.
$200 billion.
We'll finish this on part 3 because I got some stuff I was going to show tonight, but we're going to have a part 3.
There's a lot of money. So that goes to show that we have a lot of money. If Donald Trump were to offer you guys $5 billion, and you guys have 57,000 residents here, each resident would get around $100,000.
Oh, he said if Donald Trump would offer you that. I thought he had offered it already. No, if.
You guys become United States citizens for $100,000.
No, I think not. Not me.
Why do you think Donald Trump wants to buy Greenland?
The reason that I believe that he wants Greenland is because of the military use, that because of the Arctic. He claims that there is a lot of Russian and Chinese activity, which is why he's very interested. But also, if I'm correct, territorial expansions.
How much money would you sell your citizenship of Greenland to the United States for?
I wouldn't. I'm very proud of my cultural identity, and I believe that one day we're going to become independent.
What if the United States worked out a deal where they are able to liberate Greenland?
Unfortunately, bro, this world is getting darker, and you're not going to come independent unless you side with a nation. But you just being independent and nobody messing with you when your geographical location or Arctic, and everybody, the ice, the warming from the glaciers melting, all of their precious minerals, right, and metals that's buried in their ice is melting. So it's actually becoming accessible. And in the future years, it's going to become more and more accessible. And they have uranium, a lot of it. And uranium is what they use to make their nuclear stuff. So the United States is not about to let China and Russia grab this land and get all this uranium, get the positioning of the strong. That's why the Orange Juice said we have to take it. Now y'all getting it? I know y'all already getting it. I'm sorry, I keep saying that. But there's so many different levels to it. That uranium. Now the other minerals cool, but it's a lot to mine and stuff. But the uranium, Russia and China is trying to do a checkmate. Probably the most uranium undiscovered in the world. All right?
Greenland from Denmark, and you guys were able to be independent, yet the United States military could still be here in Greenland and expand, and they could also mine in the other places where there are natural minerals. Would that be something you'd be interested in?
No.
I'm about to close.
You don't want the United States here at all?
No.
What do you think about Donald Trump wanting to...
All right, because there's more. So I'm going to say this for part 3, because it gets funny, right? And I don't want to... It's already 2 o'clock. All right, so now, let me close out. Do I want to show something else to close out? No, because that's going to go into another part. All right, that's China, because I was going to bring that up. All right, nah, let me just close out. All right, let me just close out. That's what I'll do. Just close out, Unky Unk. All right, here we go. Share this tab instead. Let it run. All right, to close out, everybody. Whoa. What we showed tonight was not chaos. We showed strictly positioning. The world has become a chessboard again, not of kings and queens and rooks and pawns, but of currencies, energy, minerals, and trade routes, seafaring routes. And while the public is arguing over presidential personalities, the real game is being played quietly, deliberately, and without care of anyone's sentiment. Ecclesiastes 10:5 says, "There is an evil which I have seen under the sun. Folly is set in great dignity, and the rich sit in low places." See, in times of transition, that's what we are in. We're in a transitionary time on this earth. And in times of transitions, appearances deceive. And the powers that are making their moves, they do their moves beneath the surface. We are at a time of a shift from fiat currency, dollar bills, to digital systems. This is not a technological upgrade. This is a reordering of authority. We are at a reordering phase. Fiat currency depends on the trust that is backed by gold, trust that the value is what you state it is. But digital currency systems don't depend on trust. They depend on control. When money becomes programmable and traceable and centralized, then freedoms become conditional. This is why all the nation powers are racing to define the digital frameworks today. Their reserve assets, they are racing to battle who is going to define the digital currency frameworks, the reserve assets, and the alternative settlement systems. Because whoever controls exchange controls the survival. Proverbs 22:16 says, "He that oppresseth the poor to increase his riches shall surely come to want." Every financial system eventually reveals just who it serves. Now you add energy to this equation and oil pops up. Oil is still king. Not because oil is clean, not because oil is even essential. Not because oil is king, but because oil is essential. It's essential because militaries move on it. Economies breathe through it. And now artificial intelligence that's exploding across the world with the digital payment system, the energy demand of running the AI and mining the crypto and digital currencies, the energy demand is accelerating beyond anything that has ever happened on Earth. So they need the oil. Now, y'all understand why the Russian ghost fleets are running around and they're doing all these barrels of oil. Data centers, AI training models, crypto mining operations need energy. All of it consumes power, massive amounts of constant power. That is why oil fields, rare earth minerals, and critical metals are no longer just commodities today. They have become strategic weapons of warfare. Gold stabilizes trust. Silver is a conductor for technology. Copper is used to move electricity. And cobalt is used to power batteries. When you control the minerals, now you're controlling the future. Habakkuk 2:8 says, because thou hast spoiled many nations, all the remnant of the people shall spoil thee. Extraction of this without righteousness always invites destruction. It always invites retaliation. This is why geography matters again. It's all about geography now. The Arctic is not about ice. The Arctic region where Greenland is situated, it's not about ice, it's about access. New maritime, marine kingdom sea lanes are opening up because the glaciers are melting. And these sea lanes shorten the supply chains. It's making new routes that bypass old choke points where ships couldn't get through. These new positioning changes who can protect and project power quickly. The Greenland, owning of Greenland is not about land, it's about forward positioning on the chessboard of global power. Sea lanes in the marine key in the waters, maritime, are not about the ships. They're about the leverage. The bases, the strategic war bases that the United States are trying to implant in these Russia and China are not about defense, all about defense. They are more about the reach now. We have all our defenses, but now it's strategic positioning of how quick your reach. Genesis 22 says, thy seed shall possess the gate of his enemy. 22:7, Barashayat, Genesis. When you control the gates, you control the flow. Gates are portals. So they need to control these lands because these are doors. All right? So when you see these nations discussing these territories about aid, money, partnerships, and security cooperation, you need to understand the subtext. The subtext, what they really saying is they're placing pieces on the chessboard. Not for today. That's why I said they ain't worried about that, those minerals in Greenland right now. They ain't playing for the chessboard for today. They're making moves for decades ahead. This is why everything right now seems so urgent, right? It's like all of a sudden, we rushing China, we rushing Iran, we're doing this in Venezuela, and everything is urgent. Chaos has erupted out of nowhere. Everything feels so urgent because once these empires, these kingdoms, these systems, these countries lock in, once they grab a country like Greenland, they're difficult to reverse those moves, right? The policies that are there right now will bind generations later. It's all about global positioning. Isaiah 10 says, woe unto them that decree unrighteous decrees. See, this teaching is not to glorify nobody's power, not the United States, not China, not Russia. This teaching is meant to strip away the illusion that the people, the masses, are under. No empire escapes consequences. So Greenland and all that, understand something. You think that you have the freedom on this second world dark earth to do what you want. For those people in Greenland, I bet y'all slaughtering those fish. I bet those seals don't feel too, right? Those walruses. You can't kill and unalive to feed your belly and think something, some other big, predator ain't coming for you. That's why your righteousness is what covers you. So no empire escapes consequences. No system can outrun the accountability, and no chessboard remains stable forever. Human strategy always reaches a limit. So all kingdoms fall. Human strategy reaches a limit, but divine judgment never has a limit. So, as you close, what is the charge for the children of the Most High tonight? The charge is, everyone, do not be distracted by the noise. Do not be seduced or diddied by the narratives that they put out. Do not mistake movements for morality. Watch the global power chessboard. Watch the money and where it's going. Watch the energy and who it's going to. Watch the metals and who's trying to take it. Watch the countries and who's trying to gain positions. And watch the maritime sea routes. Watch the routes. Because when kings move quietly, the wise are called to discern. When that queen is moving on that chessboard, you need to watch where she's going, move 3 moves ahead. And I want y'all to all remember this. The chessboard of global power may shape the nations, but it does not determine the final outcome. Only thing that determines the final outcome of it all is righteousness. And that is the truth behind the strategy. This has been, did Russia just offer to help the U.S. take Greenland? That answer is no. I'm going to find that video. And yes, it could be, because these serpents still work together. So the moves that they show you on the surface, they're still vying. Now they're vying to see who's going to be the head, but they're still working together at the same time. Because neither one of them wants the nuclear war to happen, because that ends it for everybody. But they're vying to see who's going to be the head. So when I found that video, that Russian dude, he said, this is what Putin is thinking, but will never say. That's where the title comes from. Did Russia just offer to help the U.S.? That dude said, I'm going to find the video. He said, I'll play it next time. He said, this is what Putin is thinking, but he would never be able to say publicly. But he's the devil advocate of Putin. I'm going to find his name when the video play. He's a monster, beast mode. He just say the stuff. And what he was really saying was, of course, Russia is trying to negotiate with America. Because even if Russia doesn't become the head of the serpent, they want to be right there. They want to be the neck. Right? Nobody wants, the further you go down, you don't want to be the gut. You don't want to be. So of course they're going to play ball. Because the bigger picture is they're mounting all these defenses to go against the Most High's, the coming judgment, the chariots of the heavens. These are the children of the fallen angel Anunnaki. It's nothing but the Tower of Babel. So they're preparing this stuff that they're preparing. It ain't for one another. It's to protect them from one another as they become one Ihayad, one nation, one global superpower. But it's ultimately to bust through the firmament, to prepare for the judgment that's coming. They're fighting against, they have space programs, they have all type of these aliens they talk about they fighting against. That's the righteous angel Malachi's that's coming to fight. That's what that is. Most people don't know whether you believe it or not. They believe in it. You don't got to believe it. They know it. That's why they got the space program and the space stations. That's against the Most High's righteous chariots that's coming to bring this judgment. This has been written. That's why they're trying to go to the Atlantis under the sea, Marine Kingdom. Some of them talking about trying to get on Mars with Elon. They trying to go and hide in the mountains and caves. Moses said, I'm going to collapse it. That's what they really got all these armaments for. Now, a temporary thing is to make sure as they gain for who's going to be ahead of this serpent. But all of these trillions and stuff, they got the weapons that they show you ain't nothing. It's the ones they ain't showing. Whatever it is they showing, and that's going to come out next time. It's crazy what I'm going to show y'all. You ain't seen nothing on what they don't show you. All right? All right. This has been, did Russia just offer to help the U.S. take Greenland? Now y'all have more understanding of what's really going on the chessboard of the global powers. Why the orange dude is taking Greenland, and we got no choice. He gonna take that, right? And now you understand how Greenland got taken. You understand some of the, right? May the Most High cover and bless you all. Hopefully you learned some things tonight, and to be continued. Because half of my study, we only did half of this study tonight, right? We'd be here to 5 or 6 in the morning. May the Most High cover and bless you all. We live again Friday, right? Friday, 9 p.m. And go forth and be the light. Now you'll have more understanding. Don't let the emotions fool you. Don't let what the media is doing and what they're portraying out there, because that ain't nothing but Donna Briggs.
Hello everyone, it's Donna Briggs. Hello everyone, it's Donna Briggs. Hello everyone, it's Donna Briggs.
They ain't nothing but Donna Briggs. Ain't nothing but a lie from the lake of fire. That was that black woman that turned white. Right? That was a whole black woman. This her.
Hello everyone, it's Donna Briggs. Hello everyone.
She turned herself white. So ain't nothing but Donna Briggs. Shout out to Brother Dickie over there. Shout out to Jazz, Dewan. I ain't know people on Facebook. I ain't see them. Shout out to Dewan Brown, Jazz, Daryl Preston over in Germany, and my brother Dickie McFadden over there. Shout out to Facebook. All right? So don't believe the hype. Study and show yourself approved. And like and subscribe to this channel, because we're going to keep bringing you the raw truth, raw and cut and no chaser. And I'm going to keep teaching the truth and finding all of the real sources in the truth to discern it for you. All right? All right. May the Most High cover and bless you all. We see y'all Friday, Eastern Standard Time, about 9 p.m. All right. From the house of y'all to y'all worldwide, have a blessed night, everyone. Most High's covering and blessing over you all. We love you all. Go forth and be the light in this dark world. Thank you, Hakyama, for your assistance. Thank you, Elder Tamayah and Yasha, for your covering. And thank you to the ministry, Mashiach Assembly, for all the covering, the new people who came on the live chat tonight and everything. Hopefully they let us get a little bit through the shadow band, right? Last time we crept a little bit through it, just a little, right? We got 1,000 on the vertical stream, right? Almost 2 G's, but they're going to block this one, I already know, right? But it is what it is, all right? May the Most High cover and bless you all. From the house of Yah, see y'all Friday. Crazy dope lesson. Lessons. Peace and blessings.
He adds secures and hooks us tight. A gift from Yah, eternal life. He sent his son a sacrifice to show how much he loves us. You are loved, you are loved. You are loved, you are loved. You are loved, oh, you are loved. You are loved by Yahuwah.
Praise Yah.
Praise Yah. Hallelujah. Hallelujah.
Bible study every Tuesday, 8 p.m. We having a Zoom Bible study. I'm gonna put, email me for the link.
I'm a lion of the tribe of Judah. Precious, chosen people of the Most High. You got that right.
We hope you have a good time watching our video, and we'll see you in the next video.
And we'll see you in the next video. So like and subscribe.
Our channel.
Yeah.
We are the true Hebrews. We are the true ones that fulfill Bible prophecy and scripture.